Diálogos do Atlântico, The Atlantic Dialogues, é um evento anual que vem ocorrendo desde 2012. Esse, portanto, terá o 9º evento. E é um evento fantástico, porque ele reúne lideranças do setor privado, autoridades governamentais, pessoas de ONGs, brilhantes jovens, líderes emergentes, e num ambiente bem descontraído se discutem e se debatem de maneira interativa temas ricos da atualidade. Um traço marcante é que essas pessoas que participam, elas vêm de todo o Atlântico, então tem-se pessoas da África, pessoas da Europa, pessoas da América do Norte, da América Central, da América do Sul. O Brasil tem sempre uma participação importante. E os temas são os temas da atualidade que interessam a todos. Por exemplo, esse ano, o tema maior é o Sul em tempos de turbulência. E vocês podem entender a importância do tema no nosso contexto atual. Os debates são sobre temas econômicos, políticos, de relações internacionais, segurança, cultura e assim por diante. É um evento fantástico, eu participei já de quase todos. Estou muito contente que poderei mais uma vez esse ano estar lá presente. Diálogos do Atlântico, The Atlantic Dialogues, é um evento anual que vem ocorrendo desde 2012. Esse, portanto, terá o 9º evento. E é um evento fantástico, porque ele reúne lideranças do setor privado, autoridades governamentais, pessoas
I have a long experience with AZ because I'm from the beginning on it. And it was a very nice experience because we could put together people that came from the Americas, Europe and Africa. And that was fantastic to have this kind of a real Atlantic dialogue. For the first time, we had a kind of Atlantic dialogue that was the whole Atlantic, and not only North American Atlantic, but also trying to put together also the South Americans and the Africans. And that made us think differently. And what was very, very nice, it's a very diverse people came in. And so it was a kind of way of talking freely in a very good ambiance. And it's very creative. It's very, very creative.
طبعا كنت قد شاهدت الكثير من القمم ومن الحضور، ولكن كانت على المستوى الحكومي. أول مرة يمكن أن نرى أن مؤسسة غير حكومية تنظم مؤتمرا أو لقاء بهذا الحجم. هذا فيما يخص يعني التنظيم والحضور. أما فيما يخص الموضوعات، ما يخص الموضوعات هي لقاءات أطلسية بكل معنى الكلمة. كذلك تستجيب لطموحها، هذا الطموح اللي هو أن تمتد أهمية المحيط الأطلسي وأن لا يبقى مقتصرا فقط على الشمال، فهو كذلك ينزل إلى الجنوب. نرى هنا لقاء بين ناس من ضفتي الأطلسي، ضفته الغربية وضفته الشرقية، وكذلك من شماله ومن جنوبه. المواضيع التي كانت تطرح هي كذلك مواضيع التي يمكن أن نستنبط منها ما يمكن أن يكون نافعا أو دروسا في الحالة التي يعيشها العالم في يومنا هذا. هذه حالة التردد السياسي والحالة أكاد أقول الفوضوية التي يعيشها العالم، فيمكن أن نستنبط الكثير من الدروس من تدخلات هؤلاء الشخصيات الذين عايشوا العالم لا في صفته القديمة أي أثناء الحرب الباردة، ولا هؤلاء الذين يفكرون الآن في حلول أو في المنظار الذي يمكن أن ينظر به العالم في وقته الحالي.
Atlantique Dialogue, c'est une conférence, quand on y participe, on comprend mieux l'essence même du nom de cette conférence. C'est une sorte d'arbre à palabres où des positions, des visions qui ont pu sembler divergentes convergent vers l'objectif commun qui est d'arriver au vivre ensemble dans l'espace atlantique et au-delà. Atlantique Dialogue également puise dans les ressources culturelles, sociales du bassin atlantique pour offrir des solutions au monde, solutions de développement et d'amitié entre les peuples.
The Emerging Leaders Program is one of the most interesting and wonderful programs I've been part of. Not only are you able to meet people from all over the world, especially young leaders from Africa, from Europe, from South America, from America, but you're also able to learn on the most important topics of our day. You're able to hone your leadership skills and learn how to have a more profound impact. The Atlantic Dialogues has also become one of the most important meeting points of all the international affairs players. Join it.
What came across us is really a huge gap in perception and indeed in vision. And I have to say it as such, between North and South when it comes to the Atlantic and the potential and the vision.
How do we reset the policy agenda in this wider Atlantic community so it reflects the interests of these new powers and the common goals of all nations that border the Atlantic?
Today about the empowerment that there is right across so many areas, so many communities. What value are national borders now, whether in Africa or in North and South America or elsewhere?
So now when you are going home after this beautiful conference, you have two choices. Either you close the book, you say that oh, it was really nice to be here, got a new friends, new perspectives, new ideas. But you know, the world is still bad out there, you know? What can I do? Or you change the page to a new page.
And being here, I learn from all of you. You are some of the most creative and smartest people in the world dealing with issues around the Atlantic Basin.
Connecting with communities at the grassroots level, trying to bring the knowledge of expertise and science, which we believe in, to local communities, all stakeholders to build together better policies by involving the populations.
Africa is young. The rest of the world is aging.
But we're ready to take on that challenge because we're ready to change Africa. We're ready to make sure that the millions of people of Africa will have the same opportunities.
The potential of Africa with a very young population that is now being educated and is in fact really ready to play their role.
I think to always expect the worst and hope for the best.
The Atlantic Dialogues Conference is a very important time for the Policy Center for the New South. It's a time where the Policy Center staff comes together.
Is for French. Channel 1 is for English. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage the moderator for the launch of the 6th edition of the Atlantic Current, Senior Fellow at the Policy Center for the New South, Marcus Vinicius de Freitas.
Right. Thank you. Good morning. So, how are you today? I hope you're excited for a very interesting panel. I don't know whether you have received or you have got a sample or the Atlantic Currents. If you haven't got it, we have that outside and you can always get it, and I hope you will enjoy it, right? So, in order to have this discussion, we have a few people lined up so that we can start the conversation today. Now, if I get the right, we'll start with Anabel Gonzalez, who was former Minister of Foreign Trade in Costa Rica. So let's give her a warm welcome to the stage. Anabella.
Thank you.
Then we have Len Ishmael, who is a Senior Fellow at the Policy Center for the New South. Len. Rita Liamuri, who is also Senior Fellow at the Policy Center for the New South. Let's welcome him, too.
Madame is supposed to be before me. Okay.
Now, there's a complicated name. He told me to facilitate the name and to make it easy. So let's have PJ Okocha come over, who is the Managing Partner and Co-Founder of PS Nutraceuticals. And finally, we have former Prime Minister of Senegal, Madame Aminata Touré. Prime Minister.
So let's see where we're going to get it.
All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is our panel today. I hope we have a great discussion. Let's give them a hand again. Now, I wanted to start by asking you a question. The topic is the South in time of turmoil. Is the world in trouble now? What do you say? Do we have any problems in the world? Does anyone have a microphone so we can? Like a microphone or no? So here it comes. Is the world in trouble?
Yes, we live a very difficult time in the world. We have many change. For example, here is the former president of Ecuador, and we are Latin American citizens, and we live a very hard situation. And is representative of the name of this meeting of the Atlantic dialogues.
So we think we have problems then.
Yeah.
Now, if you're to list the problems, what would you say they were, President?
Thank you. New problems.
Okay, what are the new problems that we have?
I think the problems with climate, the
Okay.
problems with the new media, the
Right.
spread of internet, the post-truth, the new ways that people can connect among themselves, inequality, different levels of development, so many, many different challenges in the future.
All right, okay. Who else would like to say anything about the problems in the world? Let's hear female voice. Would you like to say something? Anyone else?
Well, I would like to say, besides the South, also the North is in time of turmoil, because it's written the South in time of turmoil, but I come from the so-called North, Italy or Europe.
But Italy is always in problems, right?
Well, exactly.
Just
so,
kidding, just kidding, just
no, I
play,
mean,
yeah.
populism, nationalism, we know all this. So it's a different kind of instability, but it's still unstable.
Now, what would you like to ask them?
Mohammed Yacoubi, je représente la CGM, je préside également l'ordre des comptables agréés.
I represent the CGM, I represent the accountants of Morocco. I come from a world that is indeed in difficult times, in a globalization that is producing inconsistencies, inequalities. We have to think about it in all fields. We've got to think in terms of social cohesion. We've got to preserve our environment. We've got to think of how we can redistribute wealth, and this is a challenge for all economies, from the north and from the south.
Problems in the world, and I wanted all of them to address this issue. Let's start, Annabelle.
So thank you very much, Marcus, and good morning to everyone. I'm delighted to be here. So to your question, is the world trade in turmoil? I have to say a resounding yes. For the past 70 years, global trade has been governed by a set of rules based on non-discrimination, transparency, and binding and enforceable commitments on tariffs and other policy instruments. At the center of it, the World Trade Organization, the WTO, and before it, the GATT, guarantees that trade flows as smoothly, predictably, and freely as possible. And this global framework has brought an unprecedented level of prosperity to the world. It has enabled developing countries to integrate into the global economy through global value chains, helping them raise 1 billion people out of poverty. And by driving demand and consumption, this new emerging middle class has brought economic prosperity worldwide. But the WTO is confronting today a fundamental crisis. And this crisis is driven by a number of US actions and related political and economic concerns. First, the increase in tariffs on imports of steel and aluminum from the European Union, from Brazil, Argentina, Mexico, Canada, and other countries using the national security exception. Second, the increase in tariffs on imports from China without first going through the WTO dispute settlement mechanism. And third, blocking the nomination of new members to the WTO appellate body when the term of the sitting members expired. So just 2 days ago, on December 10, this appellate body came to a halt. No, there are not enough members for the body to continue operating. And this happens after it was established 25 years, precisely here in Marrakech, where the agreement to create the WTO was established. So this basically means that today, any losing party in a panel can basically appeal this report, and this report will go into a legal limbo, and the mechanism basically becomes ineffective. That is, we have moved just 2 days ago from a rules-based system to a power-based arrangement, where every trade dispute risks becoming a small or not so small trade war. And if you don't have an effective mechanism for enforcing trade disputes, then the question is, why are you going to negotiate new rules if they cannot be properly enforced? And new rules are required because as globalization shifts, the digital economy and new technology are bringing new challenges to the world economy. So we're basically moving to a system of managed trade, greater fragmentation of trade rules. If you think, for example, what is happening in the digital economy, we see the internet divided with competing spheres of influence. Some people talk about the splinternet, which is not good for the global economy. Now, to be sure, and this is something that you were mentioning to me before, Marcus, there are a number of tensions that underlie the current frictions. And I see particularly three of them. First is how to deal with this sort of the complexity arising from the state versus market capitalism. And in particular, whether and how to level the playing field to address state distortions in the market economy through state-owned enterprises, subsidies, forced technology transfer, and others. So that's one set of challenges. A second set of challenges comes from how to deal with this digital economy. Can we deliver a new set of rules to govern that are appropriate to govern the digital age? And the third set of challenges, which I think is very relevant to this forum which we are today, is what role for emerging economies in the global trading system? And in particular, whether the larger emerging economies, who represent today close to 50% of global trade, can continue to claim special and differential treatment in the WTO. So to sum up, I would say that we are at a moment of significant challenges in the area of trade. To be sure, a number of proposals are being put forward by the European Union, by Canada, by a number of other countries to try to save the system. And there is an important ministerial conference scheduled for June 2020 that will look into these issues. But it may be some of these proposals are not gaining traction yet, and it may be, for several reasons, that they will not gain traction by mid-next year. At that time, I think then that all other members who would want to preserve the system need to come together to work towards actively keeping the system in place, the different parts of the system that are in place, to wait until November 2020 to see what will be the results of the election in the US and whether we could move forward to reforming the global trading system.
It's very interesting because Annabelle wrote a very good article on the trading system and the crisis that we're having nowadays in the world, and she has just mentioned that. Now, Len, on the other hand, has written about the post-American world. Now, tell us, how does it get into this idea of the South in time of turmoil?
Thank you, Marcus, and it's really a pleasure to be back here at this wonderful conversations over the next few days. So Annabelle has spoken about global trade and its importance, and I will take it up to a different level and take a look at what's happening in the world. And to your first question, are we in a sense of turmoil or crisis? And I would say absolutely yes. I think not only are we in a sense of crisis right now, or a place of crisis, but I think importantly that the Western-led liberal world order as we know it is in crisis, and that traditional alliances and partnerships are very much fractured. And I'd like to pose this sort of scenario by taking a look at three quick things. One, taking a look at global headlines from about 18 months ago and fast forward into very recently, even in the last few days. Secondly, taking a look at what's happening on the streets of every continent in so many countries around the world, both in mature democracies as well as young democracies, that has to give us pause for concern. And then take a little bit at what's happening in the world at large when we consider shifts in the balance of power. And we'll start off first by global headlines. And I speak personally as well, but I think that many other people here, as well as outside of this room, might share some of the same thoughts. The first, some 18 months ago in July, when the United States new administration spoke about the threat of sanctions on steel, and first put them into place, I was a little bit concerned because I thought it was a miscalculation. After all, the threat was against China, But the United States was importing less than 1% of its steel from China. And in fact, those who were hurt was the United States allies, starting first with Canada, Mexico, the EU, Japan, and South Korea. Well, yes, well, there's happiness in numbers. The United States then pulled out of a number of multilateral accords that it was central to designing and leading, including the Paris Accord, the comprehensive treaty with Iran, and many others that we don't need to go into because I think we all are very much aware. So there was immediately a concern, not only by people like myself, but among traditional allies, that the world as they knew it had shifted with very little by way of consultation. But we fast forward even to the last couple of weeks and the last few days, and we see the US pulling out of China, its 1,000 troops that were there in northern China, pulling them out. Turkey goes in, and immediately the Kurds, who were in an alliance, they thought, with the United States, were immediately asking the Syrian army for protection. I mean, this is completely unprecedented. Japan was hit in July by the news that they had to pay much more for the price of the alliance with the United States. The price has quadrupled to more than $8 billion annually. And at the same time that Japan is trying to exercise its sovereign right with respect to the replacement of the F-2 aging jet fighters and choose between the F-35s, which the United States owned and manufactured, and the UK fighter jet, they are under enormous pressure by the United States to choose and choose wisely, at the same time that they need to pay for the alliance. The Chinese declaration just days ago with respect of within the next few years that all public technical systems are going to be using only Chinese technology. And this, of course, we know what has inspired this. And the demise of the WTO, multilateral institution founded by the United States and its allies, US sanctions, US threat of sanctions just a couple of days ago on Nord Stream 2, the gas line from Russia into northwest Europe, and the EU Commission now having to declare itself as a geopolitical commission. I mean, this is all unprecedented, and we know what inspires it. Now let's take a quick look at what's happening on our city streets in every single continent of the world. And as I said before, I mean, both mature democracies as well as very young ones. Starting with the Yellow Vest in Paris, July last year. We have Chile, Ecuador, Bolivia, Haiti, Sudan, Lebanon, Malta, Barcelona, the UK, and the list goes on. Discontent and a rebellion against the status quo. A status quo and elitism that the ordinary people on the street do not believe is anymore in their interest. And a disturbing rise of populism and nativism as well. And we take a look now at what's happening in the balance of power. The United States, with its US first policy, has retreated from its traditional role as the superpower, but in a sense also the police of the world. But it has ceded important center ground and center stage for other actors to fill, and that they will be doing, and that they are in fact doing. As China said in Davos 2 years ago, if the United States is not going to protect multilateralism and free trade and globalization, we will. And signed agreements with the EU to do just that. But the US retreat has come at an interesting time. It coincides with the rise of China. And there can be absolutely no doubt that China has, in fact, risen at a rate which is unprecedented in modern as well as in historical times. And the China, which up to fairly recently was very peaceful about its aspirations, a peaceful rise, the dream, is now taking a much more muscular stance on the world stage. So much so that, in fact, on the 1st of October, when China celebrated its 70th anniversary, the president spoke not of a peaceful ride, but said there is no force in the world that can now stand in China's way. And persons who were observing the rise of China had conflicting thoughts about this. One of whom, in fact, I think our moderator here wrote a little paper on the unveiling of a new superpower. Others wrote about a sobering moment. The Australians immediately started a redrafting of their defense strategy put in place only in 2017. Why? Because all of a sudden, they saw military capability that they didn't know existed, but worse is the fact they found that they would now be in the center of geopolitics on a scale that they never knew in their region, and they didn't want to have to choose. And very quickly, I will just say, now, how did we get there? Or why are we even there? 30 years ago, there was a sense of hubris in the West. The Berlin Wall had fallen in 1989. We had all of the pro-democracy protest in China, in Tiananmen Square. The Soviet Union disintegrated just the year later. And then in 2001, China joined the WTO, a Western-led multilateral institution. The West felt very, very much that capitalism had trumped communism. But 30 years later, that's not where we are at all. China has modernized its economy and has used capitalism principles to modernize its economy. But what we find right now today is that capitalism can exist outside of democracy, and we can have illiberalism in societies that we consider to be democratic as well. Russia, the Soviet Union that disintegrated peacefully, not because of war. We now have a Russia which is resurgent and on the world stage with a power that supersedes its sphere of influence as far away as Venezuela, as well as being a major broker, for example, now in the Middle East, in Syria. So all of this is happening at a time which is very, very interesting, a time of concern, a time which is exceptionalist. So to answer to your question, are we in turmoil? I would say the evidence points, yes, absolutely. And I don't know that even with a new administration next year or 4 or 5 years from now, that trajectory is going to change. Because we have a new world order which is emerging, and I'm sure we'll have a chance to go in a little bit more into this.
Fantastic. And if you want more details, you should read the article on the Atlantic currents. Now, is terrorism also going to be part of this world order that we're building? Rita, what do you say?
Thank you, and great to be here again. I'm going to talk about an area, about a region that it's really close to us from here, and the region of the Sahel, and the issue of terrorism, but also why do we have the issue of terrorism in the first place in the Sahel region, and what it started in just part of Mali, in northern Mali, and now is expanding to neighboring countries, expanding to Niger, Burkina Faso, and also, as we know, also around the Lake of Chad in Nigeria and Cameroon and Chad. We have to understand first, how did we get here? How we arrived to this situation, and how now coastal states are also concerned. Ghana, Cote d'Ivoire, Benin also concerned about what's happening and also expanding to their areas. If you ask anyone, it might be, oh no, this is a stretch. This is not. It's not going to happen in Ghana as well or Cote d'Ivoire, but myself in 2012, when we started talking about Burkina Faso and Niger, and especially Burkina Faso, you will think, no, there is no way it's going to happen in Burkina Faso. But then we can't be naive of seeing this expand into coastal states. To go back to my point of how we got here. It started in northern Mali and then expanded to central Mali, to Niger, Burkina Faso, as the audience mentioned, because of different factors, inequality, marginalization, intolerance, climate change, etc. And these countries were not prepared to face these challenges. There was no strategy in place, and still no concrete strategy in place to defeat terrorism, but also additional conflicts that emerged from terrorism. Terrorism is new to the area, but when we look at it, in 1990s, for example, there was no terrorism in the Sahel. It was mostly drug trafficking, for example. They come in and they exploited corruption, for example, in northern Mali. These states, and when we look at the issues where they're taking place not in the main cities, but they're taking place in marginalized areas where the government have little presence and sometimes absent. But doesn't mean that those areas were not governed and there is no sort of governance, but they were governed differently through traditional authorities, for example. But then these traditional authorities started to lose legitimacy by the presence and the influence by drug traffickers, money coming in, they're easily bought, and they're losing legitimacy among their population. Then also you have politicians coming in from capital cities to buy traditional authorities so they can, for political gain. Increasingly, they lost their legitimacy, and then other groups, different actors came in and they exploited this division among communities, and we continue to see it today. The issue of terrorism, it's just a title that we put, but the conflict, it's much, much deeper than that. It's the issues of governance, the issues of as we said, marginalization. So there is no concrete solution so far. And after 7 years, almost 7 years after the French intervention, after the UN presence in the Sahel region, the issue have not been resolved, instead expanded. So there are a lot of questions to be asked. What have we done? What could we do differently to move forward and prevent escalation from expanding to coastal states? And I'll stop here. Looking forward to the discussion.
Fantastic. And also, now, BJ, in your article, he says that one of the reasons for terrorism to be on the rise is lack of governance, unemployment. Now you want more technology in agriculture.
Yes, that's correct.
So more people are going to be unemployed. How do you want to solve that?
I mean, I think first to answer the question, is the world in a state of turmoil? Yes, it is. The world is in flux. That's evident. But what you also see as well is that you also see an imprint of ideology taking place as well. Case in point being countries such as Russia and China and so forth. You see them really stamping their ideological imprint on how they see the world and the way the world is going to be shaped for the next few hundred years. For instance, we know in China, we know that the One Belt, One Road initiative essentially is a modern facelift of the ancient Silk Route, and whereby China essentially is, with the strength of their economy and their population and their manufacturing prowess, essentially is looking at viewing the world in terms of a global marketplace, and they're establishing infrastructure in by land, by rail, by sea, and so forth. As my esteemed colleague said, when looking at Russia, we also know that yes, the disintegration of the USSR did take place, but what we also see as well is that there's a newfound ambition in Russia as well. We've seen with the annexation of Crimea, they've extended their territory and so forth, giving them access to the Black Sea. We've seen their increasing involvement in the Middle East and the Mediterranean, which essentially serve as points to further their gas diplomacy, like I like to call it. We see Nord Stream 2 and the passage of natural gas going through the Nordic states, terminating in Germany, which, as we know, is Europe's manufacturing and economic powerhouse. And we also see instances of collaboration as well. We know that Russia and China as well are collaborating, despite their ideological imprints being put in place. The Shanghai Cooperation and so forth, we see that taking place. We know that Russia as well is providing China with access to energy, as well as the Central Asian countries as well. Now, in Africa, we must ask ourselves a question. We see that there's an ideological imprint being put in place by these respective countries that I mentioned. What are we as a continent, as a people doing? What are we doing to prepare ourselves? What are we trying to put in place for the next 100 years? How do we view the world? How do we view ourselves, and how do we view ourselves in context of the global world? And that's not being put in place at present. But what we do need to realize is that we have the youngest population in the world. It's the fastest growing population in the world. Africa has 60% of the uncultivated land in the world. We have access to water resources. We have resources both on the ground and underneath the ground. But most importantly, the greatest resource that Africa has is human capital potential, which is being grossly underutilized. Grossly underutilized. So agriculture itself, we know and we see that in the agricultural space, what should normally be a strength, we're actually punching far below our weight. We need to see what we have as an opportunity essentially to feed the entire world, whereby we need to also look at geography and say that we know that from Africa to Vladivostok, which essentially is Russia's Far East, is one contiguous landmass, really, in the scheme of things, which accounts for 3/4 of the world's population. We know countries like China, their water tables are diminishing. We see countries in the GCC countries as well, who are essentially are buying or entering into long-term leases with countries for their food security. So that presents a unique opportunity to Africa. And what we need to do is this: we need to put the requisite enabling environments in place to harness our agricultural potential. We see that youths are migrating en masse from rural areas to urban areas in search of jobs that are few and far between. The young person today doesn't want to delve into agriculture. It's not sexy. Agriculture is not a sexy thing for them to do. Nobody wants to do the backbreaking work of their forefathers with the cutlass and the hoe and so forth and everything like that. But the key actually is marrying it with technology to pique the interest of the youth. You are starting to see in the African continent a lot of disruptive innovation and technology taking place. And more young people are, as a result of that, are starting to delve into that. For instance, we're using a technology called aeroponics, which essentially is soil is growing, and we're using it to propagate yam, which essentially is one of the most important crops in Western Central Africa. We're seeing drone technology being applied. We're seeing blockchain technology being applied. We're seeing mobile money as well coming into the fore and mixing with technology, giving farmers, access to marketplaces and so forth and everything like that. So that really can be a key driver of growth. It can create job creation. And you see one important thing, as my esteemed guest to the left said as well, is that we're seeing a rise in terrorism. I mean, that ultimately stems from youth restiveness. An idle mind essentially is the devil's playground. You need to keep those, they must be occupied. There has to be some form of employment. There has to be a pathway towards social mobility. And agriculture is that low-hanging fruit to enable us to do that. So we must begin to look globally as well and say, hey, listen, we have what we need. We have the population. We have the arable land. We have the water resources to feed ourselves, also to feed the rest of the world as well. And I think if the requisite enabling environments are put in place, we'll see African nations and economies begin to boom as a result.
Fantastic.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, Prime Minister Tohé, you're sitting by His Majesty King Mohammed VI of Morocco. And imagine that you're having a conversation with him. And he asks you, okay, so there's problem with trade, Americans will be gone, I have problems with terrorism, agriculture in Africa. So what do we do in Africa? What is the future? What can we do to make things better?
Well, thank you very much. I'm so happy to be sitting next to...
He's strategically sitting by His Majesty, right?
Actually, we are very close countries. We are enjoying very friendly and very productive relationship with Senegal. I'm from Senegal. Before I get to your questions, maybe to come back to the topic of this panel, the question was, are we in turmoil?
Yes.
Well, just to say, because we have also young people that we have to inspire and make them optimistic, this is not a new question to the humankind. We've been asking this question over history. Every time you have a cycle where the rulers would be challenged and a new cycle is in view, people would ask themselves, are we in a good place or are we moving to a better place? I think that's the question we are facing now. And I have to be, I feel optimistic about it. I talk about the relationship we're enjoying with Morocco based on, mutual respect, on, economy, on culture. And that's what we are seeing in some part of the world now. So who is in crisis and who is not, or who is in between, is maybe the question to be asked. From my standpoint, which is West Africa, of course, we do have challenges linked to security, and it's a big one. We should not underestimate that. But at the same time, we do have a lot of things to celebrate. From Senegal, where I am, we enjoyed a 6.5 economic growth. I think that's huge. And we've been sustaining it for the past 7 years, and we're optimistic that it's going to continue. That's what we would like to do. But globally, as Africa, you're from Nigeria. Nigeria is the first economic power of Africa. That's no longer South Africa. And people don't realize that. So we have, even within our own continent, things moving around. And those countries that were seen as hopeless are emerging in strong ways. Although Nigeria still have to face security in the north, it's enjoying also sort of a economic blossom, and that also is part of the narrative. So I would like also to sort of balance things. Over time, over my own lifespan,
the microphone. Let me use this one.
Thank you very much. So I was saying that over my own lifespan, I have witnessed increase of many social indicators. When I was in primary school, there were very few girls in the classroom. Now we have equal access to at least primary school in Senegal. You have actually, for the exam to go to the next level after primary school, there were more girls sitting than boys. This is sort of, unseen revolution that are going on. We do have universal access to drinkable waters in many places, including Senegal. As I said, health, the life expectancy has, increased a lot. So you do have also good news mixed with challenges, and I think that's the way to look at it. Security, to come back to security, is important. That's an area where we need to collaborate. In the way we are organized is through, economic zones. You do have ECOWAS, you do have SADC, and what I see is, over boundaries, building some corporations that would address security. And we have to also be thankful to the friends who are coming in. You have the UN, you have France, you have other forces, but you also have ECOWAS forces to address and support a brother country like Mali, like Burkina Faso, etc. So I think, although we are talking about globalization, we are coming back also to some forms of regionalization to address issues that are very specific to countries. So that's a part of the issue. And we do see very important progress and leeways when it comes to addressing issues. We talk about young people. There is one question that has also to be asked, and we discussed that when we were preparing the panel. The size of populations. I mean, that's something we hear often, that African population is growing maybe too fast, and what to do about it. It's a double-edged sword. I mean, it's an opportunity if young people are trained, if young people have vocational training, if we create enough jobs, and we can see the opportunities in agriculture. But if we don't do that, we can see the other side of the story, would be despair, young people groups that would sort of engage into terrorist activities. So this is a question of leadership too, that is posed to us. What kind of development strategies based on mutual collaboration and respect we could put forward to address these issues. So we are in turmoil, but at the same time we are seeing great areas of optimism and progress, and how can we mitigate the minuses and increase the pluses? That's how I look at it. And I do believe that we do have to increase the opportunities within the South-South cooperation. I talked about the relationship between Morocco and Senegal, but also within ECOWAS and within, southern countries, and even, inviting China also to learn from them. They have accelerated their growth over time. They have reduced very quickly the number of poor people. So how can we be inspired at that? How can we also continue, to enjoy nice relationship with our old friends? We don't trade them off. That also is to be said. But we're expanding our numbers of friends, and all of that based in mutual respect. And you cannot talk about turmoil and not address the issue of immigration, which is some of the tension point between Europe and Africa, and that also we have to sit and have a very serene discussion. Africans are migrating mostly within Africa. 90% of migrant African migrate within the continent. So that is something we have to say also when we talk about immigration. And some poor countries are bearing the weight of huge numbers of refugees within Africa. But when you have an attack in one part of the border, usually, the population move to the other side, and they're welcome because that's how we look at it. Frontier are very sort of young in the history of Africa. It came with colonization. Otherwise, we used to move around based on affinities we have here and there. So that is something we have to look at. The regional cooperation also, I talked about ECOWAS and how we are making sure that we harmonize our legal framework, how we collaborate when it comes to security and all. I think one of the solution of sort of moving forward is to redefine, the commonalities we share. And that's why I am always happy to come here to the Atlantic Dialogue, because it's the way to connect to each other and find new ways of rekindling human cooperation, because that's what we have seen over time, over the time of history. There are some dark times where people sort of, sort of close themselves, I would say. But most of the time, if you look at history in the long run, we collaborated a lot. We exchanged cultures. We exchanged knowledge. And that's the way forward, actually. So we are in turmoil, but let's reflect about how we can sort of redynamize the relationship we had, over, the space we share, which is the Atlantic, but which is the world, which is the region, in a more participatory way. I think that's one of the issues. If we are in turmoil, that's because we are seeing in many places and countries an increase of inequality gaps. And that, we have to address it very seriously. People who came from France saw how difficult it was to come with the strike. When you look at TV, what's going on in Chile, what's going on in many places also in Africa. So I think it speaks also to inequalities that we have to face and address it from a political point of view and very aggressively if we want to make sure that young people have hope in the future. Because in a continent like Africa, 70% of the population is below 35. You got to give hope, not only in words, but in action to that population if you want to get out of the turmoil or, stay away from turmoil. So that is also something that we have to look at. But I'm a strong believer in international cooperation, international peace, in multilateralism. We have produced lot of good example. I can cite HIV/AIDS. That's through international cooperation that we got rid of AIDS mostly. Now we are sort of managing the effects. But as a pandemic, I think we managed as a human society to address that. We can do that in many other topics, youth, women. We didn't talk about women. That is an important piece. Addressing all the rights of women over the board. I think as an international community we can do that and support each other where we are, and that's one of the objective I believe of this dialogue. Thank you.
Fantastic. Now before we go to have questions, I just wanted to ask two questions. Len, is it Trump's fault? Because one of the things we see is that despite everything that has been said about President Donald Trump, the U.S. hasn't engaged in any wars compared to what his predecessors did. So is Trump the one that's sparkling and making things get worse for the American liberal order, or not?
I think it's an interesting question. No, there are no new wars. And
just trade wars.
I was going to say that.
Everything
is a trade war now.
No, but I'm going to come to that. Precisely that point. In ancient times, when there was friction between a rise in power and one perhaps that was trying to hold on to its place and maybe descending, the accommodation was through war. We're not getting the sense that it will be more war in the military way of the past. But there can be absolutely no doubt that with Trump, we see a weaponization of economic policy in every realm that we can think of. So power and might, in fact, have many different dimensions. And economic power is a might that we are seeing weaponized, and certainly in the issue of the trade sanctions and the tit for tat. There's no other country in the world that could have stood up to this onslaught by the United States in the way that it has, but China, because it is able to retaliate. So I would say yes, what President Trump has done, even in the use of using trade and development cooperation policies as a weapon in the fight against illegal migration with Mexico, as we saw earlier this year, to great effect, is an entirely different use of the principle and the thought of might and where it takes us. And I say yes, two things. One, President Trump's policies are very frontal, and this is the nature of his administration. But I don't think it's also his fault completely, because we saw a shift in the United States from even before. A reluctance of the people of the United States to go to war in which they don't feel that they have a compelling national interest. So I think when President Trump is no longer the CEO of the United States, we're not necessarily going to see the United States coming front and forward anymore in this sense of policing the world. So I think that there are certain measures. The language will change, and certainly the thought of the EU as the number one foe of the United States will also change if there's a new administration. But I think there's a long-lasting trend that we are seeing. And the issue of war is war by a different name.
Now, and Annabelle, you said one thing that I think was interesting. And the Economist also covered that some time ago. There are two models that are incompatible: the capitalist model of the United States and the state-owned enterprises model of China. Is this clash going to be constant? I don't see China changing. What will happen?
Well, that explains the importance of trade rules, because trade rules are in place precisely to help manage those frictions. Because it's not that the world is going to live only under one system. You're going to continue to have different systems. The question is, how can these two systems coexist? And it's not really, the question is not just because we are having trouble designing the rules to minimize frictions. The answer to that is not to decouple. The answer to that is more global cooperation. So I think what part of the tensions that we are seeing today is that there is a view that we need to move forward with these new rules to address, as I was saying, the state distortions in the economy. And there are others that basically say either China changes or we are going to favor a decoupling from China. And I think the confrontation between those two views is, in a way, what has us where we are today.
Fantastic. I should remind you that China doesn't call it trade war, they call it trade frictions. That's the official line of the Chinese government. Now, we say in Brazil, my country, that you cannot light a candle to two saints, right? You have to pick one. In this world of turmoil where you have the United States on one side and China, what do you do, Prime Minister? Which saint do you light a candle for? Is that right?
We do both. We, as I say, we don't want to trade our old friends for new ones, so we expand families. We are good at it in Africa. The more, the merrier. And I think everybody has an advantage to offer. But we also are very interested in looking at the Chinese experience because they were able, in a very short time, to reduce the number of poor. That's what Africa is looking forward to. Of course, you have to compare things. I mean, Chinese civilization is, a whole thing of its own. But yet, there are some strategies we can learn from. We are very interested also in what the U.S. has to offer. And that's the first, no matter what you say, it's the first economic power, although not in numbers anymore. It's China. So I think we are sitting, in a big table, and we also look forward. As I said, I'm a believer in multilateralism. The United Nations has also a role to play to be a convener. So you don't have to choose between this one and the other one. I mean, those times are over. But a lot of sort of see where our comparative advantages are. A country like Senegal is very close to France. That's why I'm speaking French rather than Spanish. So there also we are sharing a lot of things culturally and economically. So I think Africa can be an honest broker. We don't see ourselves being involved in any economic friction, as it said, or economic war. What we want is fair deals with each of them, either China or the US. And I think that's the way the African Union see itself, sort of talking to the rest of the world, advocating for new paradigm based on fairness, which is very important. We don't feel like Africa has been treated fairly over history. So things are changing with the new generation of leaders, and that's what we see. And before talking to the rest of the world, what we are looking forward is being together. We want to build a being togetherness within Africa, and I think that's one of the objective of the leadership of the African Union, meaning the groups of presidents. Of course, we have to sort out some of our internal issues. Of course, making sure that we go through fair elections, that we respect human rights, etc., because we are part of the international community. We don't want to disconnect ourselves, but at the same time, we want to make sure that we have more teeth and stronger sort of comparative advantages within ourselves. I can be very specific when it comes to West Africa. Our biggest country is Nigeria. So Nigeria itself is half of the population of the rest. So we also oftentimes going through, some minor difficulties that we try to work out. As you know, there were some border issues with Nigeria and its neighbors. We have to come in. I mean, the leadership of the ECOWAS had to intervene, to sort of calm down issues. So that's the way I look at it. We want to put our house in order. We want to be strong. We want to stay also loyal to our older friend, but we want to welcome our new friends. And what happened at the international scene, we bring the voice of reason, and the UN has to also be a convener and other, regional grouping. So I think I'm not sort of despair about, the way the world can come back to some order. And as you said, one of the big players didn't go to war for the past 4 years, which is a good news. No matter what the rhetoric is, the most important thing are facts. And I think one of the reasons is war is going to change its face. Now we are not talking about, sort of official wars, but terrorism is enough of a war, and we have to address it collectively and be, in solidarities every time, we face these issues.
Fantastic. PJ, what do you say?
Yes.
Should we light a candle to China or to the U.S.? The Chinese are probably going to buy more agricultural products from Africa than the Americans. What do you say? Do you agree with the Prime Minister?
So I think, let me first touch on one point which he made, in that we really, as a continent, need to first look inwards. Most importantly, we must look inwards. I like to call it, there must be a decolonization of the mindset as well as the lines that have been put in place. It's absolutely critical. We need to know who it is we are as a people, and we need to work together. We look at intra-Africa trade, it's a paltry 12 to 15%. We have to begin to foster economic ties. We need to begin to trade amongst ourselves. It's absolutely critical. That's the only way that Africa is going to grow. As you see, as she also touched upon as well, ECOWAS is in a bit of an uproar because Nigeria has closed its borders. And in accordance with ECOWAS protocol, ECOWAS is supposed to enable the free movement of goods and people. But closing the border essentially is a reactive and retrogressive policy. And is primarily being closed, for agricultural. Agricultural produce that's coming in through the ports in Benin and Togo and being smuggled across the border. And so the administration currently in place is saying that, okay, why aren't we growing these respective things in our country? And my counter to that is the requisite enabling environment isn't being put in place. How do you, is the right financing being accorded to farmers? We can't, when you have interest rates that are in the double digits, from anywhere from 20 to 25%, how can you extend that to a farmer? How is a farmer going to be able to pay that back? It's simply exorbitant. It's not possible. Insurance, infrastructure, all these things are impeding the agricultural sector from growing. And also, we also, as Nigeria as a country, we also have to begin to extend our soft power as well, especially in the ECOWAS region. We know that we have a lot of natural gas, the largest reserves in Africa. What's stopping us from saying, Benin, Togo, Ghana, all the way up to Senegal, we want to extend natural gas across to you so you can industrialize. You can, you have constant electricity, manufacturing, the agricultural sector as well can come on stream and on board. More jobs are created and so forth. So in turn, what you end up seeing is that the reliance on imports from external nations reduces, and we're essentially producing our own goods and food and so forth and stuff like that, and trading amongst ourselves. That's really the way to bolster this, to bolster ECOWAS and the economic and the movement of free goods and people and so forth. So that's absolutely critical. I don't believe we shouldn't choose one in favor of the other. We should continue to build upon our relationship with China. We should continue to build upon our relationship with the US. And like I said, we need to really look at geography. I'm going to reemphasize that as well. Africa is one contiguous landmass to the Far East. We need to look at ourselves and say, hey, listen, there's an opportunity for us to begin to have, to extend ourselves, to have ties, to have trade relations with these countries that go along this this geographic expression. So yes, we're not choosing one in favor of the other, but we're looking at it as Africans first and saying, okay, listen, how do we galvanize and take advantage of what we have to essentially trade with the rest of the world.
Fantastic. And read a final question here. In this time of turmoil, hysteria is going to increase in Africa.
I'm sorry?
With this time of turmoil, hysteria is more likely to increase in Africa.
Absolutely, and it will increase, and we have seen that in the last, at least in the last couple of months, in terms of the violence is spiking in the region. I'm speaking about the region that I know very well, and then we will see different types of terrorism as well, because these groups are very creative, very innovative. They will challenge whatever measures you will have in place. So if we don't build a resilient communities to counter that and prevent them from coming in and coming in with the new types of terrorism, we will always face that challenge. So in the short term, I definitely see an increase in violence and terrorism, but in the long term, we don't know. That's something that we have to approach with caution, and also we have to look at it differently. That's what I just said, is different types of terrorism will emerge, as we have seen also cyber terrorism as well. So there are different challenges that we face with terrorism in the region.
Fantastic. Now, any questions? Go ahead, sir. Now, I need a microphone. Let me use it here. Okay, here on the left, right. You, sir. Let's do 3 questions at a time. Now, let us know your name, where you come from, and all that.
All right. My name is João Bosco Monte. I'm from the Brazil Africa Institute, from Brazil. So the name of this event, the session, the South in times is in the time of turmoil. And look into the statement of the Prime Minister, I think we may change time of hope. Because if you come to this place, and if you leave this place without hope, there is no reason to be here. So we need to leave this place with the possibility to think that the world has a solution. And the solution that we may think to address is to bring employment, especially for young people. So if you do not bring young people to the discussion, if you do not give hope to the young people, we cannot have hope as well. But for us to have hope and giving to young people opportunities and employment, we need to include in the discussion the role of the private sector, the companies that moves the country and the region. So the question maybe for the panelists is how can we include the private sector in the discussion to bring hope to the young people?
Okay, we'll hold that up. I think Annabelle can answer that after this, right? How we can include the private sector. Now, let me move to here, and then we'll go back here. Yes, sir?
My name is Hung Tran, formerly from Vietnam. Now I live in the U.S., Washington. One of the key reasons for the turmoil we are in now originated not from the South, but from the North, from the mature democracies, the disenchantment, the dissatisfaction, the resentment of many citizens in the US and Europe because they felt that they were left behind with globalization, global trade, technology, and so on. And therefore, the populist backlash that we have seen, which likely will continue to grow even more in the future. Now, my question to the panel is, since the origin of the turmoil that impacting the South comes from the North, and therefore the solution of that particular source of turmoil has to originate from the North, what can the South do to get out of this problem, these challenges, and bring in a new order?
Now, Prime Minister, can you address that in your answer? Hold on one second. One third question here. You, sir, hold on one second.
Bonjour, moi je vais m'exprimer en I'm going to speak in French. Ante Montagna, the Afrimac Publications directed my question. Now we're living in a world where compensation of capital, remuneration of capital is the priority of the leaders since the 80s. And this continues today with Trump, not Reagan, sorry, I said Reagan. No, it was back in the 80s. And other leaders. And we see the consequences of this on the environment and the economies of the weakest countries. Do you have solutions to propose? Are there any solutions you can table to the world? Thank you. Thank you.
Now, that is a difficult question. A solution to Len, do you want to address that?
I was not wearing my headphones,
Okay,
unfortunately, so I got part of the question.
Okay, can you repeat the question, sir?
No,
Est-ce que vous pouvez répéter la question?
No, it's the translation of the question.
Okay. C'est la traduction de la question, puisque je n'avais pas porté le casque. Madam, we are living in a world where the remuneration, quote unquote, of capital since the beginning of the 80s is the rule. And we see the disastrous consequences of this economic policy on the environment and on our economies, mostly of those of developing countries. Do you have any solutions to table?
And the solutions for hold on one second, for the economic development. One final question on this round. You, sir, wanted to ask a question?
Ma question est pour Madame. My question is to Madame Annabelle. We just learned that the United States did refuse to appoint the 2 judges of the Court of Appeal of WTO. Are we at the beginning of the dismantling of this multilateral tool?
Now let's do. Annabelle, we start with you.
All right. Let me maybe first start with the question on the role of the private sector.
Okay.
And I'd like to say that the role of the private sector is critical to generate jobs. It's critical to increase growth, and it's critical to promote innovation. But private sector cannot thrive in an environment of uncertainty. So this is why it's very important that we are able to bring rules that are applied effectively to all participants so that private sector can continue to thrive. It is an environment with certainty, with predictability, that private sector can continue to grow. If we look at what is happening today, trade policy uncertainty is driving growth down across the world. Many companies are holding their investments because they don't know exactly what is going to happen. That is not good for growth. That is not good for job creation. That is not good for the young populations that are in need of employment in many places in the world.
Okay. Should the solutions come from the north? Okay, all right.
Sorry for the technician. Well, I think the turmoils come in many directions. And the base of the turmoil, as I said, is the widening of inequalities, whether it's in the north or the south. We also do have our homework to do. But when it reaches a certain point, it triggers such frustration that you have disorder. And that's what we've been seeing. The left behind in the north, or the massive also left behind in the south. PJ said that we are seeing young people moving toward the cities. But what you have also is, huge pocket of poverty in cities and rural areas being also sort of left over. So I think the whole idea around social justice is posed to all societies. And it transcends ideology. We are in the world where no longer poor people can accept to just sit and watch because they're more educated than their fathers and mothers. They have more access to information through the democratization of internet and etc. So I think it's not a matter of north and south. It's us as the human community. How do we want to treat each other? Do we have to look into our economic processes, as it was said, that violate the basic rule of environment and create more turmoil? We know that there are some islands that are going to disappear in 10 years in the Pacific. And they are not responsible for it. They are responsible for the type of industrialization we've been having. So this is also turmoil, but that's an opportunity to bring us together. It's unfortunate that the last COP, some of the big countries, the US didn't attend. And that has to change because we are here as a community of humans, and there is no way that we can protect ourselves and believe that nothing is happening. That's the same with terrorism, as a matter of fact. You're seeing it in all places. You can only pray that it doesn't come to you, but you have no insurance that it might happen. So I think it's a difficult time, but at the same time, it's a moment where we can sit and define a new order. And we have to do that in Africa because we have the pushing pressure of our youth that are the majority. If you want to be elected, if you want to stay on power, you better address their needs and rights in a very proactive way. I totally agree that private sector is part of it. It's not to the states to create jobs. That's companies that create jobs. And it comes back to PJ's point. In Africa, intra-trade in Africa is only 3%, which is the first problem. It is 60 to 65% in the rest of the world, within Asia, within Europe, but in Africa it's 3%. If we address that, we're going to create hundreds of thousands of jobs. But how to do that is the question. And the question is posed to our states as leaders, and it's posed also to the African Union.
Oh, fantastic. Now, Len, what about the environment? Should we be worried about the environment too?
As in the natural environment, climate change?
Yes. What's going on with the environment?
Well, yeah. I mean, I come from the Caribbean. I work a lot with small island developing states, and they're on the front lines of everything that's happening with climate change, even though, in fact, their footprint is so small. And climate change for these islands is an existential threat. It's not even something which is in the future. It's happening right now. Hurricanes and cyclones are getting increasingly more violent in the islands. 2 years ago, we had 4 Category 5 hurricanes come through the islands, wiped out GDP per capita growth for about 20 years. So it is something that we're going to have to deal with. I mean, for the first time, however, I think this year we see an increasing crescendo of voices, not only from the usual suspects like small island developing states, but across the world saying, this is no more, and there is an emergency, and we're all going to have to deal with it. But I wanted to just pick up on 2 quick things that were also raised. One was the issue of inequality. You know, inequality has been put very firmly at the heart of everything that globalization has done so far. People in the rich world have said it's because jobs have been taken away, it's because of free markets and all of those sort of things. But we have only to look at the little country of Bolivia. Bolivia was one of the poorest countries in Latin America. Under the former president's 14-year term, he was able to reduce absolute poverty from 60% to 30% and grow GDP per capita from 1,000 to almost 4,000 US dollars in less than 14 years. And he did so administratively through progressive systems of redistribution. So it's not the fact that wealth is not being created enough so that everybody can share in it. It's because the policies that are required in the richer world to make sure that those who are at the lower end also get a fair share has not, in fact, taken hold. So that in the United States, we see the top 1% after 2008, 2009, instead of holding on to 60% of wealth, now own 90% of wealth. So we see increasing polarization and not less. And the last quick thing that I wanted to say with respect of hope for the youth in Africa, given the demographic divide, which is a double-edged sword. Yes, it is. Because if you've got almost 900 million young people in the next coming decades who do not have good prospects for jobs, you have a continent, the closest continent to Africa, which is Europe, which is aging rapidly, and that threat is Europe's economic and social stability and its prosperity. Surely, in that demographic discussion, there are seeds for a true partnership, a real partnership based on trust and mutual respect, so that Africa and Europe can combine resources to provide the training, the skills that are required, both for Africa's development as well as to subsidize what needs to happen as well in Europe. It could be a win-win, but it's going to take a lot of exceptional leadership in this moment, in this time, to deal with all of these issues and have the political courage to deal with them. And I think exceptional leadership today is lacking, even whilst we speak of hope. But it's going to take that kind of leadership.
Fantastic. Win-win is the phrase that I hear the most in China. Now, I have time for 2 quick questions, because I was told we have 5 minutes. So we'll do you and you in the back, sir. Go ahead.
Thank you very much, and thank you for all the panelists. Very quickly,
your name and where are you from?
My name is Ángel Losada. I'm the EU Special Representative for the Sahel. Then my question goes directly for what has been said on the Sahel. I mainly share the situation as has been analyzed. Actually, if you don't know, yesterday has been a terrible attack in Niger with 70 soldiers who have been killed yesterday. This comes after what happened in France the other day. I mean, the situation is worsening, but the situation is worsening, and unfortunately, we are not facing a new and good area. But nevertheless, when it has been said that there is no strategy, yes, there are strategies. There is one strategy, for instance, the EU established in 2011.
I need your question.
Yes, a strategy on the Sahel with links, security, and development. And that's how the way we have to work. The problem we have today, 17 strategies. You don't think that the main problem now is a problem of coordination of all the different strategies like the G5, the EU, the P3S by the French, on security and development. That's the main question, and I think we have to face a real problem of coordination today.
Okay.
Thank you.
Fantastic. Now, do we have any, Do I have any woman that wants to ask a question? Because I need to make sure that I have gender balance in my question. Is that? No? No women? Okay, all right. Don't blame me. Okay, there is one. Yours will be the last. Sorry, I didn't want to interrupt you. Yours will be the last question.
Maureen Chibo is my name, from Nigeria. I publish Real News Magazine online. You talked about Len. I want you to address this question. You talk about New World Order. I want to know how disruptive the New World Order will be to the countries of the South, especially Africa.
Okay, so Rita and Len.
Okay. Can I quickly say to you that I see this very much as an opportunity for the South, and let's say the global South, because the evolution that we have in right now is perhaps two superpowers with many great powers. You have the rise of China. Some people like to say China is a junior superpower by whatever name. China's roots are in the South. So if we have a bipolar configuration in which you've got a big power who is rooted in the South and has friends as well among us, it gives us a wider menu of options. That's the very first thing. We also have great powers in the making. Malaysia, Indonesia, Turkey, Brazil, Nigeria, all of these countries are very much southern countries. We're able now to coordinate our efforts to be able to translate growing economic power into the political capital required to, at the global level, influence and lobby for our own agenda. That can only be a good thing. We've spoken about South-South cooperation. The more of us who are able with economic power to build bridges and work together South-South towards a common agenda, that too is a good thing. And more South-South cooperation builds the sort of trust that is required for us to deal with frozen conflicts that we've seen even among ourselves in the South. So I don't see it as a disruption. I see it as a major opportunity if we are able to adequately organize ourselves to make use of this opportunity.
Rita.
Yes, thank you for the question. And there are plenty of strategies. There are definitely strategies on paper, but unfortunately, there is personally, as an analyst, as a researcher, and what I see on the field, I spend a lot of time on the field in rural areas, including conflict-affected areas. And the narrative that I get from the local population is that they haven't seen the results, including on the borders area, in the border areas. The French intervention, for example, so their mandate is very clear. And when I talk to local communities, and they say, yes, they have done a really good job, good job of chasing the bad guys from the key towns, key cities. They don't control territories, but they continue to operate. They continue, as we saw yesterday, before yesterday, the attack on Niger-Malian borders, and in the past month as well. So and also they're changing their strategies on how they operate and how the attack before yesterday, as I said, the different types of terrorism, and the complex attacks they do. They disrupted communication, and so they can carry those attacks, and so the response will not come on time. The relationship between security and development, and that's the key question. There's with the Sahel G5, there is security side, but also Alliance du Sahel working on development issues, but the results are not there yet. Security measures have had a very negative impact on communities on the borders. When they were neglected in the past, then comes 2012. Security measures were in place, and who was hurt first? Those communities. So they're not able, there are states of emergencies, borders are closed, they're not able to move around. I'm talking about economy and employment. They're not able to conduct trade and move as freely as they used to under the population movement. They're not looking to migrate to Europe. They're looking to just for areas where they can be safe and they can continue to survive. So this interruption that security measures have happened that have had on local communities is severe, and I've seen it and I have heard it from the people that are mostly affected. And we can continue this conversation later on.
Now, fantastic. To conclude the panel, and I've been told that we have to finish, I just wanted to You know, I come from Brazil, and we always say that we're very optimists, like he said, you know, about the future and the hope. Now, in one phrase, should we be hopeful about the future? Even though we're living in a time of turmoil.
I need your microphone.
Oh, that's true. Is it working?
So wonderful. Well, I'm hopeful.
Oh, no, it's not working.
It's not working.
Okay.
I raised my
Something
voice.
against you, so yeah.
Sorry for that. I'm very hopeful. I do believe that we have seen that over history. That's the advantage of aging. You see things. Terrorism in Russia was a big time. I mean, it was an issue. If you look into it, 15 years ago, nobody talks about it any longer. I'm not talking about the method and everything, but we have seen countries emerging from turmoil. I do think that terrorism is not here to stay. I think that if the international community get its act together, and I think the points that he's making is very important, African armies need to have the means to defend themselves. I mean, we cannot subcontract our security to others. That is something, the African Union has to solve. We have to put more budget to our armies. They have to be professional so they can defend themselves. And if within the international scene we can work that out, I think we are going to get rid of that. And if we combine very effective development strategies addressing youth employment, bringing the private sector, making sure that we have a democracy that works, I think this is going to be memory of the past very quickly. But if we are still lingering around and, each of us having its own little interests, beneath, of course, it's going to be here for long. But I think that we do have the means to get rid of terrorism. We do have the means as a human community to get rid of poverty. That's the thing. I mean, there are a lot of researches that have been made, but it's up to international leadership. It's up to our national leadership and to come back to Africa. Again, we are only doing 3% of intra-Africa trade. Imagine if we raise it to 50%, what it would bring in terms of jobs. So I think we are in turmoil, but there are places of hope, and I do believe we have to draw on that and make sure that we have a better world for the next year to come.
So we should all be hopeful because we'll all be old in the future. Go ahead, you.
No, I think...
Quickly.
Quickly, I'll make it quick. First and foremost, let me just thank my esteemed colleagues on the panel. It's been an enlightening discussion. And thank you as well for moderating. Thank you to the people in attendance as well, and also the person I co-authored as well, Fatima Azara as well. I want to thank her as well. Yes, there is hope for the future. But what I will say most importantly is that my esteemed colleague to the left said, there needs to be a drastic shift in terms of leadership. What we're suffering from now truly is a lack of creativity from leadership at the very top. What needs to happen essentially is that there needs to be a blueprint that is articulated. People need to see a pathway to prosperity. It needs to say, okay, listen, this is the agenda, this is what we're going to do, and this is how it's going to be implemented and carried out. And what you'll see is that once you can galvanize people behind that, it will automatically root out troublesome elements of society. And then one thing I will end it with is just saying that the surest pathway to peace is through trade. Trade engenders peace. So let's begin to put this enabling environment in place. Show people that, yes, I'm going to the roads, there's infrastructure, all these enabling environments are going to be put in place as conduits to trade. Once that's put in place, nobody's going to want to fight, because everyone sees that, okay, we all have a role to partake and play. Not only for social mobility, but also towards building nationhood and states and so forth. Okay. So yes, there's hope.
Fantastic. I'm sure you would all like to hear from Rita, Len, and Annabelle, but it's your lunchtime. And I'm sure that, whatever they say is going to interrupt your lunchtime and you're going to be very mad. So I wanted to thank the panel for their presentation today. And make sure that you get the magazine, which is outside then. Thank you very much. Enjoy your lunch. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your participation this first morning. We will now break for networking lunches and reconvene at 2:30. Please enjoy your meal.
Thank you.
Gracias, Anabel.
Gracias por la moderación.
No, no.
Me van a tomar una foto, Marcos.
Ah,
Te saludo.
perfecto. Ajá.
Después de la foto te saludo.
Ah, sí, quieren tomar una foto.
Diálogos do Atlântico, The Atlantic Dialogues, é um evento anual que vem ocorrendo desde 2012. Esse, portanto, terá o 9º evento. E é um evento fantástico, porque ele reúne lideranças do setor privado, autoridades governamentais, pessoas de ONGs, brilhantes jovens líderes emergentes, e num ambiente bem descontraído se discutem e se debatem de maneira interativa temas ricos da atualidade. Um traço marcante é que essas pessoas que participam, elas vêm de todo o Atlântico, então tem-se pessoas da África, pessoas da Europa, pessoas da América do Norte, da América Central, da América do Sul. O Brasil tem sempre uma participação importante. E os temas são os temas da atualidade que interessam a todos. Por exemplo, esse ano, o tema maior é o Sul em tempos de turbulência. E vocês podem entender a importância do tema no nosso contexto atual. Os debates são sobre temas econômicos, políticos, de relações internacionais, segurança, cultura e assim por diante. É um evento fantástico, eu participei já de quase todos. Estou muito contente que poderei mais uma vez esse ano estar lá presente.
I have a long experience with AZ because I'm from the beginning on it. And it was a very nice experience because we could put together people that came from the Americas, Europe, and Africa. And that was fantastic to have this kind of a real Atlantic dialogue. For the first time, we had a kind of Atlantic dialogue that was the whole Atlantic, and not only North American Atlantic, but also trying to put together also the South Americans and the Africans. And that made us think differently. And that was very, very nice. It's a very diverse people came in. And so it was a kind of way of talking freely in a very good ambiance. And it's very creative. It's very, very creative.
The Atlantic Dialogues Conference is a very important time for the Policy Center for the New South. It's a time where the Policy Center staff comes together to organize a high-level conference, and it's really the fruit of team effort. My experience at the Atlantic Dialogues Conference started in 2014, where I participated as a volunteer. I then joined the Policy Center staff in 2015 as permanent staff, and I have been very fortunate over the years to play different roles. Today, I am the program coordinator for the Atlantic Dialogues Emerging Leaders program that happens 2 days prior to the conference. And we try to contribute to youth empowerment and intergenerational dialogue during the conference and beyond.
طبعا كنت قد شاهدت الكثير من القمم ومن الحضور، ولكن كانت على المستوى الحكومي. أول مرة يمكن أن نرى أن مؤسسة غير حكومية تنظم مؤتمرا أو لقاء بهذا الحجم. هذا عن فيما يخص يعني التنظيم والحضور. أما فيما يخص الموضوعات، ما يخص الموضوعات هي لقاءات أطلسية بكل معنى الكلمة. كذلك تستجيب لطموحها. هذا الطموح اللي هو أن تمتد أهمية المحيط الأطلسي وأن لا يبقى مقتصرا فقط على الشمال، فهو كذلك ينزل إلى الجنوب. نرى هنا لقاء بين ناس من ضفتي الأطلسي، ضفته الغربية وضفته الشرقية، وكذلك من شماله ومن جنوبه. المواضيع التي كانت تطرح هي كذلك مواضيع التي يمكن أن نستنبط منها ما يمكن أن يكون نافعا أو دروسا في الحالة التي يعيشها العالم في يومنا هذا. هذه حالة تردد سياسي، والحالة أكاد أقول الفوضوية التي يعيشها العالم، فيمكن أن نستنبط الكثير من الدروس من تدخلات هؤلاء الشخصيات الذين عايشوا العالم لا في صفته القديمة أي أثناء الحرب الباردة، ولا هؤلاء الذين يفكرون الآن في حلول أو في المنظار الذي يمكن أن ينظر به العالم في وقته الحالي.
Atlantic Dialogue, c'est une conférence, quand on y participe, on comprend mieux l'essence même du nom de cette conférence. C'est une sorte d'arbre à palabres où des positions, des visions qui ont pu sembler divergentes convergent vers l'objectif commun qui est d'arriver au vivre ensemble dans l'espace atlantique et au-delà. Atlantic Dialogue également puise dans les ressources culturelles, sociales du bassin atlantique pour offrir des solutions au monde, solutions de développement et d'amitié entre les peuples.
The Emerging Leaders Program is one of the most interesting and wonderful programs I've been part of. Not only are you able to meet people from all over the world, especially young leaders from Africa, from Europe, from South America, from America, but you're also able to learn on the most important topics of our day. You're able to hone your leadership skills and learn how to have a more profound impact. The Atlantic Dialogues has also become one of the most important meeting points of all the international affairs players. Join it.
What came across us is really a huge gap in perception and indeed in vision. And I have to say it as such, between North and South when it comes to the Atlantic and the potential and the vision.
How do we reset the policy agenda in this wider Atlantic community so it reflects the interests of these new powers and the common goals of all nations that border the Atlantic?
Today about the empowerment that there is right across so many areas, so many communities. What value are national borders now, whether in Africa or in North and South America or elsewhere?
So now when you are going home after this beautiful conference, you have two choices. Either you close the book, you say that it was really nice to be here. Got a new friends, new perspectives, new ideas. But you know, the world is still bad out there, you know? What can I do? Or you change the page to a new page.
And being here, I learn from all of you. You are some of the most creative and smartest people in the world dealing with issues around the Atlantic Basin.
Connecting with communities at the grassroots level, trying to bring the knowledge of expertise and science, which we believe in, to local communities, all stakeholders, to build together better policies by involving the populations.
Africa is young. The rest of the world is aging.
But we're ready to take on that challenge because we're ready to change Africa. We're ready to make sure that the millions of people of Africa will have the same opportunities.
The potential of Africa with a very young population that is now being educated and is in fact really ready to play their role.
I think to always expect the worst and hope for the best.
Diálogos do Atlântico, The Atlantic Dialogues, é um evento anual que vem ocorrendo desde 2012. Esse, portanto, terá o 9º evento. E é um evento fantástico, porque ele reúne lideranças do setor privado, autoridades governamentais, pessoas de ONGs, brilhantes jovens líderes emergentes, e num ambiente bem descontraído se discutem e se debatem de maneira interativa temas ricos da atualidade. Um traço marcante é que essas pessoas que participam, elas vêm de todo o Atlântico, então tem-se pessoas da África, pessoas da Europa, pessoas da América do Norte, da América Central, da América do Sul. O Brasil tem sempre uma participação importante. E os temas são os temas da atualidade que interessam a todos. Por exemplo, esse ano, o tema maior é o Sul em tempos de turbulência. E vocês podem entender a importância do tema no nosso contexto atual. Os debates são sobre temas econômicos, políticos, de relações internacionais, segurança, cultura e assim por diante. É um evento fantástico, eu participei já de quase todos. Estou muito contente que poderei mais uma vez esse ano estar lá presente.
have a long experience with ASY because I'm from the beginning on it. And it was a very nice experience because we could put together people that came from the Americas, Europe, and Africa. And that was fantastic to have this kind of a real Atlantic dialogue. For the first time, we had a kind of Atlantic dialogue that was the whole Atlantic, and not only North American Atlantic, but also trying to put together also the South Americans and the Africans. And that made us think differently. And what was very, very nice, it's a very diverse people came in. And so it was a kind of way of talking freely in a very good ambiance. And it's very creative. It's very, very creative.
The Atlantic Dialogues Conference is a very important time for the Policy Center for the New South. It's a time where the Policy Center staff comes together to organize a high-level conference, and it's really the fruit of team effort. My experience at the Atlantic Dialogues Conference started in 2014, where I participated as a volunteer. I then joined the Policy Center staff in 2015 as permanent staff, and I have been very fortunate over the years to play different roles. Today, I am the program coordinator for the Atlantic Dialogues Emerging Leaders Program that happens 2 days prior to the conference. And we try to contribute to youth empowerment and intergenerational dialogue during the conference and beyond.
طبعا كنت قد شاهدت الكثير من القمم ومن الحضور، ولكن كانت على المستوى الحكومي. أول مرة يمكن أن نرى أن مؤسسة غير حكومية تنظم مؤتمرا أو لقاء بهذا الحجم. هذا عن فيما يخص يعني التنظيم والحضور. أما فيما يخص الموضوعات، ما يخص الموضوعات هي لقاءات أطلسية بكل معنى الكلمة. كذلك تستجيب لطموحها. هذا الطموح اللي هو أن تمتد أهمية المحيط الأطلسي وأن لا يبقى مقتصرا فقط على الشمال، فهو كذلك ينزل إلى الجنوب. نرى هنا لقاء بين ناس من ضفتي الأطلسي، ضفته الغربية وضفته الشرقية، وكذلك من شماله ومن جنوبه. المواضيع التي كانت تطرح هي كذلك مواضيع التي يمكن أن نستنبط منها ما يمكن أن يكون نافعا أو دروسا في الحالة التي يعيشها العالم في يومنا هذا. هذه حالة تردد سياسي، والحالة أكاد أقول الفوضوية التي يعيشها العالم، فيمكن أن نستنبط الكثير من الدروس من تدخلات هؤلاء الشخصيات الذين عايشوا العالم لا في صفته القديمة أي أثناء الحرب الباردة، ولا هؤلاء الذين يفكرون الآن في حلول أو في المنظار الذي يمكن أن ينظر به العالم في وقته الحالي.
Monsieur Bassou, bonjour. Vous êtes senior fellow pour le Policy Center for the New South et vous êtes spécialiste des questions de sécurité dans le Sahel, entre autres. Je voulais vous poser une première question sur le thème de la conférence, The South in a Time of Turmoil, le Sud en période de tourmente. Qu'est-ce que vous inspire ce thème?
D'abord, il m'inspire, c'est-à-dire un Sud qui prend conscience qu'il est dans un environnement qui est l'environnement du monde. Et si le temps dans le monde est à la tourmente, comment le Sud pourrait-il si vous voulez, réagir à tout ça, d'autant plus que le Sud a toujours été l'objet des narratifs. Il n'a jamais été le sujet dans le narratif. Et donc cette manière de dire qu'est-ce que c'est que ce Sud dans la tourmente, c'est une manière de lui donner la parole, pour qu'il s'exprime, pour qu'il dise lui-même ce qu'il sent et ne plus être toujours rien que le complément d'objet.
C'est vrai. D'ailleurs, il y a deux chapitres du rapport Atlantic Currents qui correspond au thème de la conférence et qui est en train d'être présenté au moment où nous parlons, qui porte sur l'état du monde post-américain et qui pose la question de l'avenir de l'Europe carrément. Je trouve que c'est très intéressant ce point de vue du Sud sur des enjeux du Nord. Et il y a une inquiétude au Sud sur l'avenir de l'Europe, ce dont on n'entend jamais parler en Europe. Et c'est d'une originalité totale.
Si vous prenez par exemple ce Sud, si on le fait correspondre à l'Afrique, par exemple, l'Afrique est très attachée aux pays européens. Il y a des relations, je préfère dire historiques, pas de colonisation, mais des relations historiques. Et ces relations ont fait que ces pays du Nord dépendent un peu de ce qui se passe au Nord. Or, le nouvel ordre ou désordre mondial met un peu l'Europe dans une situation qui n'est pas très enviable. L'Europe, au lendemain de la chute du mur de Berlin, croyait que c'était fini, que ce n'était plus que le monde capitaliste, donc on va s'occuper beaucoup plus de bien-être que de sécurité ou que de menaces. Et déjà, au début du XXIe siècle, il s'est rendu compte que c'était le contraire qui allait se passer. Et donc, puisque cette Europe est dans la tourmente, et puisque ces pays du Sud, notamment en Afrique, dépendent de cette Europe, ils sont également dans la tourmente. Donc, de deux choses l'une, où l'Europe comprend qu'il faut s'entraider avec ce Sud, et que ce Sud est utile dans cette lutte, et les deux peuvent s'en sortir, ou on continue dans les anciennes perceptions, le Sud qui perçoit le Nord comme un colonisateur, le colonisateur qui perçoit le Sud comme une source de menace. Et à ce moment-là, je crois que les deux vont être un peu dans l'embarras.
Oui.
Ils ne pourront pas s'en sortir tous les deux. Aujourd'hui, l'Europe a besoin du Sud, le Sud a besoin de l'Europe. D'autant plus que pour ne pas être écrasé par les deux grands qui sont en train de se rivaliser aujourd'hui, la Chine et les États-Unis.
Le débat sur la migration est récurrent en Europe et évidemment l'Afrique a un autre point de vue sur sa propre migration. Est-ce qu'il vous semble que les termes du débat restent parfaitement erronés tels qu'ils se posent en Europe ?
Oui, d'abord, il y a deux dimensions. Il y a un problème europo-européen, c'est-à-dire qui se passe entre les Européens. C'est les Européens qui, entre eux, ne savent pas comment réagir face à cette migration. L'autre dimension, c'est la dimension Afrique-Europe. Et dans cette dimension Afrique-Europe, je crois qu'il y a un peu une exagération de la question. Ce n'est pas aussi menaçant que ça. Bon, il y a eu ce flux de 2015, et ce flux de 2015, d'ailleurs, où les Africains n'étaient pas, qui n'était pas dû aux Africains, qui a créé un traumatisme dont sont victimes les Africains aujourd'hui. Parce que si vous prenez, je ne fais que répéter les chiffres, c'est-à-dire que 80% de la migration africaine se fait à l'intérieur de l'Afrique, ce ne sont que 12% d'Africains qui vont en Europe, les autres ils vont dans... Donc 12% d'Africains, c'est quoi ? Si toute l'Europe n'abrite que 9 millions, je crois, d'Africains, 5 pays africains abritent 9 millions de réfugiés africains. Donc, ce problème de migration, je crois qu'il est un peu exagéré, et on ne le prend pas du bon côté.
En revanche, la question de la sécurité dans le Sahel, qui pousse quand même des populations à se déplacer et à migrer, comme on le voit aujourd'hui au Burkina Faso, reste une question centrale. Est-ce que cette question sera abordée pendant la conférence ? Est-ce que vous allez en parler ?
Oui, déjà, la présentation d'Atlantic Current, j'ai entendu Redalia Mouri déjà parler de cette question du Sahel, qui est peut-être aujourd'hui... il est au point le plus difficile que l'on peut croire. Parce que la question, comment s'en sortir ? Est-ce qu'il faut s'en sortir par l'aspect sécuritaire, c'est-à-dire par l'action sécuritaire ? Je crois que ça démontre qu'on ne peut pas. 2013, les gens n'étaient qu'au nord du Mali. Aujourd'hui, ils sont déjà aux confins du Bénin, donc aux confins du Burkina pour atteindre le Bénin. Donc, comment s'en sortir ? Et je crois qu'on s'est mal pris au début. Dès le début, on s'est mal pris. On a cru qu'en mettant des moyens militaires, qu'en mettant des moyens sécuritaires, on pourrait venir à bout de ce fléau. Et on n'a pas compris que dans tous les conflits contre-insurrectionnels, c'est la population qui compte. Je crois que jusqu'à aujourd'hui, on n'a pas compris qu'il faut gagner les cœurs, qu'il faut gagner les populations. Et tant qu'on n'arrive pas à gagner les populations, on ne gagnera pas cette guerre.
Cette guerre, qui est aussi une guerre du développement, c'est-à-dire que les problèmes sécuritaires dans le Sahel dérivent d'un ressentiment, d'un sentiment d'avoir été négligé pendant longtemps par le pouvoir central, d'une difficulté d'accès aux services sociaux de base, etc. Est-ce que une vision claire du développement comme arme, comme riposte à une situation sécuritaire fait défaut?
Je crois que la question du développement renvoie à une question de gouvernance. Si vous prenez les 5 Sahel, par exemple, les 5 pays. Dans ces 5 pays, vous allez trouver des pays millionnaires en kilomètres carrés, avec des moyens très faibles, et avec un État qui n'arrive pas à toucher tout le territoire. Donc moi, la population, l'État ne me donne rien. Pas d'école, pas de santé, pas de travail, et l'État n'a pas les moyens de me contrôler. Je deviens une zone grise. Je me mets à la merci des mafias, je me mets à la merci des groupes terroristes, parce que l'État n'y est pas. Ouais. Comment est-ce qu'on peut imaginer qu'un État avec les moyens du Mali ou les moyens du Niger ou les moyens du Tchad pouvoir contrôler tout ce territoire? Il y a un problème c'est disproportionnel entre les moyens du contrôle et les moyens de gouvernance et le territoire et la population.
Quelle serait la solution selon vous?
La solution serait d'appeler le grand absent de ce débat qui est l'Union africaine. Et je crois qu'il faudrait prendre tous les chefs d'État africains, tous les États africains en face et leur dire que pouvez-vous faire pour sauver la situation au Sahel? Que pouvez-vous donner? Des hommes, du matériel, de l'argent? Qu'est-ce que vous pouvez donner? Et cette solidarité africaine ne s'exprime pas aujourd'hui face au Sahel. Ils sont 5 pays et puis la France. Et la France aussi est seule. Il n'y a pas de solidarité européenne ni internationale avec la France aussi. Donc c'est cette question, ni la communauté internationale, ni la communauté africaine ne s'intéressent à cette question de la manière dont il faut qu'ils s'y intéressent.
On a vu des casques blancs de l'ECOMOG intervenir dans les guerres civiles au Libéria et en Sierra Leone. Est-ce que cette force panafricaine fait défaut aujourd'hui? 1 minute.
Oui, cette force africaine fait défaut. On nous parle de stand-by forces, des forces africaines en attente. Ils sont où? Depuis leur création, ça fait plus de 10 ans. Ils sont où? Et pour la question du Sahel, où est le bataillon de l'Afrique de l'Ouest? Mais on ne les voit pas. Maintenant, s'il faut à chaque problème créer une force ad hoc, on ne s'en sortira jamais.
D'accord. Merci beaucoup, Monsieur Bassou.
Merci.
Bonne conférence.
Atlantique Dialogue, c'est une conférence, quand on y participe, on comprend mieux l'essence même du nom de cette conférence. C'est une sorte d'arbre à palabres où des positions, des visions qui ont pu sembler divergentes convergent vers l'objectif commun qui est d'arriver au vivre ensemble dans l'espace atlantique et au-delà. Atlantique Dialogue également puise dans les ressources culturelles, sociales du bassin atlantique pour offrir des solutions au monde, solutions de développement et d'amitié entre les peuples.
The Emerging Leaders Program is one of the most interesting and wonderful programs I've been part of. Not only are you able to meet people from all over the world, especially young leaders from Africa, from Europe, from South America, from America, but you're also able to learn on the most important topics of our day. You're able to hone your leadership skills and learn how to have a more profound impact. The Atlantic Dialogues has also become one of the most important meeting points of all the international affairs players. Join it.
What came across us is really a huge gap in perception and indeed in vision. And I have to say it as such, between North and South when it comes to the Atlantic and the potential and the vision.
How do we reset the policy agenda in this wider Atlantic community so it reflects the interests of these new powers and the common goals of all nations that border the Atlantic?
today about the empowerment that there is right across so many areas, so many communities. What value are national borders now, whether in Africa or in North and South America or elsewhere?
So now when you are going home after this beautiful conference, you have two choices. Either you close the book, you say that, oh, it was really nice to be here, got a new friends, new perspectives, new ideas, but you know, the world is still bad out there, you know? What can I do? Or you change the page to a new page.
And being here, I learn from all of you. You are some of the most creative and smartest people in the world dealing with issues around the Atlantic basin.
Connecting with communities at the grassroots level, trying to bring the knowledge of expertise and science, which we believe in, to local communities, all stakeholders to build together better policies by involving the populations.
Africa is young. The rest of the world is aging.
But we're ready to take on that challenge because we're ready to change Africa. We're ready to make sure that the millions of people of Africa will have the same opportunities.
The potential of Africa with a very young population that is now being educated and is in fact really ready to play their role.
I think to always expect the worst and hope for the best.
Bonjour, vous êtes Senior Fellow pour le Policy Center for the New South et vous êtes spécialiste des questions de sécurité dans le Sahel, entre autres. Je voulais vous poser une première question sur le thème de la conférence, The South in a Time of Turmoil, le Sud en période de tourmente. Qu'est-ce que vous inspire ce thème?
D'abord, il m'inspire, c'est-à-dire un Sud qui prend conscience qu'il est dans un environnement qui est l'environnement du monde. Et si le temps dans le monde est à la tourmente, comment le Sud pourrait-il si vous voulez, réagir à tout ça, d'autant plus que le Sud a toujours été l'objet des narratifs. Il n'a jamais été le sujet dans le narratif. Et donc, cette manière de dire qu'est-ce que c'est que ce Sud dans la tourmente, c'est une manière de lui donner la parole, pour qu'il s'exprime, pour qu'il dise lui-même ce qu'il sent et ne plus être toujours rien que le complément d'objet.
C'est vrai. D'ailleurs, il y a deux chapitres du rapport Atlantic Currents qui correspond au thème de la conférence et qui est en train d'être présenté au moment où nous parlons, qui porte sur l'état du monde post-américain et qui pose la question de l'avenir de l'Europe carrément. Je trouve que c'est très intéressant ce point de vue du Sud sur des enjeux du Nord. Et il y a une inquiétude au Sud sur l'avenir de l'Europe, ce dont on n'entend jamais parler en Europe. Et c'est d'une originalité totale.
Si vous prenez par exemple ce Sud... si on le fait correspondre à l'Afrique, par exemple, l'Afrique est très attachée aux pays européens. Il y a des relations je préfère dire historiques, pas de colonisation, mais des relations historiques. Et ces relations ont fait que ces pays du Nord dépendent un peu de ce qui se passe au Nord. Or, le nouvel ordre ou désordre mondial met un peu l'Europe dans une situation qui n'est pas très enviable. L'Europe, au lendemain de la chute du mur de Berlin, croyait que c'était fini, que ce n'était plus que le monde capitaliste, donc on va s'occuper beaucoup plus de bien-être que de sécurité ou que de menaces. Et déjà, au début du XXIe siècle, il s'est rendu compte que c'était le contraire qui allait se passer. Et donc, puisque cette Europe est dans la tourmente, et puisque ces pays du Sud, notamment en Afrique, dépendent de cette Europe, ils sont également dans la tourmente. Donc, de deux choses l'une, où l'Europe comprend qu'il faut s'entraider avec ce Sud et que ce Sud est utile dans cette lutte, et les deux peuvent s'en sortir, ou on continue dans les anciennes perceptions, le Sud qui perçoit le Nord comme un colonisateur, le colonisateur qui perçoit le Sud comme une source de menace, et à ce moment-là, je crois que les deux vont être un peu dans l'embarras.
Oui.
Ils ne pourront pas s'en sortir tous les deux. Aujourd'hui, l'Europe a besoin du Sud, le Sud a besoin de l'Europe. D'autant plus que pour ne pas être écrasé par les deux grands qui sont en train de se rivaliser aujourd'hui, la Chine et les États-Unis.
Le débat sur la migration est récurrent en Europe et évidemment l'Afrique a un autre point de vue sur sa propre migration. Est-ce qu'il vous semble que les termes du débat restent parfaitement erronés tels qu'ils se posent en Europe ?
Oui, d'abord, il y a deux dimensions. Il y a un problème europo-européen, c'est-à-dire qui se passe entre les Européens. C'est les Européens qui, entre eux, ne savent pas comment réagir face à cette migration. L'autre dimension, c'est la dimension Afrique-Europe. Et dans cette dimension Afrique-Europe, je crois qu'il y a un peu une exagération de la question. Ce n'est pas aussi menaçant que ça. Bon, il y a eu ce flux de 2015, et ce flux de 2015, d'ailleurs, où les Africains n'étaient pas, qui n'était pas dû aux Africains, qui a créé un traumatisme dont sont victimes les Africains aujourd'hui. Parce que si vous prenez, je ne fais que répéter les chiffres, c'est-à-dire que 80% de la migration africaine se fait à l'intérieur de l'Afrique, ce ne sont que 12% d'Africains qui vont en Europe, les autres ils vont dans... Donc 12% d'Africains, c'est quoi ? Si toute l'Europe n'abrite que 9 millions, je crois, d'Africains, 5 pays africains abritent 9 millions de réfugiés africains. Donc, ce problème de migration, je crois qu'il est un peu exagéré, et on ne le prend pas du bon côté.
En revanche, la question de la sécurité dans le Sahel, qui pousse quand même des populations à se déplacer et à migrer, comme on le voit aujourd'hui au Burkina Faso, reste une question centrale. Est-ce que cette question sera abordée pendant la conférence ? Est-ce que vous allez en parler ?
Oui, déjà, la présentation d'Atlantic Current, j'ai entendu Reda Liamouri déjà parler de cette question du Sahel, qui est peut-être aujourd'hui... il est au point le plus difficile que l'on peut croire. Parce que la question, comment s'en sortir ? Est-ce qu'il faut s'en sortir par l'aspect sécuritaire, c'est-à-dire par l'action sécuritaire ? Je crois que ça démontre qu'on ne peut pas. 2013, les gens n'étaient qu'au nord du Mali. Aujourd'hui, ils sont déjà aux confins du Bénin, donc aux confins du Burkina pour atteindre le Bénin. Donc, comment s'en sortir ? Et je crois qu'on s'est mal pris au début. Dès le début, on s'est mal pris. On a cru qu'en mettant des moyens militaires, qu'en mettant des moyens sécuritaires, on pourrait venir à bout de ce fléau. Et on n'a pas compris que dans tous les conflits contre-insurrectionnels, c'est la population qui compte. Je crois que jusqu'à aujourd'hui, on n'a pas compris qu'il faut gagner les cœurs, qu'il faut gagner les populations. Et tant qu'on n'arrive pas à gagner les populations, on ne gagnera pas cette guerre.
Cette guerre, qui est aussi une guerre du développement, c'est-à-dire que les problèmes sécuritaires dans le Sahel dérivent d'un ressentiment, d'un sentiment d'avoir été négligé pendant longtemps par le pouvoir central, d'une difficulté d'accès aux services sociaux de base, etc. Est-ce que une vision claire du développement comme arme, comme riposte à une situation sécuritaire fait défaut ?
Je crois que la question du développement renvoie à une question de gouvernance. Si vous prenez le G5 Sahel, par exemple, les 5 pays. Dans ces 5 pays, vous allez trouver des pays millionnaires en kilomètres carrés, avec des moyens très faibles, et avec un État qui n'arrive pas à toucher tout le territoire. Donc moi, la population, l'État ne me donne rien. Pas d'école, pas de santé, pas de travail, et l'État n'a pas les moyens de me contrôler. Je deviens une zone grise. Je me mets à la merci des mafias, je me mets à la merci des groupes terroristes, parce que l'État n'y est pas. Ouais. Comment est-ce qu'on peut imaginer qu'un État, avec les moyens du Mali, ou les moyens du Niger, ou les moyens du Tchad, pouvoir contrôler tout ce territoire? Il y a un problème de... C'est disproportionnel entre les moyens du contrôle et les moyens de gouvernance et le territoire et la population.
Quelle serait la solution selon vous?
La solution serait d'appeler le grand absent de ce débat qui est l'Union africaine. Et je crois qu'il faudrait prendre tous les chefs d'État africains, tous les États africains en face et leur dire: que pouvez-vous faire pour sauver la situation au Sahel? Que pouvez-vous donner? Des hommes, du matériel, de l'argent? Qu'est-ce que vous pouvez donner? Et cette solidarité africaine ne s'exprime pas aujourd'hui face au Sahel. Ils sont 5 pays et puis la France. Et la France aussi est seule. Il n'y a pas de solidarité européenne ni internationale avec la France aussi. Donc c'est cette question. Ni la communauté internationale, ni la communauté africaine ne s'intéressent à cette question de la manière dont il faut qu'ils s'y intéressent.
On a vu des casques blancs de l'ECOMOG intervenir dans les guerres civiles au Libéria et en Sierra Leone. Est-ce que cette force panafricaine fait défaut aujourd'hui? 1 minute.
Oui, cette force africaine fait défaut. On nous parle de stand-by forces, des forces africaines en attente. Ils sont où? Depuis leur création, ça fait plus de 10 ans. Ils sont où? Et pour la question du Sahel, où est le bataillon de l'Afrique de l'Ouest? Mais on ne les voit pas. Maintenant, s'il faut à chaque problème créer une force ad hoc, on ne s'en sortira jamais.
D'accord. Merci beaucoup, Monsieur Bassou.
Merci.
Bonne conférence.
Diálogos do Atlântico, The Atlantic Dialogues, é um evento anual que vem ocorrendo desde 2012. Esse, portanto, terá o 9º evento. E é um evento fantástico, porque ele reúne lideranças do setor privado, autoridades governamentais, pessoas de ONGs, brilhantes jovens, líderes emergentes, e num ambiente bem descontraído se discutem e se debatem de maneira interativa temas ricos da atualidade. Um traço marcante é que essas pessoas que participam, elas vêm de todo o Atlântico, então tem-se pessoas da África, pessoas da Europa, pessoas da América do Norte, da América Central, da América do Sul. O Brasil tem sempre uma participação importante. E os temas são os temas da atualidade que interessam a todos. Por exemplo, esse ano o tema maior é o Sul em tempos de turbulência. E vocês podem entender a importância do tema no nosso contexto atual. Os debates são sobre temas econômicos, políticos, de relações internacionais, segurança, cultura e assim por diante. É um evento fantástico, eu participei já de quase todos. Estou muito contente que poderei mais uma vez esse ano estar lá presente.
I have a long experience with ASIE because I'm from the beginning on it. And it was a very nice experience because we could put together people that came from the Americas, Europe, and Africa. And that was fantastic to have this kind of a real Atlantic dialogue. For the first time, we had a kind of Atlantic dialogue that was the whole Atlantic, and not only North American Atlantic, but also trying to put together also the South Americans and the Africans. And that made us think differently. And what was very, very nice, it's a very diverse people came in. And so it was a kind of way of talking freely in a very good ambiance. And it's very creative. It's very, very creative.
The Atlantic Dialogues Conference is a very important time for the Policy Center for the New South. It's a time where the Policy Center staff comes together to organize a high-level conference, and it's really the fruit of team effort. My experience at the Atlantic Dialogues Conference started in 2014, where I participated as a volunteer. I then joined the Policy Center staff in 2015 as permanent staff, and I have been very fortunate over the years to play different roles. Today, I am the program coordinator for the Atlantic Dialogues Emerging Leaders Program that happens 2 days prior to the conference. And we try to contribute to youth empowerment and intergenerational dialogue during the conference and beyond.
طبعا كنت قد شاهدت الكثير من القمم ومن الحضور، ولكن كانت على المستوى الحكومي. أول مرة يمكن أن نرى أن مؤسسة غير حكومية تنظم مؤتمرا أو لقاء بهذا الحجم. هذا عن فيما يخص يعني التنظيم والحضور. أما فيما يخص الموضوعات، ما يخص الموضوعات هي لقاءات أطلسية بكل معنى الكلمة. كذلك تستجيب لطموحها. هذا الطموح اللي هو أن تمتد أهمية المحيط الأطلسي وأن لا يبقى مقتصرا فقط على الشمال، فهو كذلك ينزل إلى الجنوب. نرى هنا لقاء بين ناس من ضفتي الأطلسي، ضفته الغربية وضفته الشرقية، وكذلك من شماله ومن جنوبه. المواضيع التي كانت تطرح هي كذلك مواضيع التي يمكن أن نستنبط منها ما يمكن أن يكون نافعا أو دروسا في الحالة التي يعيشها العالم في يومنا هذا. هذه حالة تردد سياسي، والحالة أكاد أقول الفوضوية التي يعيشها العالم، فيمكن أن نستنبط الكثير من الدروس من تدخلات هؤلاء الشخصيات الذين عايشوا العالم لا في صفته القديمة أي أثناء الحرب الباردة، ولا هؤلاء الذين يفكرون الآن في حلول أو في المنظار الذي يمكن أن ينظر به العالم في وقته الحالي.
Atlantic Dialogue, c'est une conférence, quand on y participe, on comprend mieux l'essence même du nom de cette conférence. C'est une sorte d'arbre à palabres où des positions, des visions qui ont pu sembler divergentes convergent vers l'objectif commun qui est d'arriver au vivre ensemble dans l'espace atlantique et au-delà. Atlantic Dialogue également puise dans les ressources culturelles, sociales du bassin atlantique pour offrir des solutions au monde, solutions de développement et d'amitié entre les peuples.
The Emerging Leaders Program is one of the most interesting and wonderful programs I've been part of. Not only are you able to meet people from all over the world, especially young leaders from Africa, from Europe, from South America, from America, but you're also able to learn on the most important topics of our day. You're able to hone your leadership skills and learn how to have a more profound impact. The Atlantic Dialogues has also become one of the most important meeting points of all the international affairs players. Join it.
What came across us is really a huge gap in perception and indeed in vision. And I have to say it as such, between North and South when it comes to the Atlantic and the potential and the vision.
How do we reset the policy agenda in this wider Atlantic community so it reflects the interests of these new powers and the common goals of all nations that border the Atlantic?
Today about the empowerment that there is right across so many areas, so many communities. What value are national borders now, whether in Africa or in North and South America or elsewhere?
So now when you are going home after this beautiful conference, you have two choices. Either you close the book, you say that, oh, it was really nice to be here, got a new friends, new perspectives, new ideas. But you know, the world is still bad out there, you know? What can I do? Or you change the page to a new page.
In being here, I learn from all of you. You are some of the most creative and smartest people in the world dealing with issues around the Atlantic Basin.
Connecting with communities at the grassroots level, trying to bring the knowledge of expertise and science, which we believe in, to local communities, all stakeholders to build together better policies by involving the populations.
Africa is young. The rest of the world is aging.
But we're ready to take on that challenge because we're ready to change Africa. We're ready to make sure that the millions of people of Africa will have the same opportunities.
The potential of Africa with a very young population that is now being educated and is in fact really ready to play their role.
I think to always expect the worst and hope for the best.
Bonjour, vous êtes Senior Fellow pour le Policy Center for the New South et vous êtes spécialiste des questions de sécurité dans le Sahel, entre autres. Je voulais vous poser une première question sur le thème de la conférence, The South in a Time of Turmoil, le Sud en période de tourmente. Qu'est-ce que vous inspire ce thème?
D'abord, il m'inspire, c'est-à-dire un Sud qui prend conscience qu'il est dans un environnement qui est l'environnement du monde. Et si le temps dans le monde est à la tourmente, comment le Sud pourrait-il, si vous voulez, réagir à tout ça, d'autant plus que le Sud a toujours été l'objet des narratifs. Il n'a jamais été le sujet dans le narratif. Et donc cette manière de dire qu'est-ce que c'est que ce Sud dans la tourmente, c'est une manière de lui donner la parole, pour qu'il s'exprime, pour qu'il dise lui-même ce qu'il sent et ne plus être toujours rien que le complément d'objet.
C'est vrai. D'ailleurs, il y a deux chapitres du rapport Atlantic Currents qui correspond au thème de la conférence et qui est en train d'être présenté au moment où nous parlons, qui porte sur l'état du monde post-américain et qui pose la question de l'avenir de l'Europe carrément. Je trouve que c'est très intéressant ce point de vue du Sud sur des enjeux du Nord. Et il y a une inquiétude au Sud sur l'avenir de l'Europe, ce dont on n'entend jamais parler en Europe, et c'est d'une originalité totale.
Si vous prenez par exemple ce Sud, si on le fait correspondre à l'Afrique, par exemple, l'Afrique est très attachée aux pays européens. Il y a des relations, je préfère dire historiques, pas de colonisation, mais des relations historiques. Et ces relations ont fait que ces pays du Nord dépendent un peu de ce qui se passe au Nord. Or, le nouvel ordre ou désordre mondial met un peu l'Europe dans une situation qui n'est pas très enviable. L'Europe, au lendemain de la chute du mur de Berlin, croyait que c'était fini, que ce n'était plus que le monde capitaliste, donc on va s'occuper beaucoup plus de bien-être que de sécurité ou que de menaces. Et déjà, au début du XXIe siècle, il s'est rendu compte que c'était le contraire qui allait se passer. Et donc, puisque cette Europe est dans la tourmente, et puisque ces pays du Sud, notamment en Afrique, dépendent de cette Europe, ils sont également dans la tourmente. Donc, de deux choses l'une, où l'Europe comprend qu'il faut s'entraider avec ce Sud, et que ce Sud est utile dans cette lutte, et les deux peuvent s'en sortir, ou on continue dans les anciennes perceptions, le Sud qui perçoit le Nord comme un colonisateur, le colonisateur qui perçoit le Sud comme une source de menace. Et à ce moment-là, je crois que les deux vont être un peu dans l'embarras.
Oui.
Ils ne pourront pas s'en sortir tous les deux. Aujourd'hui, l'Europe a besoin du Sud, le Sud a besoin de l'Europe. D'autant plus que pour ne pas être écrasé par les deux grands qui sont en train de se rivaliser aujourd'hui, la Chine et les États-Unis.
Le débat sur la migration est récurrent en Europe et évidemment l'Afrique a un autre point de vue sur sa propre migration. Est-ce qu'il vous semble que les termes du débat restent parfaitement erronés tels qu'ils se posent en Europe ?
Oui, d'abord, il y a deux dimensions. Il y a un problème europo-européen, c'est-à-dire qui se passe entre les Européens. C'est les Européens qui, entre eux, ne savent pas comment réagir face à cette migration. L'autre dimension, c'est la dimension Afrique-Europe. Et dans cette dimension Afrique-Europe, je crois qu'il y a un peu une exagération de la question. Ce n'est pas aussi menaçant que ça. Bon, il y a eu ce flux de 2015, et ce flux de 2015, d'ailleurs, où les Africains n'étaient pas, qui n'était pas dû aux Africains, qui a créé un traumatisme dont sont victimes les Africains aujourd'hui. Parce que si vous prenez, je ne fais que répéter les chiffres, c'est-à-dire que 80% de la migration africaine se fait à l'intérieur de l'Afrique, ce ne sont que 12% d'Africains qui vont en Europe, les autres ils vont dans... Donc 12% d'Africains, c'est quoi ? Si toute l'Europe n'abrite que 9 millions, je crois, d'Africains, 5 pays africains abritent 9 millions de réfugiés africains. Donc, ce problème de migration, je crois qu'il est un peu exagéré, et on ne le prend pas du bon côté.
En revanche, la question de la sécurité dans le Sahel, qui pousse quand même des populations à se déplacer et à migrer, comme on le voit aujourd'hui au Burkina Faso, reste une question centrale. Est-ce que cette question sera abordée pendant la conférence ? Est-ce que vous allez en parler ?
Oui, déjà, la présentation d'Atlantic Current, j'ai entendu Redalia Mouri déjà parler de cette question du Sahel, qui est peut-être aujourd'hui... il est au point le plus difficile que l'on peut croire. Parce que la question, comment s'en sortir ? Est-ce qu'il faut s'en sortir par l'aspect sécuritaire, c'est-à-dire par l'action sécuritaire ? Je crois que ça démontre qu'on ne peut pas. 2013, les gens n'étaient qu'au nord du Mali. Aujourd'hui, ils sont déjà aux confins du Bénin, donc aux confins du Burkina pour atteindre le Bénin. Donc, comment s'en sortir ? Et je crois qu'on s'est mal pris au début. Dès le début, on s'est mal pris. On a cru qu'en mettant des moyens militaires, qu'en mettant des moyens sécuritaires, on pourrait venir à bout de ce fléau. Et on n'a pas compris que dans tous les conflits contre-insurrectionnels, c'est la population qui compte. Je crois que jusqu'à aujourd'hui, on n'a pas compris qu'il faut gagner les cœurs, qu'il faut gagner les populations. Et tant qu'on n'arrive pas à gagner les populations, on ne gagnera pas cette guerre.
Cette guerre, qui est aussi une guerre du développement, c'est-à-dire que les problèmes sécuritaires dans le Sahel dérivent d'un ressentiment, d'un sentiment d'avoir été négligé pendant longtemps par le pouvoir central, d'une difficulté d'accès aux services sociaux de base, etc. Est-ce que une vision claire du développement comme arme, comme riposte à une situation sécuritaire fait défaut?
Je crois que la question du développement renvoie à une question de gouvernance. Si vous prenez les 5 Sahel, par exemple, les 5 pays. Dans ces 5 pays, vous allez trouver des pays millionnaires en kilomètres carrés, avec des moyens très faibles, et avec un État qui n'arrive pas à toucher tout le territoire. Donc moi, la population, l'État ne me donne rien. Pas d'école, pas de santé, pas de travail, et l'État n'a pas les moyens de me contrôler. Je deviens une zone grise. Je me mets à la merci des mafias, je me mets à la merci des groupes terroristes, parce que l'État n'y est pas. Ouais. Comment est-ce qu'on peut imaginer qu'un État avec les moyens du Mali ou les moyens du Niger ou les moyens du Tchad pouvoir contrôler tout ce territoire? Il y a un problème c'est disproportionnel entre les moyens du contrôle et les moyens de gouvernance et le territoire et la population.
Quelle serait la solution selon vous?
La solution serait d'appeler le grand absent de ce débat qui est l'Union africaine. Et je crois qu'il faudrait prendre tous les chefs d'État africains, tous les États africains en face et leur dire que pouvez-vous faire pour sauver la situation au Sahel? Que pouvez-vous donner? Des hommes, du matériel, de l'argent? Qu'est-ce que vous pouvez donner? Et cette solidarité africaine ne s'exprime pas aujourd'hui face au Sahel. Ils sont 5 pays et puis la France. Et la France aussi est seule. Il n'y a pas de solidarité européenne ni internationale avec la France aussi. Donc c'est cette question, ni la communauté internationale, ni la communauté africaine ne s'intéressent à cette question de la manière dont il faut qu'ils s'y intéressent.
On a vu des casques blancs de l'ECOMOG intervenir dans les guerres civiles au Libéria et en Sierra Leone. Est-ce que cette force panafricaine fait défaut aujourd'hui? 1 minute.
Oui, cette force africaine fait défaut. On nous parle de stand-by forces, des forces africaines en attente. Ils sont où? Depuis leur création, ça fait plus de 10 ans. Ils sont où? Et pour la question du Sahel, où est le bataillon de l'Afrique de l'Ouest? Mais on ne les voit pas. Maintenant, s'il faut à chaque problème créer une force ad hoc, on ne s'en sortira jamais.
D'accord. Merci beaucoup, Monsieur Bassou.
Merci.
Bonne conférence.
Diálogos do Atlântico, The Atlantic Dialogues, é um evento anual que vem ocorrendo desde 2012. Esse, portanto, terá o 9º evento. E é um evento fantástico, porque ele reúne lideranças do setor privado, autoridades governamentais, pessoas de ONGs, brilhantes jovens, líderes emergentes, e num ambiente bem descontraído se discutem e se debatem de maneira interativa temas ricos da atualidade. Um traço marcante é que essas pessoas que participam, elas vêm de todo o Atlântico, então tem-se pessoas da África, pessoas da Europa, pessoas da América do Norte, da América Central, da América do Sul. O Brasil tem sempre uma participação importante. E os temas são os temas da atualidade que interessam a todos. Por exemplo, esse ano, o tema maior é o Sul em tempos de turbulência. E vocês podem entender a importância do tema no nosso contexto atual. Os debates são sobre temas econômicos, políticos, de relações internacionais, segurança, cultura e assim por diante. É um evento fantástico, eu participei já de quase todos. Estou muito contente que poderei mais uma vez esse ano estar lá presente.
I have a long experience with ASI because I'm from the beginning on it. And it was a very nice experience because we could put together people that came from the Americas, Europe, and Africa. And that was fantastic to have this kind of a real Atlantic dialogue. For the first time, we had a kind of Atlantic dialogue that was the whole Atlantic, and not only North American Atlantic, but also trying to put together also the South Americans and the Africans. And that made us think differently. And what was very, very nice, it's a very diverse people came in. And so it was a kind of way of talking freely in a very good ambiance. And it's very creative. It's very, very creative.
The Atlantic Dialogues Conference is a very important time for the Policy Center for the New South. It's a time where the Policy Center staff comes together to organize a high-level conference, and it's really the fruit of team effort. My experience at the Atlantic Dialogues Conference started in 2014, where I participated as a volunteer. I then joined the Policy Center staff in 2015 as permanent staff, and I have been very fortunate over the years to play different roles. Today, I am the program coordinator for the Atlantic Dialogues Emerging Leaders program that happens 2 days prior to the conference. And we try to contribute to youth empowerment and intergenerational dialogue during the conference and beyond.
طبعا كنت قبل قد شاهدت الكثير من القمم ومن الحضور، ولكن كانت على المستوى الحكومي. أول مرة يمكن أن نرى أن مؤسسة غير حكومية تنظم مؤتمرا أو لقاء بهذا الحجم. هذا عن فيما يخص يعني التنظيم والحضور. أما فيما يخص الموضوعات، ما يخص الموضوعات هي لقاءات أطلسية بكل معنى الكلمة. كذلك تستجيب لطموحها، هذا الطموح اللي هو أن تمتد أهمية المحيط الأطلسي وأن لا يبقى مقتصرا فقط على الشمال، فهو كذلك ينزل إلى الجنوب. نرى هنا لقاء بين ناس من ضفتي الأطلسي، ضفته الغربية وضفته الشرقية، وكذلك من شماله ومن جنوبه. المواضيع التي كانت تطرح هي كذلك مواضيع التي يمكن أن نستنبط منها ما يمكن أن يكون نافعا أو دروسا في الحالة التي يعيشها العالم في يومنا هذا. هذه حالة التردد السياسي والحالة أكاد أقول الفوضوية التي يعيشها العالم. فيمكن أن نستنبط الكثير من الدروس من تدخلات هؤلاء الشخصيات الذين عايشوا العالم لا في صفته القديمة أي أثناء الحرب الباردة، ولا هؤلاء الذين يفكرون الآن في حلول أو في المنظار الذي يمكن أن ينظر به العالم في وقته الحالي.
Atlantique Dialogue, c'est une conférence, quand on y participe, on comprend mieux l'essence même du nom de cette conférence. C'est une sorte d'arbre à palabres où des positions, des visions qui ont pu sembler divergentes convergent vers l'objectif commun qui est d'arriver au vivre ensemble dans l'espace atlantique et au-delà. Atlantique Dialogue également puise dans les ressources culturelles, sociales du bassin atlantique pour offrir des solutions au monde, solutions de développement et d'amitié entre les peuples.
The Emerging Leaders Program is one of the most interesting and wonderful programs I've been part of. Not only are you able to meet people from all over the world, especially young leaders from Africa, from Europe, from South America, from America, but you're also able to learn on the most important topics of our day. You're able to hone your leadership skills and learn how to have a more profound impact. The Atlantic Dialogues has also become one of the most important meeting points of all the international affairs players. Join it.
What came across us is really a huge gap in perception and indeed in vision. And I have to say it as such, between North and South when it comes to the Atlantic and the potential and the vision.
How do we reset the policy agenda in this wider Atlantic community so it reflects the interests of these new powers and the common goals of all nations that border the Atlantic?
Today about the empowerment that there is right across so many areas, so many communities. What value are national borders now, whether in Africa or in North and South America or elsewhere?
So now when you are going home after this beautiful conference, you have two choices. Either you close the book, you say that it was really nice to be here, got a new friends, new perspectives, new ideas, but you know the world is still bad out there, you know? What can I do? Or you change the page to a new page.
In being here, I learn from all of you. You are some of the most creative and smartest people in the world dealing with issues around the Atlantic Basin.
Connecting with communities at the grassroots level, trying to bring the knowledge of expertise and science, which we believe in, to local communities, all stakeholders to build together better policies by involving the populations.
Africa is young. The rest of the world is aging.
But we're ready to take on that challenge because we're ready to change Africa. We're ready to make sure that the millions of people of Africa will have the same opportunities.
The potential of Africa with a very young population that is now being educated and is in fact really ready to play their role.
I think to always expect the worst and hope for the best.
Bassou, bonjour. Vous êtes Senior Fellow pour le Policy Center for the New South et vous êtes spécialiste des questions de sécurité dans le Sahel, entre autres. Je voulais vous poser une première question sur le thème de la conférence, The South in a Time of Turmoil, le Sud en période de tourmente. Qu'est-ce que vous inspire ce thème?
D'abord, il m'inspire, c'est-à-dire un Sud qui prend conscience qu'il est dans un environnement qui est l'environnement du monde. Et si le temps dans le monde est à la tourmente, comment le Sud pourrait-il, si vous voulez, réagir à tout ça, d'autant plus que le Sud a toujours été l'objet des narratifs. Il n'a jamais été le sujet dans le narratif. Et donc, cette manière de dire qu'est-ce que c'est que ce Sud dans la tourmente, c'est une manière de lui donner la parole, pour qu'il s'exprime, pour qu'il dise lui-même ce qu'il sent et ne plus être toujours rien que le complément d'objet.
C'est vrai. D'ailleurs, il y a deux chapitres du rapport Atlantic Currents qui correspond au thème de la conférence et qui est en train d'être présenté au moment où nous parlons, qui porte sur l'état du monde post-américain et qui pose la question de l'avenir de l'Europe carrément. Je trouve que c'est très intéressant ce point de vue du Sud sur des enjeux du Nord. Et il y a une inquiétude au Sud sur l'avenir de l'Europe, ce dont on n'entend jamais parler en Europe, et c'est d'une originalité totale.
Si vous prenez par exemple ce Sud, si on le fait correspondre à l'Afrique, par exemple, l'Afrique est très attachée aux pays européens. Il y a des relations, je préfère dire historiques, pas de colonisation, mais des relations historiques. Et ces relations ont fait que ces pays du Nord dépendent un peu de ce qui se passe au Nord. Or, le nouvel ordre ou désordre mondial met un peu l'Europe dans une situation qui n'est pas très enviable. L'Europe, au lendemain de la chute du mur de Berlin, croyait que c'était fini, que ce n'était plus que le monde capitaliste, donc on va s'occuper beaucoup plus de bien-être que de sécurité ou que de menaces. Et déjà, au début du XXIe siècle, il s'est rendu compte que c'était le contraire qui allait se passer. Et donc, puisque cette Europe est dans la tourmente, et puisque ces pays du Sud, notamment en Afrique, dépendent de cette Europe, ils sont également dans la tourmente. Donc, de deux choses l'une, où l'Europe comprend qu'il faut s'entraider avec ce Sud, et que ce Sud est utile dans cette lutte, et les deux peuvent s'en sortir, ou on continue dans les anciennes perceptions, le Sud qui perçoit le Nord comme un colonisateur, le colonisateur qui perçoit le Sud comme une source de menace. Et à ce moment-là, je crois que les deux vont être un peu dans l'embarras.
Oui.
Ils ne pourront pas s'en sortir tous les deux. Aujourd'hui, l'Europe a besoin du Sud. Le Sud a besoin de l'Europe. D'autant plus que pour ne pas être écrasé par les deux grands qui sont en train de se rivaliser aujourd'hui, la Chine et les États-Unis.
Le débat sur la migration est récurrent en Europe et évidemment l'Afrique a un autre point de vue sur sa propre migration. Est-ce qu'il vous semble que les termes du débat restent parfaitement erronés tels qu'ils se posent en Europe?
Oui, d'abord, il y a deux dimensions. Il y a un problème europo-européen, c'est-à-dire qui se passe entre les Européens. C'est les Européens qui, entre eux, ne savent pas comment réagir face à cette migration. L'autre dimension, c'est la dimension Afrique-Europe. Et dans cette dimension Afrique-Europe, je crois qu'il y a un peu une exagération de la question. Ce n'est pas aussi menaçant que ça. Bon, il y a eu ce flux de 2015, et ce flux de 2015, d'ailleurs, où les Africains n'étaient pas, qui n'était pas dû aux Africains, qui a créé un traumatisme dont sont victimes les Africains aujourd'hui. Parce que si vous prenez, je ne fais que répéter les chiffres, c'est-à-dire que 80% de la migration africaine se fait à l'intérieur de l'Afrique, ce ne sont que 12% d'Africains qui vont en Europe, les autres ils vont dans... Donc 12% d'Africains, c'est quoi? Si toute l'Europe n'abrite que 9 millions, je crois, d'Africains, 5 pays africains abritent 9 millions de réfugiés africains. Donc, ce problème de migration, je crois qu'il est un peu exagéré, et on ne le prend pas du bon côté.
En revanche, la question de la sécurité dans le Sahel, qui pousse quand même des populations à se déplacer et à migrer, comme on le voit aujourd'hui au Burkina Faso, reste une question centrale. Est-ce que cette question sera abordée pendant la conférence? Est-ce que vous allez vous en parler?
Oui, déjà, la présentation d'Atlantic Current, j'ai entendu Dalia Mouri déjà parler de cette question du Sahel qui est peut-être aujourd'hui, il est au point le plus difficile que l'on peut croire. Parce que la question, comment s'en sortir? Est-ce qu'il faut s'en sortir par l'aspect sécuritaire, c'est-à-dire par l'action sécuritaire? Je crois que ça démontre qu'on ne peut pas. 2013, les gens n'étaient qu'au nord du Mali. Aujourd'hui, ils sont déjà aux confins du Bénin, donc aux confins du Burkina pour atteindre le Bénin. Donc, comment s'en sortir? Et je crois qu'on s'est mal pris au début. Dès le début, on s'est mal pris. On a cru qu'en mettant des moyens militaires, qu'en mettant des moyens sécuritaires, on pourrait venir à bout de ce fléau. Et on n'a pas compris que dans tous les conflits contre-insurrectionnels, c'est la population qui compte. Je crois que jusqu'à aujourd'hui, on n'a pas compris qu'il faut gagner les cœurs, qu'il faut gagner les populations. Et tant qu'on n'arrive pas à gagner les populations, on ne gagnera pas cette guerre.
Cette guerre, qui est aussi une guerre du développement, c'est-à-dire que les problèmes sécuritaires dans le Sahel dérivent d'un ressentiment, d'un sentiment d'avoir été négligé pendant longtemps par le pouvoir central, d'une difficulté d'accès aux services sociaux de base, etc. Est-ce que une vision claire du développement comme arme, comme riposte à une situation sécuritaire fait défaut?
Je crois que la question du développement renvoie à une question de gouvernance. Si vous prenez le G5 Sahel, par exemple, les 5 pays. Dans ces 5 pays, vous allez trouver des pays millionnaires en kilomètres carrés, avec des moyens très faibles, et avec un État qui n'arrive pas à toucher tout le territoire. Donc moi, la population, l'État ne me donne rien. Pas d'école, pas de santé, pas de travail, et l'État n'a pas les moyens de me contrôler. Je deviens une zone grise. Je me mets à la merci des mafias, je me mets à la merci des groupes terroristes, parce que l'État n'y est pas. Ouais. Comment est-ce qu'on peut imaginer qu'un État, avec les moyens du Mali, ou les moyens du Niger, ou les moyens du Tchad, pouvoir contrôler tout ce territoire? Il y a un problème c'est disproportionnel entre les moyens du contrôle et les moyens de gouvernance, et le territoire et la population.
Quelle serait la solution selon vous?
La solution serait d'appeler le grand absent de ce débat qui est l'Union africaine. Et je crois qu'il faudrait prendre tous les chefs d'État africains, tous les États africains en face et leur dire: que pouvez-vous faire pour sauver la situation au Sahel? Que pouvez-vous donner? Des hommes, du matériel, de l'argent? Qu'est-ce que vous pouvez donner? Et cette solidarité africaine ne s'exprime pas aujourd'hui face au Sahel. Ils sont 5 pays, et puis la France. Et la France aussi est seule. Il n'y a pas de solidarité européenne ni internationale avec la France aussi. Donc c'est cette question. Ni la communauté internationale, ni la communauté africaine ne s'intéressent à cette question de la manière dont il faut qu'ils s'y intéressent.
On a vu des casques blancs de l'ECOMOG intervenir dans les guerres civiles au Libéria et en Sierra Leone. Est-ce que cette force panafricaine fait défaut aujourd'hui? 1 minute.
Oui, cette force africaine fait défaut. On nous parle de stand-by forces, des forces africaines en attente. Ils sont où? Depuis leur création, ça fait plus de 10 ans. Ils sont où? Et pour la question du Sahel, où est le bataillon de l'Afrique de l'Ouest? Mais on ne les voit pas. Maintenant, s'il faut à chaque problème créer une force ad hoc, on ne s'en sortira jamais.
D'accord. Merci beaucoup, Monsieur Bassou.
Merci.
Bonne conférence.
Diálogos do Atlântico, The Atlantic Dialogues, é um evento anual que vem ocorrendo desde 2012. Esse, portanto, terá o 9º evento. E é um evento fantástico, porque ele reúne lideranças do setor privado, autoridades governamentais, pessoas de ONGs, brilhantes jovens líderes emergentes, e num ambiente bem descontraído se discutem e se debatem de maneira interativa temas ricos da atualidade. Um traço marcante é que essas pessoas que participam, elas vêm de todo o Atlântico, então tem-se pessoas da África, pessoas da Europa, pessoas da América do Norte, da América Central, da América do Sul. O Brasil tem sempre uma participação importante. E os temas são os temas da atualidade que interessam a todos. Por exemplo, esse ano, o tema maior é o Sul em tempos de turbulência. E vocês podem entender a importância do tema no nosso contexto atual. Os debates são sobre temas econômicos, políticos, de relações internacionais, segurança, cultura e assim por diante. É um evento fantástico, eu participei já de quase todos. Estou muito contente que poderei mais uma vez esse ano estar lá presente.
I have a long experience with ASI because I'm from the beginning on it. And it was a very nice experience because we could put together people that came from the Americas, Europe, and Africa. And that was fantastic to have this kind of a real Atlantic dialogue. For the first time, we had a kind of Atlantic dialogue that was the whole Atlantic, and not only North American Atlantic, but also trying to put together also the South Americans and the Africans. And that made us think differently. And what was very, very nice, it's a very diverse people came in. And so it was a kind of way of talking freely in a very good ambiance. And it's very creative. It's very, very creative.
The Atlantic Dialogues Conference is a very important time for the Policy Center for the New South. It's a time where the Policy Center staff comes together to organize a high-level conference, and it's really the fruit of team effort. My experience at the Atlantic Dialogues Conference started in 2014, where I participated as a volunteer. I then joined the Policy Center staff in 2015 as permanent staff, and I have been very fortunate over the years to play different roles. Today, I am the program coordinator for the Atlantic Dialogues Emerging Leaders program that happens 2 days prior to the conference. And we try to contribute to youth empowerment and intergenerational dialogue during the conference and beyond.
طبعا كنت قد شاهدت الكثير من القمم ومن الحضور، ولكن كانت على المستوى الحكومي. أول مرة يمكن أن نرى أن مؤسسة غير حكومية تنظم مؤتمرا أو لقاء بهذا الحجم. هذا فيما يخص يعني التنظيم والحضور. أما فيما يخص الموضوعات، ما يخص الموضوعات هي لقاءات أطلسية بكل معنى الكلمة. كذلك تستجيب لطموحها. هذا الطموح اللي هو أن تمتد أهمية المحيط الأطلسي وأن لا يبقى مقتصرا فقط على الشمال، فهو كذلك ينزل إلى الجنوب. نرى هنا لقاء بين ناس من ضفتي الأطلسي، ضفته الغربية وضفته الشرقية، وكذلك من شماله ومن جنوبه. المواضيع التي كانت تطرح هي كذلك مواضيع التي يمكن أن نستنبط منها ما يمكن أن يكون نافعا أو دروسا في الحالة التي يعيشها العالم في يومنا هذا. هذه حالة التردد السياسي والحالة أكاد أقول الفوضوية التي يعيشها العالم. فيمكن أن نستنبط الكثير من الدروس من تدخلات هؤلاء الشخصيات الذين عايشوا العالم لا في صفته القديمة أي أثناء الحرب الباردة، ولا هؤلاء الذين يفكرون الآن في حلول أو في المنظار الذي يمكن أن ينظر به العالم في وقته الحالي.
Atlantique Dialogue, c'est une conférence, quand on y participe, on comprend mieux l'essence même du nom de cette conférence. C'est une sorte d'arbre à palabres où des positions, des visions qui ont pu sembler divergentes convergent vers l'objectif commun qui est d'arriver au vivre ensemble dans l'espace atlantique et au-delà. Atlantique Dialogue également puise dans les ressources culturelles, sociales du bassin atlantique pour offrir des solutions au monde, solutions de développement et d'amitié entre les peuples.
The Emerging Leaders Program is one of the most interesting and wonderful programs I've been part of. Not only are you able to meet people from all over the world, especially young leaders from Africa, from Europe, from South America, from America, but you're also able to learn on the most important topics of our day. You're able to hone your leadership skills and learn how to have a more profound impact. The Atlantic Dialogues has also become one of the most important meeting points of all the international affairs players. Join it.
What came across us is really a huge gap in perception and indeed in vision. And I have to say it as such, between North and South when it comes to the Atlantic and the potential and the vision.
How do we reset the policy agenda in this wider Atlantic community so it reflects the interests of these new powers and the common goals of all nations that border the Atlantic?
Today about the empowerment that there is right across so many areas, so many communities. What value are national borders now, whether in Africa or in North and South America or elsewhere?
So now when you are going home after this beautiful conference, you have two choices. Either you close the book, you say that oh, it was really nice to be here, got a new friends, new perspectives, new ideas, but you know the world is still bad out there, you know? What can I do? Or you change the page to a new page.
And being here, I learn from all of you. You are some of the most creative and smartest people in the world dealing with issues around the Atlantic Basin.
Connecting with communities at the grassroots level, trying to bring the knowledge of expertise and science, which we believe in, to local communities, all stakeholders to build together better policies by involving the populations.
Africa is young. The rest of the world is aging.
But we're ready to take on that challenge because we're ready to change Africa. We're ready to make sure that the millions of people of Africa will have the same opportunities.
The potential of Africa with a very young population that is now being educated and is in fact really ready to play their role.
I think to always expect the worst and hope for the best.
vous êtes senior fellow pour le Policy Center for the New South et vous êtes spécialiste des questions de sécurité dans le Sahel, entre autres. Je voulais vous poser une première question sur le thème de la conférence, The South in a Time of Turmoil, le Sud en période de tourmente. Qu'est-ce que vous inspire ce thème?
D'abord, il m'inspire, c'est-à-dire un Sud qui prend conscience qu'il est dans un environnement qui est l'environnement du monde. Et si le temps dans le monde est à la tourmente, comment le Sud pourrait-il si vous voulez, réagir à tout ça, d'autant plus que le Sud a toujours été l'objet des narratifs. Il n'a jamais été le sujet dans le narratif. Et donc cette manière de dire qu'est-ce que c'est que ce Sud dans la tourmente, c'est une manière de lui donner la parole, pour qu'il s'exprime, pour qu'il dise lui-même ce qu'il sent et ne plus être toujours rien que le complément d'objet.
C'est vrai. D'ailleurs, il y a deux chapitres du rapport Atlantic Currents qui correspond au thème de la conférence et qui est en train d'être présenté au moment où nous parlons, qui porte sur l'état du monde post-américain et qui pose la question de l'avenir de l'Europe carrément. Je trouve que c'est très intéressant ce point de vue du Sud sur des enjeux du Nord. Et il y a une inquiétude au Sud sur l'avenir de l'Europe, ce dont on n'entend jamais parler en Europe, et c'est d'une originalité totale.
Si vous prenez par exemple ce Sud, si on le fait correspondre à l'Afrique, par exemple, l'Afrique est très attachée aux pays européens. Il y a des relations, je préfère dire historiques, pas de colonisation, mais des relations historiques. Et ces relations ont fait que ces pays du Nord dépendent un peu de ce qui se passe au Nord. Or, le nouvel ordre ou désordre mondial met un peu l'Europe dans une situation qui n'est pas très enviable. L'Europe, au lendemain de la chute du mur de Berlin, croyait que c'était fini, que ce n'était plus que le monde capitaliste, donc on va s'occuper beaucoup plus de bien-être que de sécurité ou que de menaces. Et déjà, au début du XXIe siècle, il s'est rendu compte que c'était le contraire qui allait se passer. Et donc, puisque cette Europe est dans la tourmente, et puisque ces pays du Sud, notamment en Afrique, dépendent de cette Europe, ils sont également dans la tourmente. Donc, de deux choses l'une, où l'Europe comprend qu'il faut s'entraider avec ce Sud, et que ce Sud est utile dans cette lutte, et les deux peuvent s'en sortir, ou on continue dans les anciennes perceptions, le Sud qui perçoit le Nord comme un colonisateur, le colonisateur qui perçoit le Sud comme une source de menace. Et à ce moment-là, je crois que les deux vont être un peu dans l'embarras. Oui. Ils ne pourront pas s'en sortir tous les deux. Aujourd'hui, l'Europe a besoin du Sud. Le Sud a besoin de l'Europe. D'autant plus que pour ne pas être écrasé par les deux grands qui sont en train de se rivaliser aujourd'hui, la Chine et les États-Unis.
Le débat sur la migration est récurrent en Europe et évidemment l'Afrique a un autre point de vue sur sa propre migration. Est-ce qu'il vous semble que les termes du débat restent parfaitement erronés tels qu'ils se posent en Europe?
Oui, d'abord, il y a deux dimensions. Il y a un problème europo-européen, c'est-à-dire qui se passe entre les Européens. C'est les Européens qui, entre eux, ne savent pas comment réagir face à cette migration. L'autre dimension, c'est la dimension Afrique-Europe. Et dans cette dimension Afrique-Europe, je crois qu'il y a un peu une exagération de la question. Ce n'est pas aussi menaçant que ça. Bon, il y a eu ce flux de 2015, et ce flux de 2015, d'ailleurs, où les Africains n'étaient pas, qui n'était pas dû aux Africains, qui a créé un traumatisme dont sont victimes les Africains aujourd'hui. Parce que si vous prenez, je ne fais que répéter les chiffres, c'est-à-dire que 80% de la migration africaine se fait à l'intérieur de l'Afrique, ce ne sont que 12% d'Africains qui vont en Europe, les autres ils vont dans... Donc 12% d'Africains, c'est quoi? Si toute l'Europe n'abrite que 9 millions, je crois, d'Africains, 5 pays africains abritent 9 millions de réfugiés africains. Donc, ce problème de migration, je crois qu'il est un peu exagéré, oui. Et on ne le prend pas du bon côté.
En revanche, la question de la sécurité dans le Sahel, qui pousse quand même des populations à se déplacer et à migrer, comme on le voit aujourd'hui au Burkina Faso, reste une question centrale. Est-ce que cette question sera abordée pendant la conférence? Est-ce que vous allez vous en parler?
Oui, déjà, la présentation d'Atlantic Current, j'ai entendu Rida Yamouri déjà parler de cette question du Sahel qui est peut-être aujourd'hui, il est au point le plus difficile que l'on peut croire. Parce que la question, comment s'en sortir? Est-ce qu'il faut s'en sortir par l'aspect sécuritaire, c'est-à-dire par l'action sécuritaire? Je crois que ça démontre qu'on ne peut pas. 2013, les gens n'étaient qu'au nord du Mali. Aujourd'hui, ils sont déjà aux confins du Bénin, donc aux confins du Burkina pour atteindre le Bénin. Donc, comment s'en sortir? Et je crois qu'on s'est mal pris au début. Dès le début, on s'est mal pris. On a cru qu'en mettant des moyens militaires, qu'en mettant des moyens sécuritaires, on pourrait venir à bout de ce fléau. Et on n'a pas compris que dans tous les conflits contre-insurrectionnels, c'est la population qui compte. Je crois que jusqu'à aujourd'hui, on n'a pas compris qu'il faut gagner les cœurs, qu'il faut gagner les populations. Et tant qu'on n'arrive pas à gagner les populations, on ne gagnera pas cette guerre.
Cette guerre, qui est aussi une guerre du développement, c'est-à-dire que les problèmes sécuritaires dans le Sahel dérivent d'un ressentiment, d'un sentiment d'avoir été négligé pendant longtemps par le pouvoir central, d'une difficulté d'accès aux services sociaux de base, etc. Est-ce que une vision claire du développement comme arme, comme riposte à une situation sécuritaire fait défaut?
Je crois que la question du développement renvoie à une question de gouvernance. Si vous prenez le G5 Sahel, par exemple, les 5 pays. Dans ces 5 pays, vous allez trouver des pays millionnaires en kilomètres carrés, avec des moyens très faibles, et avec un État qui n'arrive pas à toucher tout le territoire. Donc moi, la population, l'État ne me donne rien. Pas d'école, pas de santé, pas de travail, et l'État n'a pas les moyens de me contrôler. Je deviens une zone grise. Je me mets à la merci des mafias, je me mets à la merci des groupes terroristes, parce que l'État n'y est pas. Ouais. Comment est-ce qu'on peut imaginer qu'un État avec les moyens du Mali ou les moyens du Niger ou les moyens du Tchad pouvoir contrôler tout ce territoire? Il y a un problème c'est disproportionnel entre les moyens du contrôle et les moyens de gouvernance et le territoire et la population.
Quelle serait la solution selon vous?
La solution serait d'appeler le grand absent de ce débat qui est l'Union africaine. Et je crois qu'il faudrait prendre tous les chefs d'État africains, tous les États africains en face et leur dire que pouvez-vous faire pour sauver la situation au Sahel? Que pouvez-vous donner? Des hommes, du matériel, de l'argent? Qu'est-ce que vous pouvez donner? Et cette solidarité africaine ne s'exprime pas aujourd'hui face au Sahel. Ils sont 5 pays et puis la France. Et la France aussi est seule. Il n'y a pas de solidarité européenne ni internationale avec la France aussi. Donc c'est cette question. Ni la communauté internationale, ni la communauté africaine ne s'intéressent à cette question de la manière dont il faut qu'ils s'y intéressent.
On a vu des casques blancs de l'ECOMOG intervenir dans les guerres civiles au Libéria et en Sierra Leone. Est-ce que cette force panafricaine fait défaut aujourd'hui? 1 minute.
Oui, cette force africaine fait défaut. On nous parle de stand-by forces, des forces africaines en attente. Ils sont où? Depuis leur création, ça fait plus de 10 ans. Ils sont où? Et pour la question du Sahel, où est le bataillon de l'Afrique de l'Ouest? Mais on ne les voit pas. Maintenant, s'il faut à chaque problème créer une force ad hoc, on ne s'en sortira jamais.
D'accord. Merci beaucoup, Monsieur Bassou.
Merci.
Bonne conférence.
Diálogos do Atlântico, The Atlantic Dialogues. É um evento anual que vem ocorrendo desde 2012. Esse, portanto, terá o 9º evento. E é um evento fantástico, porque ele reúne lideranças do setor privado, autoridades governamentais, pessoas de ONGs, brilhantes jovens líderes emergentes, e num ambiente bem descontraído se discutem e se debatem de maneira interativa temas ricos da atualidade. Um traço marcante é que essas pessoas que participam, elas vêm de todo o Atlântico, então tem-se pessoas da África, pessoas da Europa, pessoas da América do Norte, da América Central, da América do Sul. O Brasil tem sempre uma participação importante. E os temas são os temas da atualidade que interessam a todos. Por exemplo, esse ano, o tema maior é o Sul em tempos de turbulência. E vocês podem entender a importância do tema no nosso contexto atual. Os debates são sobre temas econômicos, políticos, de relações internacionais, segurança, cultura e assim por diante. É um evento fantástico, eu participei já de quase todos. Estou muito contente que poderei mais uma vez esse ano estar lá presente.
I have a long experience with ASIE because I'm from the beginning on it. And it was a very nice experience because we could put together people that came from the Americas, Europe, and Africa. And that was fantastic to have this kind of a real Atlantic dialogue. For the first time, we had a kind of Atlantic dialogue that was the whole Atlantic, and not only North American Atlantic, but also trying to put together also the South Americans and the Africans. And that made us think differently. And what was very, very nice, it's a very diverse people came in. And so it was a kind of way of talking freely in a very good ambiance. And it's very creative. It's very, very creative.
The Atlantic Dialogues Conference is a very important time for the Policy Center for the New South. It's a time where the Policy Center staff comes together to organize a high-level conference, and it's really the fruit of team effort. My experience at the Atlantic Dialogues Conference started in 2014, where I participated as a volunteer. I then joined the Policy Center staff in 2015 as permanent staff, and I have been very fortunate over the years to play different roles. Today, I am the program coordinator for the Atlantic Dialogues Emerging Leaders Program that happens 2 days prior to the conference. And we try to contribute to youth empowerment and intergenerational dialogue during the conference and beyond.
طبعا كنت قد شاهدت الكثير من القمم ومن الحضور، ولكن كانت على المستوى الحكومي. أول مرة يمكن أن نرى أن مؤسسة غير حكومية تنظم مؤتمرا أو لقاء بهذا الحجم. هذا عن فيما يخص يعني التنظيم والحضور. أما فيما يخص الموضوعات، ما يخص الموضوعات هي لقاءات أطلسية بكل معنى الكلمة. كذلك تستجيب لطموحها. هذا الطموح اللي هو أن تمتد أهمية المحيط الأطلسي وأن لا يبقى مقتصرا فقط على الشمال، فهو كذلك ينزل إلى الجنوب. نرى هنا لقاء بين ناس من ضفتي الأطلسي، ضفته الغربية وضفته الشرقية، وكذلك من شماله ومن جنوبه. المواضيع التي كانت تطرح هي كذلك مواضيع التي يمكن أن نستنبط منها ما يمكن أن يكون نافعا أو دروسا في الحالة التي يعيشها العالم في يومنا هذا. حالة التردد السياسي والحالة أكاد أقول الفوضوية التي يعيشها العالم. فيمكن أن نستنبط الكثير من الدروس من تدخلات هؤلاء الشخصيات الذين عايشوا العالم لا في صفته القديمة أي أثناء الحرب الباردة، ولا هؤلاء الذين يفكرون الآن في حلول أو في المنظار الذي يمكن أن ينظر به العالم في وقته الحالي.
Atlantique Dialogue, c'est une conférence, quand on y participe, on comprend mieux l'essence même du nom de cette conférence. C'est une sorte d'arbre à palabres où des positions, des visions qui ont pu sembler divergentes convergent vers l'objectif commun qui est d'arriver au vivre ensemble dans l'espace atlantique et au-delà. Atlantique Dialogue également puise dans les ressources culturelles, culturelles, sociales du bassin atlantique pour offrir des solutions au monde, solutions de développement et d'amitié entre les peuples.
The Emerging Leaders Program is one of the most interesting and wonderful programs I've been part of. Not only are you able to meet people from all over the world, especially young leaders from Africa, from Europe, from South America, from America, but you're also able to learn on the most important topics of our day. You're able to hone your leadership skills and learn how to have a more profound impact. The Atlantic Dialogues has also become one of the most important meeting points of all the international affairs players. Join it.
What came across us is really a huge gap in perception and indeed in vision. And I have to say it as such, between North and South when it comes to the Atlantic and the potential and the vision.
How do we reset the policy agenda in this wider Atlantic community so it reflects the interests of these new powers and the common goals of all nations that border the Atlantic?
Today about the empowerment that there is right across so many areas, so many communities. What value are national borders now, whether in Africa or in North and South America or elsewhere?
So now when you are going home after this beautiful conference, you have two choices. Either you close the book, you say that it was really nice to be here, got a new friends, new perspectives, new ideas. But you know, the world is still bad out there, you know? What can I do? Or you change the page to a new page.
In being here, I learn from all of you. You are some of the most creative and smartest people in the world dealing with issues around the Atlantic Basin.
Connecting with communities at the grassroots level, trying to bring the knowledge of expertise in science which relations.
Africa is young. The rest of the world is aging.
But we're ready to take on that challenge because we're ready to change Africa. We're ready to make sure that the millions of people of Africa will have the same opportunities.
The potential of Africa with a very young population that is now being educated and is in fact really ready to play their role.
I think to always expect the worst and hope for the best.
Bassou, bonjour. Vous êtes Senior Fellow pour le Policy Center for the New South et vous êtes spécialiste des questions de sécurité dans le Sahel, entre autres. Je voulais vous poser une première question sur le thème de la conférence, The South in a Time of Turmoil, le Sud en période de tourmente. Qu'est-ce que vous inspire ce thème?
D'abord, il m'inspire, c'est-à-dire un Sud qui prend conscience qu'il est dans un environnement qui est l'environnement du monde. Et si le temps dans le monde est à la tourmente, comment le Sud pourrait-il, si vous voulez, réagir à tout ça, d'autant plus que le Sud a toujours été l'objet des narratifs. Il n'a jamais été le sujet dans le narratif. Et donc cette manière de dire qu'est-ce que c'est que ce Sud dans la tourmente, c'est une manière de lui donner la parole, pour qu'il s'exprime, pour qu'il dise lui-même ce qu'il sent et ne plus être toujours rien que le complément d'objet.
C'est vrai. D'ailleurs, il y a deux chapitres du rapport Atlantic Currents qui correspond au thème de la conférence et qui est en train d'être présenté au moment où nous parlons, qui porte sur l'état du monde post-américain et qui pose la question de l'avenir de l'Europe carrément. Je trouve que c'est très intéressant ce point de vue du Sud sur des enjeux du Nord. Et il y a une inquiétude au Sud sur l'avenir de l'Europe, ce dont on n'entend jamais parler en Europe, et c'est d'une originalité totale.
Si vous prenez par exemple ce Sud, si on le fait correspondre à l'Afrique, par exemple, l'Afrique est très attachée aux pays européens. Il y a des relations, je préfère dire historiques, pas de colonisation, mais des relations historiques. Et ces relations ont fait que ces pays du Nord dépendent un peu de ce qui se passe au Nord. Or, le nouvel ordre ou désordre mondial met un peu l'Europe dans une situation qui n'est pas très enviable. L'Europe, au lendemain de la chute du mur du Berlin, croyait que c'était fini, que ce n'était plus que le monde capitaliste, donc on va s'occuper beaucoup plus de bien-être que de sécurité ou que de menaces. Et déjà, au début du XXIe siècle, il s'est rendu compte que c'était le contraire qui allait se passer. Et donc, puisque cette Europe est dans la tourmente, et puisque ces pays du Sud, notamment en Afrique, dépendent de cette Europe, ils sont également dans la tourmente. Donc, de deux choses l'une, où l'Europe comprend qu'il faut s'entraider avec ce Sud, et que ce Sud est utile dans cette lutte, et les deux peuvent s'en sortir, ou on continue dans les anciennes perceptions, le Sud qui perçoit le Nord comme un colonisateur, le colonisateur qui perçoit le Sud comme une source de menace. Et à ce moment-là, je crois que les deux vont être un peu dans l'embarras.
Oui.
Ils ne pourront pas s'en sortir tous les deux. Aujourd'hui, l'Europe a besoin du Sud. Le Sud a besoin de l'Europe. D'autant plus que pour ne pas être écrasé par les deux grands qui sont en train de se rivaliser aujourd'hui, la Chine et les États-Unis.
Le débat sur la migration est récurrent en Europe et évidemment l'Afrique a un autre point de vue sur sa propre migration. Est-ce qu'il vous semble que les termes du débat restent parfaitement erronés tels qu'ils se posent en Europe?
Oui, d'abord, il y a deux dimensions. Il y a un problème europo-européen, c'est-à-dire qui se passe entre les Européens. C'est les Européens qui, entre eux, ne savent pas comment réagir face à cette migration. L'autre dimension, c'est la dimension Afrique-Europe. Et dans cette dimension Afrique-Europe, je crois qu'il y a un peu une exagération de la question. Ce n'est pas aussi menaçant que ça. Bon, il y a eu ce flux de 2015, et ce flux de 2015, d'ailleurs, où les Africains n'étaient pas, qui n'était pas dû aux Africains, qui a créé un traumatisme dont sont victimes les Africains aujourd'hui. Parce que si vous prenez, je ne fais que répéter les chiffres, c'est-à-dire que 80% de la migration africaine se fait à l'intérieur de l'Afrique, ce ne sont que 12% d'Africains qui vont en Europe, les autres ils vont dans... Donc 12% d'Africains, c'est quoi? Si toute l'Europe n'abrite que 9 millions, je crois, d'Africains, 5 pays africains abritent 9 millions de réfugiés africains. Donc, ce problème de migration, je crois qu'il est un peu exagéré, oui, et on ne le prend pas du bon côté.
En revanche, la question de la sécurité dans le Sahel, qui pousse quand même des populations à se déplacer et à migrer, comme on le voit aujourd'hui au Burkina Faso, reste une question centrale. Est-ce que cette question sera abordée pendant la conférence? Est-ce que vous allez vous en parler?
Oui, déjà, la présentation d'Atlantic Current, j'ai entendu Dalia Mouri déjà parler de cette question du Sahel qui est peut-être aujourd'hui, il est au point le plus difficile que l'on peut croire. Parce que la question, comment s'en sortir? Est-ce qu'il faut s'en sortir par l'aspect sécuritaire, c'est-à-dire par l'action sécuritaire? Je crois que ça démontre qu'on ne peut pas. 2013, les gens n'étaient qu'au nord du Mali. Aujourd'hui, ils sont déjà aux confins du Bénin, donc aux confins du Burkina pour atteindre le Bénin. Donc, comment s'en sortir? Et je crois qu'on s'est mal pris au début. Dès le début, on s'est mal pris. On a cru qu'en mettant des moyens militaires, qu'en mettant des moyens sécuritaires, on pourrait venir à bout de ce fléau. Et on n'a pas compris que dans tous les conflits contre-insurrectionnels, c'est la population qui compte. Je crois que jusqu'à aujourd'hui, on n'a pas compris qu'il faut gagner les cœurs, qu'il faut gagner les populations. Et tant qu'on n'arrive pas à gagner les populations, on ne gagnera pas cette guerre.
Cette guerre, qui est aussi une guerre du développement, c'est-à-dire que les problèmes sécuritaires dans le Sahel dérivent d'un ressentiment, d'un sentiment d'avoir été négligé pendant longtemps par le pouvoir central, d'une difficulté d'accès aux services sociaux de base, etc. Est-ce que une vision claire du développement comme arme, comme riposte à une situation sécuritaire fait défaut?
Je crois que la question du développement renvoie à une question de gouvernance. Si vous prenez le G5 Sahel, par exemple, les 5 pays. Dans ces 5 pays, vous allez trouver des pays millionnaires en kilomètres carrés, avec des moyens très faibles, et avec un État qui n'arrive pas à toucher tout le territoire. Donc moi, la population, l'État ne me donne rien. Pas d'école, pas de santé, pas de travail, et l'État n'a pas les moyens de me contrôler. Je deviens une zone grise. Je me mets à la merci des mafias, je me mets à la merci des groupes terroristes, parce que l'État n'y est pas. Ouais. Comment est-ce qu'on peut imaginer qu'un État, avec les moyens du Mali, ou les moyens du Niger, ou les moyens du Tchad, pouvoir contrôler tout ce territoire? Il y a un problème c'est disproportionnel entre les moyens du contrôle et les moyens de gouvernance et le territoire et la population.
Quelle serait la solution selon vous?
La solution serait d'appeler le grand absent de ce débat qui est l'Union africaine. Et je crois qu'il faudrait prendre tous les chefs d'État africains, tous les États africains en face et leur dire: que pouvez-vous faire pour sauver la situation au Sahel? Que pouvez-vous donner? Des hommes, du matériel, de l'argent? Qu'est-ce que vous pouvez donner? Et cette solidarité africaine ne s'exprime pas aujourd'hui face au Sahel. Ils sont 5 pays et puis la France. Et la France aussi est seule. Il n'y a pas de solidarité européenne ni internationale avec la France aussi. Donc c'est cette question. Ni la communauté internationale, ni la communauté africaine ne s'intéressent à cette question de la manière dont il faut qu'ils s'y intéressent.
On a vu des casques blancs de l'ECOMOG intervenir dans les guerres civiles au Libéria et en Sierra Leone. Est-ce que cette force panafricaine fait défaut aujourd'hui? 1 minute.
Oui, cette force africaine fait défaut. On nous parle de stand-by forces, des forces africaines en attente. Ils sont où? Depuis leur création, ça fait plus de 10 ans. Ils sont où? Et pour la question du Sahel, où est le bataillon de l'Afrique de l'Ouest? Mais on ne les voit pas. Maintenant, s'il faut à chaque problème créer une force ad hoc, on ne s'en sortira jamais.
D'accord. Merci beaucoup, Monsieur Bassou.
Merci.
Bonne conférence.
And I work at the Policy Center for the New South. I invite you to take out your conference applications. your iPads, your smartphones, so I can walk you through this year's AD Connect. Is everyone following? If you don't have the conference application, if you haven't had the chance to download it yet, I will still ask you to please follow along. If you've had issues downloading the application, you are more than welcome to go to the Spot Me desk, which is located right outside of the foyer, and they'd be more than happy to provide you with the assistance required for this application. We will now start with the main homepage. So if you take out your conference application, you will see a homepage with all of the main features of this year's application. I will now walk you through the menu. If you open the menu, you will be able to see many different features. The first one that we will walk through together is the Atlantic Dialogues feature. When clicking on the Atlantic Dialogues, you will be able to see the agenda, the speaker bios, and the participant list. When clicking on the speaker bios, you will be able to click on a specific bio, have that speaker bio displayed, as well as all of the sessions in which that specific speaker will be speaking. The second feature I'd like to walk you through, so when you go back to the menu, you will be able to see the Policy Center for the New South. When clicking on that tab, you will have more information about the Policy Center, as well as a link that will take you straight to our website. On our website, you will be able to find more information about the Policy Center's activities, research, as well as anything else that you may be interested in linked to the Policy Center. Speaking of research, as a think tank, research is at the heart of our activities. So when clicking on the research and analysis portion of the application, you will be able to see a selection of analytical production that we were able to upload onto this year's application. You're more than welcome to click on that or go all the way to the bottom of the link to see a link that takes you straight to the Policy Center's website. Over here, you have access to all of our analytical production. I would also like to highlight that in this portion of the application, you can find the Atlantic Currents link. The Atlantic Currents is the report that accompanies every single edition of the Atlantic Dialogues. There was a launch this morning at 11 of this year's edition of the Atlantic Currents. And I would like to take this opportunity to thank all of the contributors that include research fellows at the Policy Center, as well as Emerging Leaders alumni, Policy Center partners, and friends of the Policy Center as well. The next feature that I would like to take you through is the newsletters. We have been sending newsletters this past week to the entire Atlantic Dialogues community that provides you with more information about the conference itself. Every day, we will be publishing and sending out a newsletter with a recap of the day's activities. We will also be uploading it onto the conference application, so we highly encourage you to check them out, and so you can have a good idea of what happened throughout the day. In that same spirit, there's the AD in video. The AD in video is a short video recap of the day's highlights as well. We will go back to the agenda to go into further details. When clicking on the agenda feature, you can see that it is structured per day with all of the sessions that will be taking place during the day, be they plenaries, breakout dinners, or evening sessions. We will take a first example, which is the first plenary session. When clicking on that session, you find the session description, the guiding questions, as well as the bios and photos of the speakers. This will be available for all the sessions that we will be holding during the Atlantic Dialogues, as said previously, the plenaries, the breakouts, and the evening sessions as well. We have color-coded the sessions, with plenary sessions being green, breakout sessions being yellow, and evening sessions in purple. And that is just to help you navigate through the application and through the sessions a little better. I would also like to highlight the bookmarking feature. You can bookmark sessions that are of interest to you. You can also bookmark participants or speakers, and this helps personalize the application for your interests and helps you find the people or sessions that are of interest to you a little bit more easily through the application. I would now like to go through a certain amount of activities and features that will be extensively used by the moderators during the conference. We will go through the cloud and then the voting, so I invite you all to take out your application and to click on the word cloud. And I want you to let us know what you think in one word only. What comes to mind when we say the South in the time of turmoil? And you have 1 minute. So as you're inserting the words that come to mind, there we go. We have a couple ones that are coming along. The bigger the word gets, it means the more people are inserting that word, and that helps us get a clear idea of what people are thinking in the room. And as previously mentioned, the moderators will be using this feature during the session to have a clear idea of what you're thinking, as well as to engage as much as possible with the audience. Opportunities, climate, inequality, Russia, development, more climate opportunities. So it's pretty positive. So your time is up. So this is what the word cloud will look like, and this is what the moderators will be using during the plenary sessions to engage with you as much as possible. The second feature that we will be presenting is the voting. So if you can click on the voting, it will look like the image that you have on the screen. And the question we would like to ask you is, how many nationalities are represented in the 2019 edition of the Atlantic Dialogues? You have 15 seconds to answer. So only press on the number once to the one that's correlated with the answer you think is correct. Well done. So we have 65 nationalities represented in this year's edition, which shows the diversity of the group, and it's something that we try to achieve every year in the Atlantic Dialogues Conference. Now talking about logistics. As you can imagine, when we organize a conference, logistics are very important. You will be able to have access to more information on the application about the hotel in which you're staying, the shuttle service, your pickup and drop-off times. If there's missing information on the application that you would like to know more about, you can click on the Ask Logistics feature and send your question to our colleagues who will be able to respond in a timely fashion. The next feature we would like to introduce is the discussion board. So the discussion board is a way for the community to engage by sharing pictures, comments, ideas, and we highly encourage you to use this feature to be able to connect as much as possible and to see what other people are thinking as well throughout the conference. And last but not least, you must have noticed that you have a QR code. This QR code will be used for many different purposes, but it's also a way to exchange business cards. So if you click on the business cards portion and you click on the plus sign at the bottom, at the top right, you will have your QR code that's visible, or you click on the second tab where you can scan the QR code of the person you're trying to exchange the business card with. All that information will be stored on the and you will be able to download it after the conference is over. So now that we have gone through the application, we want to make sure that you have all the information. If you have any further questions, you're more than welcome to go to the Spot Me desk that's located in the foyer, so right outside of the ballroom. You can also come to all of the Policy Center staff who would be more than happy to answer any of the questions that you may have. And our lanyards are white. So when you see people with white lanyards, it means that they're here with all of the answers to the questions that you may have. Thank you very much for your attention. And please enjoy a short video of a flashback of the previous editions of the Atlantic Dialogues. Thank you very much.
What came across us is really a huge gap in perception and indeed in vision. And I have to say it as such, between North and South, when it comes to the Atlantic and the potential and the vision.
How do we reset the policy agenda in this wider Atlantic community so it reflects the interests of these new powers and the common goals of all nations that border the Atlantic?
Today about the empowerment that there is right across so many areas, so many communities. What value are national borders now, whether in Africa or in North and South America or elsewhere?
So now when you are going home after this beautiful conference, you have two choices. Either you close the book, you say that it was really nice to be here, got a new friends, new perspectives, new ideas. But you know, the world is still bad out there, you know? What can I do? Or you change the page to a new page.
In being here, I learn from all of you. You are some of the most creative and smartest people in the world dealing with issues around the Atlantic Basin.
Connecting with communities at the grassroots level, trying to bring the knowledge of expertise and science, which we believe in, to local communities, all stakeholders to build together better policies by involving the populations.
Africa is young. The rest of the world is aging.
But we're ready to take on that challenge because we're ready to change Africa. We're ready to make sure that the millions of people of Africa will have the same opportunities.
The potential of Africa with a very young population that is now being educated and is in fact really ready to play their role.
I think to always expect the worst and hope for the best.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage for the welcoming remarks the President of the Policy Center for the New South, Karim Leinaoui.
Thank you. Well, so many friends, welcome, presidents, ministers, ambassadors, president, directors, and most importantly, friends. Recognize lots of friendly faces. It's a pleasure to have you here with us here for the 8th edition of the Atlantic Dialogues. Some of you have been with us for all editions since it started in 2012. I have to tell you, this year is the most... Can we reduce the echo or you give me another mic? So all of you have been loyal to the idea, have been passionate about it. And when we started, the founding fathers, you saw them, Chairman Terhab and Craig Kennedy. So someone is trying to destabilize me, but you will not win. Ça marche, messieurs de la technique. C'est bon? Voilà, il y a un peu d'écho, c'est pas très agréable, but we make it work. So I was saying, so many friends, and also we're meeting at a particular time. I was just sharing with our friends, we have a small advisory board of the Atlantic Dialogues, and it happened just at lunchtime. And I told them I just traveled. I was in Sweden, I was in Italy, I was in France, and somewhere else, I don't remember. And the mood is very gloomy. So, and I came back very worried. I came back worried for a couple of reasons, but a central one is that dialogue is even more important today than it has never been. And I think what is very important here that we have created, I think together, we're just providing the platform. Somebody is really trying to destabilize me. As you know, Moroccans are a bit paranoid. You should know that for our friends coming from elsewhere. You know, we have many qualities, but we are a bit paranoid. That's one of the things one of our, our feature. So I was saying, we should value our capacity to sit together in a civilized way with shared values, dialogue, the belief that facts are important, that science is important, and that we can agree to disagree. We can have an open and civilized dialogue on very important issues. And that's really what is at the heart of the Atlantic dialogue. And it's here, we believe, us here in the South, in a way, but not in a divisive spirit. We invite the North here in Morocco, on the Atlantic shore, on behalf of our friends in the global South, in Latin America and the rest of continent, in Africa. And I think it's also because we saw the power and the quality and what has built the North, the transatlantic traditional, the North transatlantic relations between Europe and the US. It has brought a lot to the world. It is challenged those days, but it has brought a lot to the world. We have to recognize after the Second World War. And this is also in that spirit that we invite you here, and I think that it's also what you share with us. And I think it is very important, and we have to cherish that, and we have to also to gather our energies in very difficult times. As I said, a couple of travels last month in Europe, everybody is worried. I will pronounce a few words, and they will resonate in your mind. Of course, I don't want to pinpoint on anybody, but many people have a fit in their home and a fit in the street. There are challenges on facts. What are facts? What is reality? There are different layers of reality, cognitive dissonances happening around the world. There are Africa, we are worried. Competition, rivalry of powers in Africa are happening. Views of Islam, competitive view and the sort of hegemonic view of Islam is competing in many countries. Trade, protectionism rising, multilateralism being attacked, and the list is very long, and there will be many panels about that. And we stand for something here in Morocco with our values. We're a bit paranoid, but we're open people. We want to reach to others. We like being in touch with others. We like to be, in the sense of community, family. One important value in Morocco, if you have not, we're not very, familiar with us, we like to have everybody under the tent. And this is why Morocco is where it is today. It's not perfect, but we're all under the tent, able to discuss and to solve our conflicts and different views that we have as any society. Very important, everybody under the tent. One of the spirit of the Policy Center for the New South, but also the university that has been created and spearheaded by OCP, not very far away from here, and some of you are also aware of that, is also to create safe space. Safe spaces where we can have serious discussion, open discussion, saying what we think and not being sort of cornerized or whatever, being able to be listened to. And this notion of safe space is very important for our young leaders also, emerging leaders that we are here, because one of the challenges also, it's a change of generation. How do you give space also to the new generation? How do you harness their energy? Because, friends, energy is a decreasing function of age. You know, I just turned 50 this year. I'm discovering it. And it's not theoretical. It's really what happens. What to tell you? It's also, as think tanks, we've been created 5 years ago. Interesting instruments, but we're also, I feel, part of the legacy already. You know, institutions with their ways, with their traditions. We're our strength, research-based, but also we think when we've published a piece and posted it on the internet, end of the story. Not at all. We need impact. How can we have an impact together? And if you take this room, it's a fantastic energy, such an experience accumulated, but it's so difficult for us to coordinate ourselves with a common goal. And this is the discussion we had at the lunch with the advisory board of the Atlantic Dialogue we have, and I want to thank all the friends and the several think tanks that are with us. How can we go one step beyond and have an impact? How can we sort of harness this new category of international affairs that we're trying to create, this broader and wider Atlantic, together with our shared values to have a stronger impact? How we can contribute to do that? And how we can, of course, you know, join our energy to make a difference. Because we are being disrupted, Arinder. You know that. Like everybody else. You know, we like to publish, we like to do conferences, but this is being disrupted as well. And there are other self-organizing institutions and forces that are not that enlightened, I would say, around the world, that are fighting. So these are special times. And I will conclude on that. And it's not because we're not objective, but I think Africa has a message. There is a special wisdom in Africa that is worth listening to. Long ancestral wisdom on the continent that is very, very important and that has many lessons or inspirations to give to us. And this is why you should make sure to do less emails during these 3 days. I'm not saying that I will do that. Less WhatsApps, less whatever. Try to be here, mindful. You are a fantastic crowd. Make sure you talk to your neighbor. Don't hang up with your counterparts. Particularly, this is a message for Moroccans. Open people, many qualities, but paranoid, and they tend to congregate among themselves. You'll see them. They like to stay among themselves. You know why? Because they like to be under the tent. Their quality is also their drawbacks, like always. Your strength is your weakness. So make sure fantastic people, they're worth to be discovered. I know the dynamics of conferences. Make sure this is a conference where you have space to discuss in this room. This is not a collection of speeches. The moderators are highly professional, and they will devote 1/3 to 30% of the time of a specific panel to a discussion with the room. And to conclude, we are also, please send us your ideas. You have these applications, you have contacts with all of us. We are searching for new ideas. In this very complex time, we have no answer. Some visionaries, people created this back in 2012. Here it is, 8th edition. But we cannot, we don't know much, actually. And nobody knows a lot. But as a group, we know a lot, and we are strong on that. So let me again thank you heartfully. Thank you very much for being here. It's really a pride for us. And enjoy your next 3 days. Sink in the conference. Just relax. Stay here. Stick around. And you'll see. It will be a nice experience. So enjoy the conference, and I'll see you at the closing, inshallah, on Saturday. Thank you very much. I'm supposed to introduce the next session. So Richard Liu is moderating the next session. but in between we must have a video.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage the moderator for the opening conversation, journalist and news anchor at MSNBC, Richard Louis.
Well, welcome, Atlantic Dialogues. Number 8, it feels like a lucky number. It feels like a good start to some important and intelligent conversations. As you saw in the opening video, this is a special gathering. And I cannot thank the president of Atlantic Dialogues and the leader behind what we're now celebrating, Mr. Elanui, who has really encapsulated the energy that we need to have going forward in today's conversations as well as tomorrow's as well. And that is to be creative. That is to be proactive. It is to be practical. It is to, despite the theme of turmoil, the South in turmoil today, what are the opportunities that do exist thereafter? And what a great way to start today's conversations with our opening conversation. And for me, I was a little starstruck because as an old news anchor at CNN Worldwide, there was one leader's name I pridefully loved to pronounce in the newsroom and made sure everybody would say, do you know how to pronounce his name? Because it sounds beautiful. And it's a very important name if you're from the continent of Africa as well. And so today I get to share with all of you a conversation with the former president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. And when we think of the name Olusegun Obasanjo, it means a lot to many in this room. So ladies and gentlemen, please give a warm welcome in our opening conversation to the former president of Nigeria, President Olusegun Obasanjo. Mr. President, you're making me look like I have no energy the way you entered there.
Richard, it's always a pleasure.
It is, like I said, I was starstruck, Mr. President, and we must think about the very energy that you bring to our opening conversation here, and it starts with that which Mr. Elanui did describe to us. We are in a time of difficulty. We're not going to stay on that topic because I know your point of view, which is that there's opportunity, and we cannot stay downtrodden. But first of all, describe to us what it is, this time of turmoil. Including the microphones, also uncertain.
Even that is uncertain. If I may go back a little bit,
please.
Then we will see why we are worried and why we should be worried, but we should not be unduly worried about the situation we are in. In the last century, within the first 40 years, there were 2 world wars. And that gave the world a jitter. And so what was the world looking for? The world was looking for peace. The world was looking for security. The world was looking for stability. The world was looking for development. The world was looking for growth. The world was looking for progress. And I believe all that were done by leaders of the world at that time was to achieve all this. And to a large extent, all these were achieved, except that equity was not achieved. Predicability was achieved, but justice was not achieved. Democracy was not achieved. So the world went on and started, after the United Nations was established, they started establishing and building other organizations, UNESCO, WHO. They come up with human rights and all that. And then we had a period of predictable stability, but it was not absolute security because we had the nuclear powers. And what we were looking for was to make sure that no accident happened, bearing in mind that the line between sanity and insanity for human beings is very thin indeed. And we were trying to make sure that there would be no accident that will happen. All that happened, and then, but we did not get multilateralism. We did not. We got
That's a quote right there. I think that's a quote.
Well, what we got was we got two poles. And we got bipolar world, not multilateralism.
But many thought we had multilateralism.
Now, we must work towards multilateralism. When bipolar world disappeared, we then had unipolar world for a while. And part of what we are having now that we call uncertainty is trying to move us from unipolar world to a new world order or a new world situation. And you know, normally, when you are moving from one area which you know into a new one, there is uncertainty. Human being wants to keep to what they know, and what we know now is disappearing. Where we have stability in trade, you can predictability in trade and human relationship and all that are disappearing. So what will come in place of what we know that is now disappearing? I believe for us in the South, maybe we should be concerned, but we should not be unduly concerned because there is likely to be something better coming in. And what is the something better that will come in? It won't be bipolar world. It won't even be multipolar world. I believe it will be multilateralism, which is what we need. Not bipolar, not one pole here, another pole there, another pole here. No, we need multilateralism for governing the world, not polarization of the world.
In the generations where you have spoken to leaders in the South, in the North, globally, and you think of the chapters that you have experienced and been part of the decision-making and thinking, what will the past, if you look at the next chapter, what chapter in the past looks a lot like what the next chapter might be?
Well, the chapter in the past was not a chapter that took cognizance of our place and our role in the South. If anything, I think we were almost completely ignored. That's what happened in the past. And what is happening now, what will happen in the next couple of decades is that the South will come more and more on its own and will of necessity have to play a larger role in the affairs of human beings. We are seeing that even in our own continent, in Africa. Our founding fathers in 1963, we started something we call Organization of African Unity. Their aim is integration, economic and political. They didn't achieve much. But last year, for the first time, African leaders come together to form and establish Africa Continental Free Trade Area, the largest number of countries coming together in one market. It is unique. It is significant. And if it works, and there's no reason why it shouldn't work, we will have a large market that we compare with any other market in the world. Now, when you have a situation like that, and you have China, you have India, you have Europe, you have America, I think you are talking of multilateralism, which I'm talking about, not polarity.
I said in jest, I also said in seriousness in the newsroom when I was working at CNN why your name was so important. It is what you defined during a period, an era of leadership in the South. If you now had the ears of all leaders in the South and they leaned over to you and said, Mr. President, can you give me a piece of advice here? What would that be?
I would say we should now be doing what we are doing well. And part of what we are doing well is what we are doing here, dialoguing. One of the things we never did well in the past is that we not even talk among ourselves. And therefore, we open ourselves to being talked to. We open ourselves to received ideas, not our own ideas. Now, let us talk among ourselves. Let us dialogue. Let us, even if we have to disagree among ourselves, while we are talking among ourselves, let us disagree. And let us disagree to agree so that we can present a common front. That we were not doing before. Now we have started doing that. And then we should do more of that.
More of that? How does that fit into, and I'll just look at a recent headline of modern years, and that's the Africa Trade Agreement, 54 countries signing on. What does that say about where this dialogue is or is not?
Well, as I said, for the first, almost 60 years of OAU, Africa as substantially an independent continent, we struggled among ourselves. We tried to really forge unity or integration. We fought against colonialism, we fought against apartheid. We succeeded, but we did not get the economic cohesion and integration that we are now getting. And I said the year 2018 may be regarded as one of the greatest years for Africa since independence. A number of things happened that year. One, we have this thing that we call open sky, which means if an airline from one country is going to another country, it doesn't need to go and sign a number of agreements. That's number one. Number two, we started something we call intra-African trade fair. We've never had that. And it's going to be every 2 years. We had the first one in Cairo last year. Next year, we are going to have the next one in Kigali. Where the third one will happen, I don't know. Maybe here, I don't know. It can be anywhere. Now, that is very good. The third thing was that we now are talking of common passport. And some countries, before we get to the common passport stage, say, well, look, you get visa on arrival. And many countries have introduced that. And then on top of that is the African Continental Trade, Free Trade Agreement. So these are good. And they are, in fact, for me, and I believe it should be for all Africans, something that we should be proud of and something that we should work at. We shouldn't say, yes, we have signed agreement, and for the first time in Africa, we signed an agreement. Within a year, it has been ratified. We have got enough ratification for the agreement to be launched. So the agreement was launched. And by 1st of July next year, African Continental Free Trade Area Agreement will go into operation. And we still have a long way to go in the area of providing infrastructure, in the area of protocols that have to be harmonized, rule of origin and all that. But let us make a start. And we are making a start.
And it seems like it's a counter-narrative, isn't it, certainly, Mr. President, when you look at what's happening in the South. When you think of multilateral agreements, those are going by the way of the dodo. They're disappearing, where when you look at the continent of Africa, it's now implementing a very wide-reaching agreement that involves a billion people.
Well, I think it's good. That's part of the reason why I say what is happening is good. You see, you have to break the egg to get omelette. What we are trying to get is omelette. And to get omelette, maybe the old order has to change. And the old order is in the process of changing. Again, before it gets done, before you get it done, it gets a little bit darker.
Okay.
So what you are getting, which we call uncertainty, turmoil, I think they are there. But maybe we need to get that disruption, that change for us to get an omelette from the egg.
Okay, I like this because I love omelets. How many eggs must we break? Do we need to see more? In other words, more turmoil, more uncertainty, more eggs being broken?
I think the eggs that are being broken now, maybe we won't get many more broken because if you see the way it is going, China cannot be taken for granted. And that has now been proved. Europe is becoming more and more self-confident and looking for its own security without looking too much up to a big brother beyond, on the other side of the Atlantic. I've talked about what is happening in Africa. I believe that all these happenings are good for the world.
But the big egg is the next financial crisis, is it not? Do you need that egg to crack? Nobody wants it, but might you see that in the immediate future?
What do you mean?
The next financial crisis, before you can actually make the omelet. Do you need to add that egg?
I think what happened in 2008 has taught everybody a lesson.
Okay.
And it's taught everybody a lesson, and it made us to be conscious that nothing should be taken for granted.
Got it.
Conscious that nothing should be taken for granted.
Certainly, certainly. Okay, so let's say that's the only egg that needs to be broken. We really did not rehearse this analogy. We did not. What are the other ingredients that go in the omelet then?
For us to get the omelette.
Because we got
after the egg.
We cracked the egg. We got it in the skillet. It's put in. Throw in. What are you throwing in to make it?
You know, you can get plain omelette.
Yeah.
Whereby you don't even put onion, you don't put any any ingredient. I believe that.
But I'm thinking like brain power.
I believe that the way that we have to go, we will need to have some things in the omelette.
Right.
And in
Infrastructure.
fact, we cannot go without having some ingredients in the omelette.
Right.
I've talked about infrastructure.
Yes.
Now we are living in an age of digitization. Digitization, there's nothing you can do without it. We are living in an age of technology, artificial intelligence. You cannot wave it off. And it will have to be part of our consideration for the new world order. In the opening, we hear about disrupting technology.
Yes.
I think technology will disrupt a little bit more. We cannot have the omelette without considering climate change. We have to, because if we don't do that, well, we will be consumed by it. And for people to say that, look, climate change is the imagination of scientists, I think that is probably, I would say, the most the greatest disservice to humanity and to scientists, because scientists have shown, and empirical evidence has also substantiated what the scientists have proved.
And I think then, Mr. President, then you're saying that technology may crack half an egg as we move forward. Speaking of this very space, I want to get into, because when we think of technology, the brains, talent, something you focused on certainly as leader of Nigeria. How do you develop the talent, an international talent, a talent pool that comes and goes, basically brain circulation as opposed to brain drain, right? That big debate in West Africa, based on the West African miracle, and Nigeria being a benchmark of what has happened there. But by the way, relevant to that conversation is the emerging leaders, the next generation of leaders, and I think they're here. I don't know if you can stand real quickly, so we can, as well as the alumni. They were spending 3 days talking about the Atlantic Basin. The alumni, are they not standing either? They lost their legs today? Okay, yeah, I see you, so you can't hide. All right. And part of the conversations that we had, Mr. President, is, well, do I stay? Because I kind of have 2 feet, one in Africa, one in another country. And, you know, do I hop back and forth? Do I stay in one or do I stay in the other? And so how do you deal with the idea of moving past uncertainty, moving past turmoil, and you have a very capable workforce now coming out of Africa?
I think one of the things that technology is doing is that I don't know how long for, when offices will be less important, and what will be more important is your laptop and what you have here. And we are getting to that by the day. So it doesn't matter where you are today. What matters is your intellectual property and how you can deploy it. Only yesterday I was at a meeting in a city north of Nigeria, in Kaduna, and I met 300 young people in what they call Tech Hub. And it was financed by World Bank and Rockefeller Foundation and another group. And what are they doing? They are learning and acquiring skill on digitization. And some that have gone through the process have now become what we call outsourcing. So you now have people, organizations in America that are using Nigerian base, and even they teach them how to speak with American dialect, so that when they speak on in this outsourcing, they appear to be American, but they are speaking from Nigeria. Now that is the sort of thing that is happening, and with that type of thing happening, you see, these people, I was telling them yesterday, I said, look, I was BBC. They said, what is BBC? I said, I was born before computer. And and I said to them, you are digital babies. I never had anything about digital when I was growing up. You grow up with digitization. And that must not be taken for granted. The world is changing. And what is important is that this new world, Africa is going along, moving along with it. It's not landing men on the moon or sending rocket to the Mars. It is here. And our people are becoming part and parcel of it.
As we finish up our conversation, and I wish we had hours to speak, Mr. President, we have a couple of quick questions I wanted to ask you. You talked about technology. What is your favorite tech device? What do you love to use? Let's see what he pulls out of his pocket. Okay, no brand associated with, but you are now post-PBC, I guess, huh? You and I were talking earlier, and there's a reason why I'll bring this up again, Mr. President. What does your name mean?
Yeah, Olusegun means God wins. God wins. I don't know, my mother thought that I overstayed in her womb. But I believe that...
How did she tell you that, Mr. President?
She said, well, 9 months normally, and she said I was 12 months. I believe she must...
Then you were evicted.
I believe she must have miscalculated. So when I was born, it was a relief for her that, okay, God has saved her, so it is God winning, and that's where Olusegun, God wins. And then my father, whose mother died when he was young, and of course, and I got married, had a baby, and the first child happened to be a boy. Then believe that it is the father that has repaid the day. So Obasanjo means king has repaid the day. God wins and king repays the day. All meaning that within my family, my mother was saved and my father felt that there has been some form of compensation. And I live up to that.
And as you look at the thinkers and the leaders in this room, those who are participating in this conversation, what would be your 30 seconds, your 60 seconds of wisdom of how we might repay the day?
Oh, then the only way for us to repay the day is to move away from what has not been good for us in the past and embrace what is good for us now.
The former president of Nigeria, thank you so much, sir. President Olusegun Obasanjo.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will now watch a short video. Thank you.
Populism is a label used to categorize the electoral rise of far-right chauvinistic and xenophobic parties. Populist leaders try to establish
To our next session. It is our first plenary. Hard to beat when you saw the way that the former president left the stage for our next panel. So as we do reseat ourselves, please do find your seat if you can. And we will start the next session. It is our first plenary. It is called the Prospects for Populism. And we have an esteemed panel, ladies and gentlemen. And if we give them due respect as they come to the stage, that would be great. First, Maria Eugenia Brizuela de Avila, former Minister of Foreign Affairs of El Salvador. Ladies and gentlemen. The former Minister of Foreign Affairs of Spain, Ana Palacio. Peter Pham, United States Special Envoy for the Great Lakes region of Africa.
Thank you.
Paulo Portas, former Minister of Foreign Affairs, Portugal. Ignacio Walker, former Minister of Foreign Affairs, Chile. Now, none of you jumped onto the stage, and I thought after we set the standard at the last session that one of you might consider that. Nobody wanted to do it? All right, very good. The prospects for populism. Now, let's start with the very idea of the title of our session today. Not necessarily an easy topic overall, but I'll start with this. The idea of populism, is that the new normal? And that very question, of course, has a lot of meanings to it. And I'll start with you, Madam Minister Brizuela de Avila.
Definitely, to me, it has become the new norm. And if I go back first to thank the people from the Policy Center for the invitation and the opportunity to be here. It is a magical place for the interchange of ideas and for bridging our nearness across the Atlantic. I read a Dutch political scientist, Moede, back in 2004. He came up with a definition of populism, which I think it's what makes me think that it is part of the new norm. Because it's not a true ideology. It's a very thin ideology that needs to piggyback ride on others. And that's why you find populism all the way from the spectrum on the left to the spectrum on the right. And the basis that it has is very simple, is that there is a division in society that juxtaposes the people, which are supposed to be good, and the elite, who are supposed to be taking advantage of them. So on that very small basis, you find then the populist movement of trying to bridge and bring the goodwill, the good for the people, in detriment of those who are harnessing power and elective challenges. So that is why I do believe it is a new norm, because it's so simple in that discourse, because it works. It's a simple way of explaining to the people in a storytelling where there's a villain and there's a good guy and a bad guy, and who then can be pinpointed as the culprit. And so that is where our big challenge starts. How are we going to surpass this?
Mr. Minister Walker, based on what Madam Minister Basuela de Avila has just kicked us off with, what is the idea of populism you believe in Chile?
Well, many people have asked about Chile in the last weeks or so. Let me just tell you that coming from Chile is very easy to understand the topic of this conference, no? The South in times of turmoil. And let me just share to you, because I've been asked about this, and not only in Chile, what we could call 3 lessons that at least I have tried to learn from this recent experience in the last 50 or 60 days. And it's not only a matter of Chile, it's Ecuador, it's Hong Kong, it's the Yellow Jackets in France, it has been Great Britain and Catalonia and so many other places. You know? But at least coming from this recent experience, 3 lessons, you know? Only the headlines, so we can discuss. First, I would say that economic forces and market forces do not act in a political and institutional vacuum. So perhaps one of the mistakes that we've made in Chile in the last 30 years, which I consider to have been a quite successful cases in many ways, is to have put too much emphasis on questions of growth, of fiscal responsibility, of macroeconomic stability, which are major assets in any country, but not understanding that economic and market forces do not act in a political and institutional vacuum. So the legitimacy, for example, of political leads, of political parties, of parliaments, of the Constitution, which is a major issue today in Chile, is one of the lessons. So my first headline is the primacy of politics and institutions. No? Economic and market forces are not autonomous forces. That's my first lesson. The second lesson is that modernization is by definition, it's per se a disruptive process. And this is very much in the textbooks of political sociology, no? From Samuel Huntington and so many others, in terms that modernization leads to social mobilization, to social unrest. And what is perhaps particular or specific about the case of Chile in the last 30 years is that an accelerated process of growth, of development, of modernization produces a lot of tensions and contradictions and inequalities. So it's up to the institutions, again, to channel, to process, no? That social and conflict. So social unrest, social malaise, no? Social protest, social mobilization is not a pathology. No? It's part of a process of modernization. And the third lesson coming out of this experience, which is not only about social unrest, but about the question of violence in so many countries around the world, is that we don't have to lose sight of the old traditional definition of Max Weber, no? Of the state being the monopoly of force. So the great challenge here is to avoid the privatization of violence. Whether it be terrorism, we're talking here in the morning, or micro-traffic, or narco-traffic, or organized crime, those were realities that had been in our country below the surface for many years. But we had not paid enough attention because we were too focused on the economy, on growth, on fiscal responsibility, on macroeconomic stability. So whether it be a democratic or an authoritarian regime, and of course we're talking about democracies in many ways, no, we don't have to lose sight that the state has to exercise the monopoly of force, no? And you cannot allow for the privatization of violence, with a sense of legitimacy, of course, of that use of force. Those are at least 3 lessons that perhaps we could share with our friends from so many countries about that, what has happened, at least in the case of Chile, in recent weeks.
And Mr. Minister Walker, thank you for being so practical and straight to this is what we can learn and what we can put in our pockets and move forward. Madam Minister Palacio, when did this cycle start of populism? When might it end?
Well, first of all, I would like to pick up from where Minister Brizuela left. Why is there this elites versus people? Because this way we will understand what we are speaking about. Because frankly, today in Europe, in the European Union, when you see populism, there is a knee-jerk reaction thinking about fringe parties in the extreme right or in the extreme left, normally nationalist and this. But the truth is that populism is pervasive, at least the forms of populism. If you allow me just one of the best leaders of the liberal status quo, President of the French Republic, Macron, he uses the tools of populism, this dialogue with the citizens, these declarations, these short messages like brain death of NATO. This is typically populistic. So populism is everywhere. Now, how does it start? It started progressively with the distancing of the government and the governed. We are seeing two parallel processes. The first is the complexity, the progressive complexity of government, of laws, of regulations. At the same time, there is this mirage that there is transparency everywhere, and that me as a citizen, I am there, I go in the internet, and in the end, this creates frustration. This creates expectations and frustration. And this is the origin, because at the second parallel process is that les corps intermédiaires, the intermediate networks, the president of the policy center mentioned two things. This idea of time to speak, open, broad dialogues. Well, from extended family to this idea of neighborhood, to all this is broken. The citizen encounters himself or herself more and more as an island. And an island that paradoxically is connected on very narrow topics through the echo chambers of the internet or through just being interested. We miss this, and this is a process. So we need to see how we can revert this process of isolation. That has a consequence too, is that our citizens, more and more, have a relation. In Chile, it was clear, a relation with the government as consumer versus service providers, with entitlement. I'm entitled. Nobody took into account that the Chilean last governments took 30–40% out of poverty? No.
From 40 to 10.
30% out of poverty, which is fantastic. It's kind of Chinese figures. Because this, frankly, no. But because in Chile, not in China, in Chile, because of the system, because of this liberal democracy system, this provoked an entitlement of, I am entitled, I have a right to. So this is the origin. It manifests itself in very different ways, and I mean, you will ask me, but just in case, I leave it here. Keep these networks, keep the extended family, follow the advice of the president of the policy center. Take the time to speak, not to be isolated in the web. Take the time to relate in a broad sense, and frankly, just assume that being a citizen has also responsibilities. Last, Max Weber. There is something that comes here. Populism is linked to what Max Weber called the rational legitimacy. Us in the European Union, we have been very blunt on this idea that the rational legitimacy, traditional legitimacy, is to be kept. This is this idea of the wisdom in Africa. There is this traditional legitimacy through old structures that can be that are forms of organizations of society that have an important value, and where in Africa, of course in Morocco as in Spain, we have this traditional legitimacy through the monarchy. But it's not just that, it's this idea of anchorage of the people. This, I think, is where we have to go, because the danger is the third kind of legitimacy, which is charismatic legitimacy. And frankly, I leave you with this figure. 49% of the Italians wish for a strong man, which is
Un
strong.
uomo forte.
49.
Duce.
El Duce.
Mr. Minister Partas, populism, nationalism, put those two together for me, or don't put them together at all.
First of all, thanks OCP and the Policy Center for the opportunity of these debates and the invitation. I tell it's a part of, but I would state first that populism is a Western disease. Sorry to warn you about reality. Half of the planet is not debating populism because half of the planet has no democratic regimes. First of all, it's our disease, considering Europeans or Americans or some populations culturally influenced by our rationality. Second, there are usually the liberal press in the United States uses populism to insult. It's becoming the most democratic insult in politics. You're populist. But you have populists from the right, from the left, and from nowhere. Sorry to say again. Okay, Donald Trump is a populist, Boris Johnson is a populist, and Salvini is a populist, and Viktor Orban is a populist, and Podemos in Spain is not a populist, and Hugo Chavez was not a populist, and even more provocative, Bolsonaro is a populist. Yes, but Lula was also a populist because he used the national budget to new caciquism, which is paying the voters. Okay? So it's a Western disease, but it's not a right-wing disease, as some want to explain. It's a much more shared phenomenon. And the third thing I want to call your attention is there is a direct link between populism and digital democracy. Some weeks ago, Facebook announced, just Facebook, that they have matched and erased 5.4 billion, I insist, billion in the American sense, accounts and in Facebook. Falsification and hate rhetoric. 5.4 billion. If it would exist an authenticity link between profiles and citizens, it would be 60% of the global population or 70% of the global population. This is an industry of manipulation, falsification, violence, extremism, and they act, and this is my point, I prefer the limits of representative democracy to the virtues of direct democracy. Digital democracy is working more and more like a revolution. I'm a reformist. I don't love revolutions. And I think revolutions have bad consequences because they consider that history didn't exist before the revolution. Everything started with the revolution. This is against all the historical tradition, but more than this, they act as vanguards. You have more and more politicians, political parties, and institutions captured, caught by social media vanguards. For me, the democratic definition is the vote, not the number of likes. And you have more and more prime ministers and presidents that don't decide what is right, they just decide what gives them likes. This will corrupt democracy, and this will kill, as you told in the questions, this will kill classic democracy. I don't know. In one moment, I just know one thing. People will be fed up with so many insults, so many lies, so many lack of respect, so many presumption of equality. I insult the Queen. The Queen has to answer me. I'm in the same position than the Queen. Sorry, this is killing institutions, references, values. And instead, this said, obviously, digital democracy increases participation and possibilities. But just to say, just to end you need rationality, as Anna said. You need rationality. Tell me honestly, do you find rationality in digital democracy? I give you the Nobel Prize if you find it.
Well, let's ask the panelists who believes that you do.
Okay. I don't find. You don't have...
Anybody on the panel
Let me just tell you, you don't have two basic things to have rationality in politics.
Okay.
You don't have memory in the digital. Memory is yesterday night.
I can guess, Mr.
And you don't
Minister,
have future.
I can guess,
It's
Mr.
present.
Minister, your answer to this question, when you talk about the negativity of digital options in democracy today and its negative impact, 10 being the worst, 1 being the least, you would give it a? If you were to say how damaging this is when we talk about digitization or the digital distribution methods of messaging, of canvassing votes, if 10 were the worst in terms of how bad this is, 1 being the least and potentially good.
In the Western world?
Yeah.
6 to 7.
6 to 7.
I would say,
Minister?
and I'm being cautious.
All right, 6 to 7. What would you
I
put?
agree.
You put 6 to 7 as well?
6 to 7.
Again, the severity, the impact
10 being the worst.
of tech and digital, 10 being the worst, of impact on, negative impact on democracy, 1 to 10.
This is a technology. It's an instrument. It depends on the resilience of the individual that is in there.
What number would you give it?
But I won't respond because I think that it's a wrong,
that's fine.
wrong question.
I would
frankly.
definitely go way more positive. I do believe that digital can be an increase the participation of the people.
So you'd give it a 2 or
Yes,
3?
I would definitely.
I was teeing this up for you, Mr. Pham, to react to the very idea of when we talk about digital democracy, of things like Facebook and Twitter, Instagram and the rest, what their impact has on democracy. So we got the views from your other panelists. Now you can react.
Okay. Thank you very much, Richard. It's a pleasure to be here. Honored to be with my friends and colleagues here on the stage. And thanks to our hosts at OCP and also the Policy Center for bringing this unique group of people together. I think it's a unique forum and delighted to be here. I need to say at the start that I'm here speaking on my personal capacity and not for the U.S. government. And so I'm an academic and a political scientist, so this is a topic I'll dive into in that capacity. My answer to your question about how I'd rate digital, I would say I would put it at a 5, because I agree with Anna. It is a powerful force for good. We've seen it in numerous places, most recently in East Africa, in Ethiopia, in Sudan, as a driver for positive change. And yet we see places where, let's be honest, it's a driver, as Mr. Deportes says, it's a driver for chaos and for lack of rationality. Yeah, but, you know, we talk about populism. It's a word, I think correctly said, that's tossed around. And a good friend of mine, an academic colleague, Colin Duke, who teaches at George Mason University, has a great little line. He says, populism generates more heat than light. And the debate about it gets very heated, whether you are from the right or the left. And yet, I think we make 2 mistakes when we talk about populism. One, we take it too seriously. We invest it with a power, a magic that doesn't belong to it, because it doesn't have that sustainability. On the other hand, we take it not seriously enough, because behind all the fermentation, behind all that, there are 2 things that are driving this, I think. One, the profound structural changes that have taken place in post-industrial economies. The knowledge economy, the rise of knowledge and technology, the technologies of automation, global flows of labor, goods, people, and capital, the relative decline of traditional manufacturing, the migration crisis in many places, all these have driven economic uncertainty. Now, we're all largely in this room, and I speak for myself and others, we're fortunate. We're not directly impacted or threatened by it, but many of our fellow citizens feel differently. And the other thing we don't forget is that there's cultural upheaval. Many of us embrace progressive values, liberal changes, the opening of our societies, multicultural. We relish in the diversity. And yet for others, it's very discomforting. The post-modern era shakes people at their core. All this is challenging, and we don't give that enough weight. And I think this is where not paying serious enough attention to and writing off these people as, you know, the forgettables, the vulnerables, whatever you want to call them, I think is a big mistake. And it's a harvest that is going to be very bitter if we reap it.
I thank all of our panelists for the opening remarks. They were swift and to the point. I thank you so much. I joke, of course, we got a lot of meat to discuss and think about. I encourage you to interrupt each other. I'm a cable news anchor. We do that a lot. I also encourage you to be productive, though, and to the point if we can. To our audience, though, a quick question, and you can actually, you can go to your phones right now, and the question to you, this is a word cloud, so that we can make sure that we're covering all of our collective thoughts here as much as possible. The question to you is, what is missing in the conversation on populism? So if you go to your phones right now, enter in your thought on what's missing in the conversation on populism. And we'll give you, I believe, 60 seconds to go ahead and do that. Do we have word cloud music?
Russia.
I don't
It's
know
not
why.
democratic. They don't care about it.
Russia always appears. I can see from the morning.
They were never democratic.
Okay, solutions, Russia, China, respect, news, which may be the fake news stuff, xenophobia, transparency. Thank you all for doing that. It's been very helpful. Who would like to react to any of those words on the panel?
I definitely go for solutions.
Okay, go for it.
I first want to quote President Barack Obama, because it picks up on something that my panelists have also said. The rise of populist movements, he said in a speech last summer, has helped spark a global boom for the politics of fear, resentment, and retrenchment that pave a path to authoritarianism, that is, authorities. And that is what Anna was talking about, that possibility that sparks. And why? Because populism is dividing society through hatred. And it breeds on finding those gaps in democracy in which we have not been able to deliver on what is promised. So if I look at the possibilities of solutions, solutions have to come especially not on anti-populist agendas, but on more ideological agendas, on educating our people, on being even more transparent, on taking advantage of technology the way that it is presented, that we can thus communicate even better with our people. That's what I wanted to say.
Focus on solutions. Okay,
Yes.
thank you so much.
And I would like to focus on solutions as well, because I have said, and in fact it's underpinning what Minister Brizola has said, is that what we miss is the translator of a very complex conversation of governance to the normal people that feel frustrated because at the same time they have this mirage that they are entitled and empowered to be there. Now, I think that we have to restore keep and create these networks, these ample networks that are not sectorial, that are not just unidimensional. It's very interesting, and a study by Edelman on trust. Edelman, the big communications company, the American company, and speaking with them, they were a bit surprised that more and more the place where individuals put their trust is the business. And if you see, not having parties, not having unions, not having real family in the West, because I fully agree that this is mostly a Western, because it's linked to this rational legitimacy that I was speaking, they put on business. So, a silver lining. We have seen in June the Business Council in the United States understanding that business is about much more than having benefits, that it's not the shareholder, it's the stakeholder. So what we are seeing there is a network that did not exist, because on the contrary, the business was a very sectorial, unidimensional, just being expanded. So I would be optimistic. Education is fundamental, but education in the sense that it was mentioned about wisdom. It's not know more things. It's be able to analyze, be able to listen to other opinions that are not my opinions, not being fixated on MSNBC or on Fox, just having a community. This is what we need. And there are many. I mentioned this entry point of business, because I think that this is here to stay. And this is part, not of the, I don't see this in terms of hatred. I see it in terms of isolation, of frustration, of malaise, of longing, and you want America first, and you want my Great Britain back, because you feel insecure, and because, frankly, along the lines of Portas, the same that are feeling this are losing the world. The world was Western. The world is not any longer Western. So these ads are angoisse.
Yes.
This is
Mr. Minister Portas, please, yes.
Just to, I was...
And then, yes, and then you, Mr. Walker, after. Or both together. Okay.
Okay. I was surprised I didn't see two words who are the great food suppliers of populism in Europe: migrations and trade. And by the way, I think the moderates, I mean the moderates from the left, the moderates from the right, reasonable people, are highly responsible for the rise of populism through migrations and populism through trade. Why? Because they withdraw the debate. There is a lack of intellectual fight trying to explain in a rational and very evident way what free trade did for a more fair world. You live in a world of perceptions, not realities. Sometimes perceptions have no relation with facts. I remember two years ago, the best opinion poll survey company in UK asked the British, do you think the world is going for better or for worse? 70% for worse. Sorry? How many children in school and not at work? How many extreme poverty people left poverty? How many sanitarian access you have now and you hadn't 40 years ago? But the perception is going for the worst. You just fight this perception, fighting. You cannot consider trade or migrations technical issues. They are political issues. By the way, in Europe, fair to say, as we all know, we are becoming an old continent. In 2040, the average age of an European will be 49. The average age of an African, 20. We need, with these demographic rates, Europe needs, obviously, migrations. You need demographics and migrations. But you just cannot say the word migrations in the current situation in Europe. And this is moderates' fault. You have obviously no zero migration scenario, because in Europe you will need more actives to pay more pensions for people that retire sooner and will live much more time happily. So you have obviously a crash in the destiny. You don't have enough actives, and you will have much more retired people living much more years. So we need migrations. You have two scenarios. Or you choose the migration you need, or you are chosen by the migration you don't desire. But governments are doing nothing on that, and Europe is becoming unable of even approaching the question of migrations. I give you just a last example. Italy.
Quickly, please.
You criticize a lot Matteo Salvini. Can you imagine? Italy is a founding father of European Union. Europe left completely alone Italy during 2 years. Italy received 600,000 people with no help from European Union. It is the external border. It is an Italian problem. Greece, Italy, and Spain. Or you are able to approach with a common share and vision and rationality the migrations policies, or don't be surprised to have populist leaders with 40% of the vote. And by the way, I'm one of those who consider he will be Prime Minister of Italy sooner or later. You will see it.
Mr. Minister Walker.
Well, just three headlines in terms of this
Right.
conversation. First of all, I don't want to demonize populism, because I'm more interested in trying to understand which are the social and political forces and processes that are behind what we call populism. I'm very critical of populism, whether from the right or from the left, whether old or new populism. And in Latin America, we have plenty of examples of old populism and new populism. But we have to try to understand. So, for example, Michael Sandel, the philosopher, gave a talk which I attended last year at University of Notre Dame with a very provocative title, no? Do populists have a point? Was the question mark, no? And his answer was yes. Populists have a point. In which sense? He said that political elites, we political elites, have to take responsibility of having created the conditions for the emergence of populist leaders, whether from the right or from the left. So populist leaders do not emerge from the blue. No, they are, for example, the weakening of political institutions. No, the weakening of political elites, of the state itself, the social crisis, the social unrest, no, which explain, not justifies, but explain the emergence of populism. So let us not demonize populism, but try to understand populism. Second, I think, going back, Richard, to your question about populism and nationalism, because they go hand in hand. So I do believe that this populist nationalist wave of today, new populism, whether from the right or from the left, is the most important threat over the institutions of representative democracy. No? And we could argue around that, but you know, that's the statement I would like to say in order to finish in the third statement. No? Which is, in terms of the solutions, in terms of how to deal with populism, I would say that the only way effectively of dealing with populism, whether from the right or the left, is by strengthening the institutions, political institutions. There's a trade-off between political institutions and populism. No? If you have weak institutions, it is more likely that populist leaders will emerge. If you have strong institutions, strong political parties, strong political elites, strong states, challenging, processing this social unrest, it would be less likely for political leaders. So rather than blaming populists, and I'm very critical of them, I insist, we're all very critical, I would say that the positive response, no, especially in terms of representative democracy, or what I call in my book on democracy in Latin America, democracy of institutions, belonging to the tradition of representative, constitutional, and deliberative democracy, is the solution to what appears as democracy of caudillos, strong men, no? Belonging to the populist plebiscitary tradition of democracy.
In one sentence then, Mr. Minister, how would you describe, because you said there was an old populism and a new populism. Yes. In a sentence, what is the old populism?
Well, the old populism in Latin America emerges in the 30s and the 40s vis-a-vis the crisis of oligarchic rule. No? And the vacuum that it produces, the crisis of oligarchic rule. And it referred at that time to a kind of social and political arrangement of the emerging working class and middle sectors through the state as the means of salvation. No? So it had some democratizing effect.
Okay, and then in one sentence, what is the new version of populism?
The new version emerges
in Latin America?
The new version emerges within the third wave of democratization from the 90s. Interesting enough, in the 90s in Latin America, neopopulism, new populism, emerges with neoliberalism. So the economic policies of Carlos Menem in Argentina, Alberto Fujimori in Peru, Fernando Collor de Mello in Brazil, it came hand in hand with neoliberal. There's many papers about neoliberal neopopulism in the 90s. Then it turned leftist under Hugo Chavez, Evo Morales, Rafael Correa in Venezuela, in Ecuador, in Bolivia. Why? I finish with this. Because populism thrives and emerges in Latin America, not only in times of social crisis, but of economic booms, not economic bust. So it coincided with the boom of the commodity exports from 2003 to 2013. There were many resources to distribute with subsidies, creating clientelistic networks, which is very typical of populism in Latin America.
Mr. Pham, thank you so much.
Let me just pick up what Minister Walker
Yes.
just said. I think it was a profound insight on the old populism arising as a resistance to the old oligarchic rule. I think that's exactly what it is. Populism is anti-establishment.
Yes.
And that's not necessarily bad, in my argument, because often we need to be challenged and we need to engage. The fact is, as Minister Portas pointed out, there have been tremendous gains in human welfare, economics, growth, the last 50 years, 100 years. But those gains have not been equal, and we have greater inequality in our societies. Those of us in this room benefit from all these trends, if we're honest with ourselves. But some to a greater extent, some to a lesser, but we all benefit. There's more in common, despite our differences in diversity in this room, than between us and our peers who are out there. And that's part of the problem, the anti-establishment part. Not that I'm suicidal or that I'm self-destructive, but I have to acknowledge, and I think we all have to acknowledge, that we haven't shared these gains in the same way with everyone. And this is what's feeding that populism. There is a legitimate part, and we do best not only addressing them, but bringing them into the conversation instead of writing them off as, the never-has-beens or precluding them.
I'm going to be going out into the audience shortly to get your questions, so ready your questions, but I did want to ask you, Madam Minister Brizuela de Avila, your perspective on the versions, old, new, Latin American populism.
Oh, definitely, I agree with Minister Walker in the sense of that populism has been and will be, and you can track it all the way back to Rome with the bread and circus policy of that time, in a sense, because every time there's a transformation, you will find someone looking for the easiest way to describe the story, the easiest way to jump in. And what I am afraid of, moving on forward between the old and the new, is the capacity to spread fake news. And that's the query with digital, in the sense of how far and how spread can fake news be, that because you need to educate the people, you need to strengthen institutions, yes, but at the same time, you also have the potential of fake news being distributed in such a manner that they distort and they evade the debate. And that way is, how do we move forward in instituting then the more democratic institutions and educating our people in a sense of being able to thus better cement democracy.
Great, I'm going to grab a mic and I want to definitely, who has a question in here? Great, you first, name, where you're from, if you could stand, and I'll hold the microphone. Thank you so much. If you could keep your questions or comments to 30 seconds.
Okay.
Great.
Hello, my name is Sarala. I'm an emerging leader. I'm from the United States and India. So my question is to you, Minister. You spoke about the digital age. As an emerging leader, I find it fitting to ask this question. Many of us are here because of the opportunities that were granted to us via the digital age and social media, and our opportunity to speak and express ourselves and engage with others in positive and in perhaps negative ways. do you think, and this might be addressed to everyone, do you think that it might be beneficial to separate the idea of populism that is in reference to anti-establishment versus populism that is more in reference to xenophobia, hatred, violence, etc.? So we have two different definitions, and populism isn't an insult, but rather a way to describe different sort of situations, so we can handle them and address them separately.
Thank you. Please. You're addressing to Minister Walker, is that correct?
I think it was,
Mr. Partas?
it was to Paulo.
Okay, Mr. Partas.
Okay, 30 seconds also. Look, obviously, social media and internet is a fantastic new world. What I consider it is excessive, the dependence of social media from political deciders. It's a matter of independence. I listen, I read, I measure, but I don't decide to follow them. That's the difference. I just decide majorities in democracy are ballot votes, not vanguards, not activism, militantism. Because the large majority of the people has no time to be militant activists. And they are the majority. So I don't want political system, statesmen and stateswomen, depending on the number of likes, the number of waves, the number of pressures from social media. You have to declare a new independence, respectful independence between politics and social media.
Let me just...
Each one on its road.
Another 30-second response from the panel?
30 seconds. Just
Please.
add to that the following. I mean, one of the big differences between old populism and new populism, in terms of new populism, is the digital era, no? Now, the digital era, the internet, can work for good or for bad. So with a click, you can do a lot of good. We began this conference with application, no? And downloading application and communicating ourselves. But with a click, you can also do a lot of damage, not only in terms of fake news and the post-truth and so on, but, you know, in the kinds of violent networks that are being created by many sectors of society. So it's rather neutral as a technology, no? But in terms of democracy, you cannot be naive. So I don't want to demonize populism. I don't want to demonize the digital era or the internet, but you cannot be naive in terms of its political implications.
You don't want to oversimplify it.
May I just one
very quickly, and I have two more questions here.
One sentence. You have made a difference between two kinds of populism. I agree with you, but the second populism, you have the anti-establishment, the anti-system. One comment, for instance, in the European Union, we have an Article 2, we are a construction of law and by law and institutions. We are an Article 2, which are the values. Whoever in the European Union, and there are governments that are xenophobic or anti-immigration, as a different thing is that you have to have an immigration policy. That's different. But this xenophobia, they are against articles, so against the system. So that this has to be addressed not as a deviation from the, no, it's a deviation from the system. You are attacking this legal and institutional system. And we have to treat them as such because there is where we have instruments by the law.
Okay, thank you so much. Two questions back here. Again, if you could stand, tell us your name, where you're from. 30 seconds, no longer, please.
Home Trend from the US. Some panelists mentioned the fact that citizens in the US and Europe have developed a strong sense of entitlement. And if their expectations are not being met, they become disenchanted, resentful, and therefore open to populist rhetoric in the sense of simplistic explanation of their challenges, simplistic solution like building the wall, or simplistic blaming of the enemies, the immigrants. And I may add that that's true in many other countries as well, not only in the Western world. Now, my question to you is, what can we do to help those citizens to moderate their sense of entitlement and to reconcile their expectation with what can be realistic?
Thank you. That's the first question. Second question next to you, please, sir. If you could stand, tell us where you're from.
I'm Plamen Tonchev of the Institute of International Economic Relations from Athens, Greece. I fully agree with Mr. Walker that we need to understand where populism comes from. And I think we need to understand what I would call the Joker effect. I'm referring to the movie There's a man who is slightly marginalized, a man that Hillary Clinton would probably include in the basket of deplorables. And this man turns to violence. It's a controversial story, but it's not far-fetched. My question is, while we do have to understand the Joker mindset, is it easy or is it possible to do that? Because we're talking about millions, if not billions of people out there.
Thank you. 2 questions for our panel. Who would like to take it?
I'll take the first in the sense that what can we do, as you asked, to try to deal with these people who are turning populist or feel left behind? I think we have to take advantage of the digital revolution in bringing in more innovative tools that will allow them to feel more engaged, that will make for a wider political participation at national, local, and multilateral organizations. In a sense, it is thus widening this road, because I do believe it's tremendously hopeful to think that we can have a coexistence in building together, more possibilities for public policy.
One word. I think that today what is still prevalent is TV. What creates a lot of these echo chambers is the Fox people, the MSNBC people, and I think that the media have also
I won't take that personally, Madam Minister. I'm a man of thick skin, so it's okay.
You need to take also responsibility on this effort.
That's a different discussion.
By the way, there will be the proof of the proof will be November 2020.
That's right.
First big populist experience ruling the country. Is he going to be re-elected or no? If he is re-elected, a lot of people will have to review their certainties. If he is not re-elected, you will see the decline of populist movements. Because one thing is to be a populist in a public speech, in a piazza, promising the paradise tomorrow morning. Other thing is deciding, ruling the nation, considering institutions. If it fails in power, that would be an example worldwide.
Questions on this side, please. 30 seconds. Stand up, please, if you could tell us where you're from.
If it's for a question, I will give up. It's a comment.
Okay, 30 seconds, please, sir. Thank you so much.
30 seconds.
Yes, please. Thank you.
I give up.
No, please go ahead. We're now down to 15.
Okay. My name is Vitor Borges. I'm from Cabo Verde. 2 quick comments. And I agree with Mr. Walker. I believe representative democracy trusts too much conventional legitimacy. And they believe they sacralize the results of elections, and sometimes they do not pay much attention to what's going around. Mr. Porter said that there is those decision makers that are somehow trapped by polls, trapped by social media, and it's true. But at the same time, we cannot oppose the need to pay attention to what people are saying. I agree with you that perhaps you do not have much people speaking, but perhaps we need to pay attention, not opposing conventional legitimacy with what's going on, because the legitimacy you get from elections, it's not necessarily the political, the sociological legitimacy you need to rule a country. Last comment is about getting people out of poverty. And Anna spoke about 30% of people out of poverty in Chile. And it's a huge figure. And yet, we need to pay attention that when you get people out of poverty, it's not only a question of income. Economists will like it. Political people will like it, that when you get people out of poverty, you get them with new objectives, new challenge, new ambitions, and they will not pay attention if you are the responsible for getting them out of poverty, they will focus on their new ambition. And this new ambition, most of the time, conventional, legitimate politicians tend to ignore.
Thank you so much. And in fact, this echoes one of the questions that were put up, and maybe we can put up on the screen right now. The comment was made via the app, what is missing is the elite's willingness to question themselves on the rise of populism. There's some overlap in the comments that you made right there.
They create a kind of taboo.
Got it.
Sometimes they do not want to discuss issues that they are unable to frame in their own idea of the world. And that's a huge mistake because there is no vacuum in society. People will take advantage of they not paying too much attention to new issues.
Perfect, perfect, perfect. A lot to chew on there for our panelists. Please go ahead, mister.
Yes, 30 seconds. I mean, first, I do agree on the limits or the limitations of representative democracy, no? These populist movements, new populist movements, whether from the right to the left, are anti-elitist, are anti-oligarchic, no? Well, this is not new. The elitist theories of democracy of the early 20th century, Robert Michels, Pareto, Mosca, spoke about the iron law of oligarchies, no? As a characteristic of representative elitist democracies. However, I defend representative democracy as a first best, because the alternatives to representative democracy and its institutions are so-called direct or participatory forms of democracy, which sounds very good. But in the case of Latin America, at least in this new wave of populism, they end up under authoritarian regimes, no? So Hugo Chavez came into power in 1998 with a discourse on direct or participatory forms of democracy, constitutional assemblies, and so on, and he ended up with Nicolás Maduro in a dictatorship, no? So representative democracy or democracy of institution still is the best antidote, no, to the rise of populism, whether from the right, or the left, or the right. I think so.
One more response, 30 seconds.
Well, sorry, Peter.
My question about being caught, we agree, my dear Vitor, but my question is, do you think, I give you an example, an academic example. Imagine Winston Churchill with Facebook and WhatsApp and Twitter. Imagine the first war speech of Winston Churchill. What he said to the British people? We go to war against totalitarian Nazis, whatever it costs. We shall never surrender. Do you think he would have been prime minister for many days after doing this speech in the digital society? It's because you don't have in digital society, this is my alarm, you don't have notion of history, past, memory, and long term. You just have emotions in present. Emotion now, emotion in 5 minutes, emotion in 1 hour, after emotion after emotion. Sorry. National interest is a little bit different.
Mr. Pham,
okay?
Please.
Let me just add one thing to what Mr. Portas said about that you don't have. You also don't have a sense of limits.
Yes.
And that is necessary. You mentioned very rightly that we deliver on one thing, they want something more. And people have forgotten that democracies, republics, there's limited government. Government is not supposed to give you everything. Government is supposed to create opportunities. And that's what we forget, and that's what the digital era forgets, limits.
And Madam Minister, if you can react to this, because this is what the former president said, President Obasanjo said, this is one of the eggs that will be cracked by technology. Technology is one of those things.
Well, I mean, I think that in the end, beyond technology, there is the individual, the citizen. You have said something extremely interesting that, of all the questions, but I would add on the elites, what I think that we lack today is the circulation of elites. United States, which is the example where, you know, the American dream is more and more difficult to make it true. So again, I fully stand by representative democracy because it's the worst, but excluding all the others. You know, it's this paraphrasing.
Thank you so much. We have some questions over here.
I believe I need to correct something.
Okay, sir, if you can, 30 seconds, please.
I'm not opposing digital democracy to representative. And I agree with Mr. Portas that that's the base. But what disturbs me in your answer is that you are opposing them. No, I do not oppose them. I believe that the representative democracy is the starting point for this conventional legitimacy, and we'll need it, but it's not enough. That's all I want to say. Otherwise, you will offer the terrain to others to do whatever they want to do.
Thank you. I'm going to head over this way. So,
Moderator,
again,
there is a gentleman that has been waiting patiently from the first.
There are many people patiently waiting, and I'm going to try to get to all of them. That's why we can stick to 30 seconds. We've got about 5 minutes left, I believe, so we're going to try to squeeze everything in.
Okay. My name is Isabel Salcock. I think you guys are a fantastic panel. That's why everybody's jumping up to ask questions. However, I don't agree with everything you say. And I'd like to pick up from 2 points that I think Mr. Pham made, which I think are fundamental and which I think is not stressed enough in the discussion. The very fundamental structural changes that's going on and the rising inequality that makes a lot of people mad. They are raving mad to see rich people floating up in balloons, and then they're scraping for a piece of bread. My question is this: what does any one of you think of Elizabeth Warren's point that the rules of capitalism have to be rewritten? That is a fundamental problem. And I'd like to refer to one author that is one of my favorite, Mariana Mazzucato, who writes about this. Her point is, forget the liberal free market type of economy. We need a state that is entrepreneurial, and we need to rewrite the rules of capitalism. So I'd like to see what you think of it.
Thank you. That's, you get 2 more comments, and then the panel can react here. Okay, please go ahead. Whoa, there we go.
Thank you. Maybe I move that so they can see me.
Okay, great. I will follow you. I have the microphone. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon. My name is Chiara. I come from Italy, and specifically from Sicily. And you mentioned that Italy has been left alone for the problem of the immigration. And as a consequence, I don't put myself there, but Italians voted Salvini. And my question is, where was Portugal, where was the EU to avoid Salvini? And I'm not talking about now that there is a bit of more mobility, but I'm talking at the beginning, in the first phase, to avoid Salvini to be there. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much. That was the second question. And a third question right here. Do you want to come out here too? Sure. You stay there. We're going to squeeze out over here so you can be seen. Thank you so much. Third question. Okay.
Yeah. My name is Leonardo Parraga from Colombia. I would like to take on Mr. Pham's comment regarding how populism is anti-establishment, and I would like to take it one step further. So basically, in populism, we see how someone can capture the ideas, the vision, some feelings that the population is having. Mostly it's associated with a negative perception, but I want to ask to the whole panel, do you envision, do you see a possibility of populism in the sense of capturing the people's voice, the people's ideas, in a way that it can be positive to society and not create this kind of polarization, but rather unity and a common goal to look forward?
Thank you. Thank you all three for your questions. Please, to the panel, if you can.
If I can start, Richard, since 2 of them were addressed to me. With the respect to the last question, that's what I've been calling for this whole period, is that we need to listen. We need to listen. It doesn't mean that the voice is always right, but we need to listen. Secondly, to the question about capitalism, let me answer very quickly on that. Capitalism, any form of the market, requires a culture, it requires institutions around which it does not exist in the abstract. And so we need to look at the institutions, the values, the culture on which we frame that. That's absolutely necessary. As for specific candidates who are populist on the left, who are running in my country's elections, the only thing I can say to that is inequality is a problem, but if we're all equally poor and miserable, that's an even bigger problem.
Or if I can add one question, why do people try to migrate to US and not to Venezuela?
And if I can add another sentence. Frankly, if
just
there
a detail, just a detail. Where is the dream? Where is the dream? Okay, capitalism has a lot of vices and limits, but for the moment was able to create the most large proportion of social mobility we ever saw in the world. And by the way, are you worried having rich less rich or poor less poor? My priority is the second one.
I will add one thing. If there is a populistic declaration is this, we need to rewrite the capitalism rules. Frankly, there is an oxymoron there, but what we need is to act. And I mentioned an area. If there is something that is capitalistic, it's businesses. And what we are seeing is that businesses are taking upon them that they are not for the shareholder, but responsible to the stakeholder, which is taking this responsibility. So it's a way not of rewriting, no, it's of just harmonizing the structures with the needs of the society. And I repeat, I mentioned that trust today is in the business for individuals. And this is Edelman, you can check. So this is where this broad conversation happens. This is where people feel that they have a community. And this is interesting that this community, the business, is now just redistributing values, redistributing just public goods in a way that we never dreamed of. And this is the capitalism just reorganizing itself.
Okay, we have our last round of questions. One very quickly on this side. 30 seconds, please.
So my name is Shaima. I come from Morocco. I work here in Morocco as a national project coordinator for the Friedrich Naumann Foundation for Freedom, which is a liberal German foundation. And as liberals, we understood that we've been talking a lot to people's minds and not to people's hearts, while people need someone to speak to their hearts. Now, my closing question of the debate would be, out of populism and the rise of populism, what have we learned from that and how can we use it? And I would love to hear your ideas about it, given that you come from different backgrounds and professional experiences.
Thank you. And we have two more questions I have to squeeze in. One down the middle, because I have not forgotten you, sir, and I'm going to get to you.
I'm happy.
I will never forget. Please, 30 seconds, sir.
Thank you. Renato Flores from FGV, Rio de Janeiro, Brazil. Well, I missed during most of the discussion the cultural dimension and even the historical dimension. If you allow me, for instance, the populist of Mr. Viktor Orban is not equal to the populist of Mr. Mario Salvini. Yes. If I come to my continent, the populist of Hugo Chavez is not the populism of Rafael in Ecuador, and not even equal to the populism in Argentina, which is completely different from the one in Brazil. Of course, I don't want to go to the extreme in which each case would be unique. No, there are common structures. But if we start to identify completely different experiments with completely different historical origins, Minister Port has mentioned about the importance of the historical dimension, we end up with general conclusions, and we are unable to deepen the discussion.
Thank you so much. And I've got to hit this side, and then you all can finish. There are two on this side, I know, that raise their hands.
Moderate.
Okay, please, 30 seconds. Stand and tell your name.
Alex Martin from Globsec in Central Europe. I have one comment and one question. On the comment, in addition to what Minister Porta said, I think what is missing in a mix of why populism rises is the feeling of impunity towards political class that was not mentioned. And second is the fear of losing identity. This is my comment. My question, in this equation with the populist parties, with technology, digital domain, where are the mainstream political parties? Because I didn't hear any reference on how do we reform the mainstream parties in order to win the narrative.
Thank you. In 30 seconds, this will finish it.
Okay. Ahmed Razawi, Moroccan academic.
I get the sense that the focus on populism is a focus on a symptom of something deeper, which is the crisis of liberal democracy. Wouldn't it make more sense and be more productive to focus on that rather than just one of the symptoms of the crisis?
Thank you so much. Please, go ahead. You've got a lot to digest in 2 minutes.
30 seconds. I mean, about the question of democracy, because the real tension here is between populism and democracy, as I see it. No? First, perhaps democracy has become too much of a monologue, no? And it needs to become more of a dialogue. It has been too much inward-looking, perhaps because of its representative elitist nature. And it has to have more outward-looking, outreach, no? Down to earth, no? Looking at the realities. That's my first statement. And the second statement is that democracy has to deliver. And the state has to deliver, precisely because the people feel entitled and feel empowered. People feel empowered and entitled, but people are not stupid. People are not demanding miracles from democracy or from the state. People are demanding dignity. There's a sense of dignity behind all this social unrest and social protest and social mobilization. So democracy has to become more of a dialogue. Democracy has to deliver.
Just to our Brazilian friend, you're absolutely right. One of the practical limits of populisms is the relation between Mr. Salvini and Mr. Orban. Mr. Salvini doesn't want to welcome migrants alone. He wants Europe to share. Mr. Orban says, I don't welcome one single migrant. Both are populists, both are nationalists, but sometimes populists and nationalists have parallel lives but contradictory policies. So that's one of the limits of reality on populism. Second, you asked for suggestions. You're absolutely right about what you said about the political elite. You have obvious a problem. What is identity in global world? Maybe we know more about town's identity than national identity in our days. And what is the difference between right and left when they are in government? It's not so far when you have common policies, namely in Europe. But to give you an answer, the most interesting, I have no answer. I know two things. If there was a too regulated environment, digital world wouldn't exist because they need freedom to be launched. Now you have the opposite problem, no regulation at all. And the best idea I heard till today, to try to limit hate, extremism, vanguardism, the typical vanguardism you find in this social media life, is from a senator, an Italian senator, 82 years old. She's a Jew. She's being insulted every day because she was nominated senator. Give me just 10 seconds. Unbelievable insults. You cannot imagine what they are able to write against this lady with the number of Auschwitz in her arm. And she said something like this: in dictature, I can understand the law protecting confidentiality. But in democracy, why should I protect fake identities, fake profiles, fake industries? So if you want to open an account or a profile, just give them a copy of your identity card. This would reduce at least 50% the courage of fake authors.
Thank you, Mr. Minister. Mr. Pham.
Since we have very limited time, I'm just going to address the question there with just a counsel from someone far wiser than me. In 1977, before he was elected president, Ronald Reagan traveled around the U.S. Listening, and he came out with what he called the politics of prudence. He defined it as a positive and a negative. The negative was he was against rigid, irrational clinging to abstract theory in the face of reality. And that's the challenge to the political class today, to step away from that. And then the second, the positive part, was a willingness to hear from experience. And that's what we need to do. Be willing to hear from the experience of our fellow citizens and bring that into our calculus. And that's the solution.
30 seconds, Madam Minister Palacio.
I will pick up this question about the parties. What we are seeing is a transformation of the classical picture of classical parties. Macron's party is a new party. The Greens are just coming to the front line in Germany. So all this is being reassigned because the parties need to recover this role of conveyor belt between the governed and the government. And this is what the Greens is a very good example. One sentence allow me on liberal democracy. Why? It's true that what we are discussing is about liberal democracy, but it goes well beyond. Among other things, why? Because the international institutional rules-based order today was inspired in the beginning, after World War II, by this liberal democracy. So this is transpiring in everywhere, and we are seeing manifestations. It's absolutely true that Brazil has nothing to do with Vox in Spain or with Alternative for Deutschland. These are manifestations that are cultural. They are a big driver. In Spain, we have in Catalonia. But again, it is important because liberal democracy, liberal representative democracy, for the moment, I don't see a better system.
And Madam Minister, you started us off. You get to finish.
Thank you so much. A quick answer this way. Populism is a lens for looking at our politics. And the question of populism will always have little urgency, if not for the shortcomings that we have on being able to deliver. And on the digital revolution, to me, it's not only technical or economic, it is also a politics and citizenship revolution. And this is where we jointly have to be able to bring in more transparency, which at the end will strengthen institutions.
I thank you all for sticking to our time limits. There are more ideas that we could cover today in the prospects for populism in this first plenary. Thank you so much for giving your all. Thank you to our panelists as well for giving your all today. Enjoy.
To you, Richard.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will now take a coffee break and reconvene at 5:10. Thank you.
Monsieur Bassou, bonjour. Vous êtes Senior Fellow pour le Policy Center for the New South et vous êtes spécialiste des questions de sécurité dans le Sahel, entre autres. Je voulais vous poser une première question sur le thème de la conférence, The South in a Time of Turmoil, le Sud en période de tourmente. Qu'est-ce que vous inspire ce thème?
D'abord, il m'inspire, c'est-à-dire un Sud qui prend conscience qu'il est dans un environnement qui est l'environnement du monde. Et si le temps dans le monde est à la tourmente, comment le Sud pourrait-il, si vous voulez, réagir à tout ça, d'autant plus que le Sud a toujours été l'objet des narratifs. Il n'a jamais été le sujet dans le narratif. Et donc, cette manière de dire qu'est-ce que c'est que ce Sud dans la tourmente, c'est une manière de lui donner la parole, pour qu'il s'exprime, pour qu'il dise lui-même ce qu'il sent et ne plus être toujours rien que le complément d'objet.
C'est vrai. D'ailleurs, il y a deux chapitres du rapport Atlantic Currents qui correspond au thème de la conférence et qui est en train d'être présenté au moment où nous parlons, qui porte sur l'état du monde post-américain et qui pose la question de l'avenir de l'Europe carrément. Je trouve que c'est très intéressant ce point de vue du Sud sur des enjeux du Nord. Et il y a une inquiétude au Sud sur l'avenir de l'Europe, ce dont on n'entend jamais parler en Europe. Et c'est d'une originalité totale.
Si vous prenez par exemple ce Sud, si on le fait correspondre à l'Afrique, par exemple, l'Afrique est très attachée aux pays européens. Il y a des relations, je préfère dire historiques, pas de colonisation, mais des relations historiques. Et ces relations ont fait que ces pays du Nord dépendent un peu de ce qui se passe au Nord. Or, le nouvel ordre ou désordre mondial met un peu l'Europe dans une situation qui n'est pas très enviable. L'Europe, au lendemain de la chute du mur de Berlin, croyait que c'était fini, que ce n'était plus que le monde capitaliste, donc on va s'occuper beaucoup plus de bien-être que de sécurité ou que de menaces. Et déjà, au début du XXIe siècle, il s'est rendu compte que c'était le contraire qui allait se passer. Et donc, puisque cette Europe est dans la tourmente, et puisque ces pays du Sud, notamment en Afrique, dépendent de cette Europe, ils sont également dans la tourmente. Donc, de deux choses l'une, où l'Europe comprend qu'il faut s'entraider avec ce Sud et que ce Sud est utile dans cette lutte, et les deux peuvent s'en sortir, ou on continue dans les anciennes perceptions, le Sud qui perçoit le Nord comme un colonisateur, le colonisateur qui perçoit le Sud comme une source de menace, et à ce moment-là, je crois que les deux vont être un peu dans l'embarras.
Oui.
Ils ne pourront pas s'en sortir tous les deux. Aujourd'hui, l'Europe a besoin du Sud, le Sud a besoin de l'Europe. D'autant plus que pour ne pas être écrasé par les deux grands qui sont en train de se rivaliser aujourd'hui, la Chine et les États-Unis.
Le débat sur la migration est récurrent en Europe et évidemment l'Afrique a un autre point de vue sur sa propre migration. Est-ce qu'il vous semble que les termes du débat restent parfaitement erronés tels qu'ils se posent en Europe?
Oui, d'abord, il y a deux dimensions. Il y a un problème europo-européen, c'est-à-dire qui se passe entre les Européens. C'est les Européens qui, entre eux, ne savent pas comment réagir face à cette migration. L'autre dimension, c'est la dimension Afrique-Europe. Et dans cette dimension Afrique-Europe, je crois qu'il y a un peu une exagération de la question. Ce n'est pas aussi menaçant que ça. Bon, il y a eu ce flux de 2015, et ce flux de 2015, d'ailleurs, où les Africains n'étaient pas, qui n'était pas dû aux Africains, qui a créé un traumatisme dont sont victimes les Africains aujourd'hui. Parce que si vous prenez, je ne fais que répéter les chiffres, c'est-à-dire que 80% de la migration africaine se fait à l'intérieur de l'Afrique, ce ne sont que 12% d'Africains qui vont en Europe, les autres, ils vont dans... Donc 12% d'Africains, c'est quoi? Si toute l'Europe n'abrite que 9 millions, je crois, d'Africains, 5 pays africains abritent 9 millions de réfugiés africains. Donc, ce problème de migration, je crois qu'il est un peu exagéré, et on ne le prend pas du bon côté.
En revanche, la question de la sécurité dans le Sahel, qui pousse quand même des populations à se déplacer et à migrer, comme on le voit aujourd'hui au Burkina Faso, reste une question centrale. Est-ce que cette question sera abordée pendant la conférence? Est-ce que vous allez vous en parler?
Oui, déjà, la présentation d'Atlantic Current, j'ai entendu Dalia Mouri déjà parler de cette question du Sahel qui est peut-être aujourd'hui, il est au point le plus difficile que l'on peut croire. Parce que la question, comment s'en sortir? Est-ce qu'il faut s'en sortir par l'aspect sécuritaire, c'est-à-dire par l'action sécuritaire? Je crois que ça démontre qu'on ne peut pas. 2013, les gens n'étaient qu'au nord du Mali. Aujourd'hui, ils sont déjà aux confins du Bénin, donc aux confins du Burkina pour atteindre le Bénin. Donc, comment s'en sortir? Et je crois qu'on s'est mal pris au début. Dès le début, on s'est mal pris. On a cru qu'en mettant des moyens militaires, qu'en mettant des moyens sécuritaires, on pourrait venir à bout de ce fléau. Et on n'a pas compris que dans tous les conflits contre-insurrectionnels, c'est la population qui compte. Je crois que jusqu'à aujourd'hui, on n'a pas compris qu'il faut gagner les cœurs, qu'il faut gagner les populations. Et tant qu'on n'arrive pas à gagner les populations, on ne gagnera pas cette guerre.
Cette guerre, qui est aussi une guerre du développement, c'est-à-dire que les problèmes sécuritaires dans le Sahel dérivent d'un ressentiment, d'un sentiment d'avoir été négligé pendant longtemps par le pouvoir central, d'une difficulté d'accès aux services sociaux de base, etc. Est-ce que une vision claire du développement comme arme, comme riposte à une situation sécuritaire fait défaut?
Je crois que la question du développement renvoie à une question de gouvernance. Si vous prenez le G5 Sahel, par exemple, les 5 pays. Dans ces 5 pays, vous allez trouver des pays millionnaires en kilomètres carrés, avec des moyens très faibles, et avec un État qui n'arrive pas à toucher tout le territoire. Donc moi, la population, l'État ne me donne rien. Pas d'école, pas de santé, pas de travail, et l'État n'a pas les moyens de me contrôler. Je deviens une zone grise. Je me mets à la merci des mafias, je me mets à la merci des groupes terroristes, parce que l'État n'y est pas. Ouais. Comment est-ce qu'on peut imaginer qu'un État, avec les moyens du Mali, ou les moyens du Niger, ou les moyens du Tchad, pouvoir contrôler tout ce territoire? Il y a un problème c'est disproportionnel entre les moyens du contrôle et les moyens de gouvernance, et le territoire et la population.
Quelle serait la solution selon vous?
La solution serait d'appeler le grand absent de ce débat qui est l'Union africaine. Et je crois qu'il faudrait prendre tous les chefs d'État africains, tous les États africains en face et leur dire: que pouvez-vous faire pour sauver la situation au Sahel? Que pouvez-vous donner? Des hommes, du matériel, de l'argent? Qu'est-ce que vous pouvez donner? Et cette solidarité africaine ne s'exprime pas aujourd'hui face au Sahel. Ils sont 5 pays, et puis la France. Et la France aussi est seule. Il n'y a pas de solidarité européenne ni internationale avec la France aussi. Donc c'est cette question, ni la communauté internationale, ni la communauté africaine ne s'intéressent à cette question de la manière dont il faut qu'ils s'y intéressent.
On a vu des casques blancs de l'ECOMOG intervenir dans les guerres civiles au Libéria et en Sierra Leone. Est-ce que cette force panafricaine fait défaut aujourd'hui? 1 minute.
Oui, cette force africaine fait défaut. On nous parle de stand-by forces, des forces africaines en attente. Ils sont où? Depuis leur création, ça fait plus de 10 ans. Ils sont où? Et pour la question du Sahel, où est le bataillon de l'Afrique de l'Ouest? Mais on ne les voit pas. Maintenant, s'il faut à chaque problème créer une force ad hoc, on ne s'en sortira jamais.
D'accord. Merci beaucoup, Monsieur Bassou.
Merci.
Bonne conférence.
Je suis une fellow, c'est-à-dire c'est pas la première fois que je viens, mais c'est toujours avec plaisir que je reviens parce que c'est des moments d'échange intenses entre des experts qui viennent d'horizons différents, de régions différentes, l'Amérique latine, l'Afrique, l'Europe et même l'Asie, sur des questions qui sont d'intérêt commun. Nous avons beaucoup discuté aujourd'hui, le thème de ce dialogue est autour du Sud en période de tourmente. Mais j'insiste pour dire que nous ne sommes pas tous dans la tourmente. Et la tourmente, c'est une situation qui s'est posée tout au long de l'histoire humaine. Et je pense que nous avons aujourd'hui beaucoup de raisons d'espérer un monde nouveau, pour nos jeunes, pour nos femmes, tout en prenant en charge les défis, parce qu'il y a des défis en Afrique, il y a le défi sécuritaire, le défi du terrorisme, mais en même temps, il y a d'immenses opportunités, il y a une classe moyenne africaine très très importante qui se développe, des revenus qui augmentent, et tout cela voilà, fait que nous avons des raisons d'être optimistes. Et nous l'entendrons tout au long de ces 3 jours d'experts qui viennent de différents secteurs. Et évidemment, il faut qu'on puisse créer de la richesse. C'est pour ça que le secteur privé doit être intéressé par ce type de discussion. Le secteur privé a également des responsabilités, une responsabilité sociétale, il faut le savoir. Le secteur privé doit également prendre en considération la préservation de l'environnement dans voilà, les choix de production qui sont faits. Et tout cela voilà, est discuté. C'est des moments intellectuels, d'échange, de fraternité très très importants. Et je voudrais toujours saluer les organisateurs de ce forum auquel on participe depuis plusieurs années, toujours avec un plaisir renouvelé.
Diálogos do Atlântico, The Atlantic Dialogues, é um evento anual que vem ocorrendo desde 2012. Esse, portanto, terá o 9º evento. E é um evento fantástico, porque ele reúne lideranças do setor privado, autoridades governamentais, pessoas de ONGs, brilhantes jovens, líderes emergentes, e num ambiente bem descontraído se discutem e se debatem de maneira interativa temas ricos da atualidade. Um traço marcante é que essas pessoas que participam, elas vêm de todo o Atlântico, então tem-se pessoas da África, pessoas da Europa, pessoas da América do Norte, da América Central, da América do Sul. O Brasil tem sempre uma participação importante. E os temas são os temas da atualidade que interessam a todos. Por exemplo, esse ano, o tema maior é o Sul em tempos de turbulência. E vocês podem entender a importância do tema no nosso contexto atual. Os debates são sobre temas econômicos, políticos, de relações internacionais, segurança, cultura e assim por diante. É um evento fantástico, eu participei já de quase todos. Estou muito contente que poderei mais uma vez esse ano estar lá presente.
I have a long experience with ASI because I'm from the beginning on it. And it was a very nice experience because we could put together people that came from the Americas, Europe, and Africa. And that was fantastic to have this kind of a real Atlantic dialogue for the first time we had a kind of Atlantic dialogue that was the whole Atlantic, and not only North American Atlantic, but also trying to put together also the South Americans and the Africans. And that made us think differently. And what was very, very nice, it's a very diverse people came in. And so it was a kind of way of talking freely in a very good ambiance. And it's very creative. It's very, very creative.
The Atlantic Dialogues Conference is a very important time for the Policy Center for the New South. It's a time where the Policy Center staff comes together to organize a high-level conference, and it's really the fruit of team effort. My experience at the Atlantic Dialogues Conference started in 2014, where I participated as a volunteer. I then joined the Policy Center staff in 2015 as permanent staff, and I have been very fortunate over the years to play different roles. Today, I am the program coordinator for the Atlantic Dialogues Emerging Leaders Program that happens 2 days prior to the conference. And we try to contribute to youth empowerment and intergenerational dialogue during the conference and beyond.
طبعا كنت قد شاهدت الكثير من القمم ومن الحضور، ولكن كانت على المستوى الحكومي. أول مرة يمكن أن نرى أن مؤسسة غير حكومية تنظم مؤتمرا أو لقاء بهذا الحجم. هذا عن فيما يخص يعني التنظيم والحضور. أما فيما يخص الموضوعات، ما يخص الموضوعات هي لقاءات أطلسية بكل معنى الكلمة. كذلك تستجيب لطموحها. هذا الطموح اللي هو أن تمتد أهمية المحيط الأطلسي وأن لا يبقى مقتصرا فقط على الشمال، فهو كذلك ينزل إلى الجنوب. نرى هنا لقاء بين ناس من ضفتي الأطلسي، ضفته الغربية وضفته الشرقية، وكذلك من شماله ومن جنوبه. المواضيع التي كانت تطرح هي كذلك مواضيع التي يمكن أن نستنبط منها ما يمكن أن يكون نافعا أو دروسا في الحالة التي يعيشها العالم في يومنا هذا. هذه حالة تردد سياسي، والحالة أكاد أقول الفوضوية التي يعيشها العالم، فيمكن أن نستنبط الكثير من الدروس من تدخلات هؤلاء الشخصيات الذين عايشوا العالم لا في صفته القديمة أي أثناء الحرب الباردة، ولا هؤلاء الذين يفكرون الآن في حلول أو في المنظار الذي يمكن أن ينظر به العالم في وقته الحالي.
Atlantic Dialogue, c'est une conférence, quand on y participe, on comprend mieux l'essence même du nom de cette conférence. C'est une sorte d'arbre à palabres où des positions, des visions qui ont pu sembler divergentes convergent vers l'objectif commun qui est d'arriver au vivre ensemble dans l'espace atlantique et au-delà. Atlantic Dialogue également puise dans les ressources culturelles, sociales du bassin atlantique pour offrir des solutions au monde, solutions de développement et d'amitié entre les peuples.
The Emerging Leaders Program is one of the most interesting and wonderful programs I've been part of. Not only are you able to meet people from all over the world, especially young leaders from Africa, from Europe, from South America, from America, but you're also able to learn on the most important topics of our day. You're able to hone your leadership skills and learn how to have a more profound impact. The Atlantic Dialogues has also become one of the most important meeting points of all the international affairs players. Join it.
what came across us is really a huge gap in perception and indeed in vision. And I have to say it as such, between North and South when it comes to the Atlantic and the potential and the vision.
How do we reset the policy agenda in this wider Atlantic community so it reflects the interests of these new powers and the common goals of all nations that border the Atlantic?
Today about the empowerment that there is right across so many areas, so many communities. What value are national borders now, whether in Africa or in North and South America or elsewhere?
So now when you are going home after this beautiful conference, you have two choices. Either you close the book, you say that oh, it was really nice to be here, got a new friends, new perspectives, new ideas, but you know the world is still bad out there, you know? What can I do? Or you change the page to a new page.
In being here, I learned from all of you. You are some of the most creative and smartest people in the world dealing with issues around the Atlantic Basin.
Connecting with communities at the grassroots level, trying to bring the knowledge of expertise in science, which we believe in, to local communities, all stakeholders to build together better policies by involving the populations.
Africa is young. The rest of the world is aging.
But we're ready to take on that challenge because we're ready to change Africa. We're ready to make sure that the millions of people of Africa will have the same opportunities.
The potential of Africa with a very young population that is now being educated and is in fact really ready to play their role.
I think to always expect the worst and hope for the best.
Welcome to the stage, the moderator for our second plenary on education quandary, the founder of Trace and True Africa, Claude Grunitsky.
Education is a human right. It can be a powerful driver of development and one of the strongest instruments for reducing poverty, improving health, and promoting gender equality. However, education in the Southern Atlantic region is still not meeting its population's expectations. Education policies must shift from promoting numbers of schools and of children in school to promoting learning. What are the skills needed to promote sustainable development and ensure employability? How can we ensure that education meets the aspirations of children and of their parents? How can education better drive long-term economic growth, spur innovation, strengthen institutions, and foster social cohesion? Is online education the new paradigm in learning?
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage for our second plenary on education quandary, the founder of Trace and True Africa, Claude Grunitzky.
Hey. Thank you so much for being here. This is a really important panel because education is a key to happiness, it's a key to success, it's a key to prosperity. And it's such an honor for me to be on this stage again this year. Last year, I led a discussion on culture, which is extremely important, but I would even argue that education is even more important. And that's one of the things that we need the most in Africa. In my part of West Africa, Francophone West Africa, half of 6-year-olds cannot read or write. I'm from Togo, and this is something that we need to change, not just in Francophone West Africa, but everywhere on the continent. And as we start engaging in this dialogue about the global South, it is such a great honor for me, Claude Grunitzky, to be introducing this all-star panel that we have today. And so it is my pleasure to welcome actually one of my heroes, Obi Ezekwesili, who's the former Minister of Education in Nigeria, to this stage. Please welcome Obi. A big round of applause. We have another luminary, and she's actually coming not from my part of West Africa, but actually from France. If you can sit here, Obi, it would be wonderful. We have Najat Vallaud-Belkacem as well. So now we have, who's a former Minister of Education of France. So now we have 2 former Ministers of Education on this stage. That's how we roll. And then I have my fellow countryman, Didier Akwete, who's the founder of Afrique Search. He has been spotting talent all over the continent and globally. And I'm proud to say that I've known this man since we were just chill kids. So it's great to be on stage with you, Didier. Welcome. Okay. And last but not least, we have Gregory Nguyen Tung, who is another former minister from Vietnam. And please welcome, he's now teaching economics at Howard University in Washington. So as you can see, we have a pretty good representation of the global South. And we're going to jump straight into it because the numbers don't lie, and the numbers are actually really, really scary. We have a brain drain issue in Africa, as you know. It's great that this conference is taking place here in Morocco on the African continent, but just one statistic that will be sobering to many of us who care about the future of Africa, the brain drain is real. We have 1 out of 9 people who actually return to Africa to work. And if you compare that with Latin America, it's actually only 1 out of 13. And if we compare Africa to Asian countries, it's 1 out of 30. So we have a problem with brain drain in Africa. The best and brightest are not wanting to work on the continent. They're not wanting to sacrifice what they need to sacrifice in order to grow these economies. And I'm just going to jump straight into it, Obi. Why do you think we're in this situation now where our most able and skilled workers do not want to come back to the continent and help to grow and create conditions for stability and prosperity on the continent?
I think that even though you may contest it, you and I, depending on the level of your patriotism quotient, and I do patriotism in asterisks, right? Because the definition of patriotism is best left to the person who wishes to convey it. It is the fact that rationally, the conditions that enable some of the young people who are deciding to stay away to thrive on our continent are not yet available. And so when they rationally process the kind of incentive that would make them make a decision with their feet to change their location, they ultimately come with a conclusion that it's probably not yet time for them to return, which therefore means that we need to look at some of the unfavorable conditions that stand in the way of return, because having skills is one thing, but having the opportunities for the skills to be deployed is an entirely different thing, and that speaks to the matter of poor economic policies and the lack of regulatory systems and investment in the key priorities of basic goods and services that private sector need in order to grow. If our economies are not expanding, then it is not able to admit more people into it at the level of knowledge and skills that some of these young ones have. There was a young friend of mine that said, we cannot entrepreneur ourselves out of poverty.
That's it.
Governance is really so key. And governance, as we see, has become such an obstacle to the economy of Africa doing better than it's currently doing. When you look at the critical growth factors in terms of endowments, we have no business being a continent that by 2030 is estimated that we will be responsible for 90% of extreme poverty in the world. It's such a no-no. And so when I look at some of
But your country, Nigeria, is projected to have more poor people than any other country in about 20 years, right?
Well, you know, that's part of it, right? Because the larger you are, the more of the share of the data you'll be responsible for.
Yes.
So, and that really should impose an important a leadership burden on those that govern. When you think that my country, Nigeria, overtook India as the country with the largest number of extremely poor people, at 93 million or thereabout, with India coming at about 60 million in current estimates of the World Poverty Lab. That's a dangerous and scary situation. And I think that sometimes we spend so much more time focused on addressing the symptoms of these serious structural state of affairs. And instead of saying, let's be bold and courageous and call a spade the spade that it is. We have failed with governance on our continent. I am tired. In fact, I got tired of saying we have failed with governance and decided that, governance is the product of politics. And in as much as I despised politics in the past, I eventually found myself getting into the arena of politics, because if you don't fix politics, it's impossible to get good governance.
Well, that's why when people say that our leaders have failed us, let me put myself in the shoes of a young Nigerian, right? There's more, this is my favorite statistic, there's more children born in Nigeria every year than in the entire European Union of 27, 28, depending on how we count it. And so I'm a young Nigerian, you are Minister of Education. If I'm gonna hold you accountable, what did Obi do for education in Nigeria?
Very brilliant question that you've just asked me. So one key thing that I saw as Minister of Education was this phenomenon of out-of-school children. When we talk about inequality and we talk about, the poverty, we really are talking about education and the lack of access to it. So, for me, education is economy. It really is. So when I saw the number of children that were out of school, even at that time, it was about 6 million. I was so vexed by it, because I thought to myself, I could have been in government and done all the other assignments that I did in government and not even been aware the level of gravity of challenge that we had, leaving the poor behind, right? So we focused on that as part of our reform agenda. In the course of one session of school year, we actually took about a little over 500,000 of those children to the classroom.
How?
And then I left. There are a series of things you have to do. You have to create the incentive. The part of the country that was most affected is the northern part of the country. So for every 4 people in school in the south, you're likely to have 1 person in school in the north. And 3 states were particularly so affected in the northeast of the country. So we had to focus on a number of policy mechanisms. Number one, we used the tool of a federal intervention that was incentivized to promote more admission of children into primary school, into basic education. We used traditional systems to get people of authority, moral authority, to actually make education an important priority for their communities.
You mean religious leaders?
Religious leaders, traditional rulers, and all of that. We looked at the matter of girls out not going to school, and we realized that if we could get female teachers in the classroom, it incentivized families to send their children to school. We looked at the matter of having water. If you set up like a water system in the school, it meant that families wanted their children to come. As a matter of fact, today there's a lot that is said about school feeding program.
Yes.
It started during my time. We looked at the fact that nutritionally, there is an incentive for people to want to send their children to school just to get some food to eat. But we knew that it had serious implications for capacity to absorb knowledge. So the learning factor increased significantly if children had access to nutritious meal. So we did a number of these, and then
You're saying they just go to school so they can get a free meal?
Some of them would. Oh, there are families that sent their children to school simply to be able to get that meal. But it was not just achieving the purpose of giving them food, it was also improving their capacity to process learning. And I think that the key issue for us when we look at education on our continent is, are our children learning? Are they really learning at every level? Whether it's basic education, by the way, the continent needs to take early child care education as even more important than any other thing. In fact, it is the situation where the children of the poor, majority of the children of the poor, have no access to early child care education. That is what starts off the gap. Inequality is given to the poor, the child of the poor, as early as when they are a year old, and could be put in a school, in a daycare. It's a social learning environment and all of that. But I am telling you that evidence has shown that it can determine how far that child reaches in life.
Let's come back to the solutions later, because I really want to focus on solutions before we open it up to the audience. And now we're going to switch gears to yet another high-profile former education minister. And because this is Atlantic Dialogues, we can be bilingual. Maintenant, on va parler en français. Najat Vallaud-Belkacem, vous êtes connu.
We will speak now in French. So you have been under the presidency of François Hollande in France, and you install the different digital era, and you had a lot of problem, and we don't have any problem as far as the access of school in France because it is mandatory. But what is your, let's say, positive balance of what you have been doing in France, in the French society? Welcome to everybody, and thank you for your invitation. There is a lot of subject, there's a lot of stake in the different countries, but if you are going to, let's say, ask me question for the northern countries in Europe and not the question of the access to education, we speak about France. If we speak about France, one of the major problem problem we face in the education is the struggle for inequalities. We have the PISA report of the OECD that was published, and the condition of the social condition of the parents is going to weigh a lot in the social success and in the success of our students. So it is really important for us to have at the age of 6 years the possibility to have a follow-up in the school, but it is really important to give them the same opportunity and the same chances that they will have. We have been working a lot, and PISA said that we had some progress, and then we can see a progress in this new study, but there's a lot to do. You have been also the minister of the, let's say, academic studies. If we say that 2% of the students receive state money, and this is really, they receive a grant. And so it is true, it's not functioning as well as we wish it would function, because we thought that we could import a solution and create new schools that would be, we call it priority education in France, where you can give more means, but the reality, the inequalities are everywhere in France, not only in some suburban areas, but we need to go beyond. And what is really important is that children with difficult social conditions could succeed, and we need to mix them with other children that have better conditions, because what is important is that children, they learn from their professors, but they learn also from their friends, from all the pupils in the classroom. If poor children that has only parents that are unemployed, and all the children in the classrooms are children from the parents of unemployed parents, how can they have a hope to be a doctor, to become an architect? We need to mix them, and we have to have a mixity in the school so that we could give hope to these children to have a better future. And it is a very difficult subject, because many parents that don't have any social difficulties think that they protect their children if they send them to a private school or to a boarding school. And we need to convince the public opinion that it's going to be important for them to have the possibility to go to a school that is going to be, let's say, a mixed school where you have a paper for a richer background and a poorer background, and it's going to be a very fertile ground for giving them a new knowledge, a new approach of life. And if a pupil fails or leaves or drops out the school, it is a burden for society. We are going to give him some support, and this is going to be a life that is going to be failing. And what is really important is that I've been working for the dropouts of students, and we had a lot of young people that were dropping out the school. They had no qualification. They were going to the unemployment, and so we tried to interest them, and we had more than 80,000 young people that were leaving schools. And so we have now 90,000 people that are going back to school, and we need to fight. We need to do something. We had 150,000 people that young people that were dropping school. Now we have 90,000 that are dropping, and so it is really important for them, for their opportunity and for the possibility to go back to school. And you have been known as the minister introducing the digital era in the school. What is the lesson you can draw from the digital? When you say that I have done a lot for the digital era, I'm not a fan of the digital. I have children of 11 years, and I'm looking so that they don't spend all their time in front of a screen. I'm a mother also, and what I did is not to overexpose the children, but it's to the digital era, but to explain that the children are going to live in a world where we have a digital world, a lot of automated professions, and that they have to master the machine and not be mastered by the machine. So they need to learn from the young age. They have to introduce data in the computer. They have to understand the functioning of the machine, and they believe that internet is something miraculous, is something magic, and that all the games are magic. But you have to teach them that this is all built through programs, through people, and their profession of tomorrow is going to be part of these algorithms. And this is the digital plan that we introduced in the school, and it was really important. And I was using the same formula. It's not because our children are surrounded by digital that it means that they can use it. When we were in a library, we had a lot of books all around us, but we had to learn to read to have access to these books. And so this is really important. We have to learn and teach them how to use the computer, how to use the digital era. We need to do something. We need to give to the young people the possibility. In the 3 years that I was a minister, we tried to equip the schools with digital tools to train also the profession, to build a new strategy, to have a new programs that were on these digital tools. Because when you have a tablet, it's not only to scan a book and to put it on the screen. You need to use these digital tools. And I will give you one example. We all know the question of the dyslexic children. You know that this has a relationship, the way of the different letters appears on the screens. So they don't have the same, let's say, difficulties to understand. And the digital tools, I've been using software so that we can see the letter appears as the way these dyslexic children see them. And this is something completely different. And this is what we need to have. This should be a help for the professor. This should be a help for the child. And it's not going to replace the professor, and it's not going to ask less effort to the children, but it's going to help them to integrate the system. And this is, I would like also to speak about the loss of responsibility in the access of information. The roundtable, former roundtable, was very important because we had a lot of data, a lot of fake news, and we need to be very clever, and we need to see what's wrong and what's true, and what is the responsibility of the teacher or professor with the parents to train young people to distinguish the fake news and to see the real information. It was a very round table that was really important. But if I could have jumped in this round table, I would have said what is really important. What is important for the question of populism is the populism. They play on all the different prejudice, on the different ideas, and they flattered people by saying. And what is important is the role of the people that should fight against populism is to have a critical spirit, to read and just leave and drop out all the prejudice. And for example, in what I've been doing at Ipsos, which is a study group that carries out studies all over the world. Sometimes we make a lot of mistakes because we have ideas, we have preconceived ideas, we have prejudice. And if I ask in this exercise, how many migrants do you have in your country? How many foreign people do you have in your prison? How many obese people do you have in your prison? Overweight people? You would have completely wrong ideas. And so you have to fight against these prejudices and all these false ideas. And sometimes in the media, they just amplify reality. You see that you have a lot of refugees in your countries. It's not the case, but it's a false idea. It's a lot of prejudice. It's a lot of false ideas. and unfortunately, it starts in the not perhaps in the kindergarten or in the primary school, but you will have, let's say, the possibility to convince you the question of the different plotting, the different conspiration. You have a lot of theories, and the role of the school is to build a critical spirit, and that is really important. And how develop the critical spirit is to give to all the children the possibility to think for themselves, is this reasoning that I have is something that I've been hearing, or is this an intuition, or is this something that I have been doing because I learn the figures, I've been studying the case, and I can integrate the research and scientific research in my daily life and see if we can check the figures, check the data before giving an opinion. This is going to be a big victory.
This is so interesting. You are a former minister. You became an educator. Vietnam is a very different experience from France that we just talked about, is a very different experience from Nigeria, or even my own country, Togo. But what's interesting about the latest PISA rankings, and for those who don't know what the PISA rankings are, they have become the gold standard in measuring education at the secondary school level. So for instance, this year, actually it was last year, 2018, they actually tracked more than 600,000 students in 79 countries, and then they ranked the different countries. So for instance, this year, France came in at 23 out of 79, which is okay. It's the average in the OECD, but it's not amazing. However, what those of us who track PISA notice is that the countries that are always leading the pack are always Asian countries. And I know, Gregory, that you have a strong interest in Singapore. And so I'd like you to tell us why Singapore is always usually number 2 or number 3, sometimes number 1 in the PISA rankings. What is it about Singapore that is now considered the model for education worldwide, and why is it you personally have been studying it?
You are so right. You just mentioned PISA. PISA, P-I-S-A, Program for International Student Testing of OECD. OECD 2018 just came out and ranking Singapore number 2, China number 1. And PISA has a 3 dimension of measurement, mathematics, science, and reading.
But let me interrupt you. I have to clarify. They didn't study all of China. They only studied about, I think, 7 or 8, or maybe even less provinces, fewer provinces in China. It's not as if they studied the entire. Yeah.
That's
so
true.
I think it's a little bit biased as well.
Yeah, it's biased. It's biased, I know. But anyway, when you talk about data in the in China, Vietnam, and so on, there will be a big question mark. Let me go back to Singapore, and I'm very interested in that country because of my own experience. I work with them and I follow. How come they are so fast? I love to keep souvenirs. So let me show you my entrance. In early 1960, there were no, the only source of good data for economists like us is the International Monetary Fund financial statistic. And I still keep a copy of January 1961 international finance statistic from the Fund Monetaire. There's no Singapore. I was wondering why. Because there was no such a country called Singapore in 1961. Can you imagine? The country was born out of the blue in 1965. So.
But you had a lot of the African countries which became independent in 1960.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Yes, I used to work in the sub-Saharan Africa, so I am familiar with Senegal and all that. But anyway, how come they are so fast? Because in 1962, I remember, the World Bank began to publish data on Singapore, even though it was not officially a country yet. And the per capita income was $490. 25 years later, in 1987, and because I'm a professor, so I keep every year So I still keep World Bank Development Report 1989, which provide data for 1987.
What is that? Can you tell us more? What is that?
This is, I think everyone is economist. Main source of data of the world is the World Bank Development Indicators, les indicateurs de Banque mondiale. Oui. Et chaque année, il y a beaucoup de pays.
And every year,
they gave data on the three groups of countries: low-income countries, middle-income countries, high-income countries. And I was so shocked to see Singapore become high-income country in 25 years. So what force did they use? Well, I'm convinced, because I follow this country. Unfortunately, I don't have enough time here to elaborate on their model. But they effectively use education and training to develop the economy. So how long do I have to summarize the...
Maybe just 2 minutes, because I want to
okay, 2 minutes.
Yeah.
2 minutes. First of all, they make decisions on conceptual basis. First, and I have not seen any country do this, first, the government decided education policy must be tailored to support economic policy. Very clear. So when they shift from import substitution to export-oriented, they inject a technical bias education system, which means an education system with a bias to emphasize mathematics, science, and technical subjects. Very clear. So that is conceptual, they do that. And so what are their instruments? Instrument of policy. 5 main instruments. First, they establish a technical department of education, the technical department of education within the Ministry of Education. Very specific, with the goal every day to follow that. And then secondly, they change indicators to monitor. Monitoring education progress is no longer emphasize literacy rates, how many school year, how many graduates, school enrollment, but how many workers, how many skilled workers available in each export manufacturing. What is their productivity level? That is to monitoring technical change. And then 3, they establish an education economic development board, very powerful to implement the government policy of export orientation. And that board also pay attention to what Madame Balkasem said, support for the children and in a difficult situation, but to promote technical change. So, and then another instrument is that they establish a technical bias curriculum injected into secondary and tertiary school. And then finally establish 4 types of secondary school: technical secondary school, vocational secondary school, commercial secondary school, and one more I forgot. Anyways, to do with
vocational,
technical.
Maybe.
Yeah, vocational. That's right.
Yeah.
So, and that is the instrument. And then
yeah.
The way impressed me very much is they foster cooperation. In many countries, we talk about cooperation, la coopération entre nous, cooperation between our 2 countries, between public and private. But specifically, they foster public education, public sector and private sector. That is one level. For example, student in technical school would study 2 years in school and then 2 years in a factory training.
That's great.
Very difficult. That is they foster. And then they foster the link between university and industry. Industry would provide, university would provide what industry needs, what kind of talent, what kind of skill. And in turn, industry support university and give a feedback. This kind of training is not appropriate, and so on. So university has a feedback to be flexible, to adjust their curriculum every few years.
I think it's a great set of best practices that a lot of people have tried to copy. I remember when I was a student at MIT, the Singaporean students never used to have money problems. They always used to have money to go out drinking. And then we found out maybe 3 months into the class that the Economic Development Board, EDB as they call it, paid for everything. So they had a free ride. They didn't have to worry about money. So it's great because they were funded by the state and they got a free ride.
Come back to but then, even from the elementary, from secondary, already got a lot of support, especially in the difficult position.
But then I want to go to the chicken and egg. Singapore is now a high-income country that can afford to send these students to the best universities abroad, that can afford to train them in these different schools at home, but not every country in the global south can do that. Exactly. But then it takes me, and I want to transition to my fellow countryman, Didier, because you're Togolese, but you're also a citizen of the world like me. And I remember a conversation we had in a car in Lomé about 5 years ago, and we were writing for almost 45 minutes, and you were talking about Singapore for 30 minutes, because you've always been very much modeling yourself after Singapore, and you go there a lot. So now that you're in the business of finding top talent for top companies in Africa, what do you think Africa can learn from Singapore, and what is it about Singapore that attracts you so much?
It attracts me so much.
No, let's get to him. Let's get to him.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Claude. In fact, we did basically the opposite. Meaning, while Singapore was trying to focus on different type of education, and in the secondary system, making sure you have technical field, vocational training. In most of the African countries, we kept educating people in science, art, humanities. So you have 70% of the African students who graduate from those fields, while the economy is requiring people that have a little bit of technical skills. Meaning you cannot have a continent or countries that have massive extractive industries, that run logistics, that have agribusiness potential, and keep training people in the wrong field. Like, for instance, we hardly train 2% of Africans in agriculture. But at the same time, agriculture contributes between 15 to 25% of the GDP.
And it's 70% of the jobs across sub-Saharan Africa. 72%.
So the whole discrepancy is there. So we have conducted a survey out of 12 African countries 5 years back to find out what companies were looking for in terms of skills. And basically they say, everything dealing with sales, marketing, finance, audit, we find. Because you have a lot of those private schools right now training young Africans in those fields. But when it comes to technical, like a good electrician, a good guy that can work in a manufacturing company, we can't find that. So basically, we're facing a real difference between what we're producing and what the market is offering. And the other thing is that when you look at the statistic, basically, when you have like 100 Africans that have just started school, elementary school, by the time you get to secondary school, you lose 70% of them. 70%, this is huge. And from secondary to tertiary, you lose another 20%. You have less than 10% that reach the tertiary education.
It's 9% of Africans reach third tertiary.
Yes, but when they get there, the thing is that the training you provide to those guys don't match at all the market in terms of skills and competencies. So you may have a degree from tertiary education, but you can do nothing with that on the market. So basically the profile now is young Africans, well-educated, jobless. What is ridiculous. The other thing is that if I told you that you lose 70% of your people from elementary to secondary school, what do you do with the 70% people that you lost along the way? Nothing. Nothing. So those people, how do we make sure when you lose them along the way, you give them, basic skills that they can adapt into a market that is changing? Very important. The second thing, the 70% of people that you lose. If you look at the statistics, in fact, the market can afford to employ people who have basic education, secondary school education. Those people, you can always train them, give them some skills to employ them. But there are only 30% of them. So how do we make sure you go back to the 70% and provide them some skills to take them up to the secondary level in terms of capacity of, adapting, adjusting, understanding, being an entrepreneur a little bit, and provide them some of the skills, short-term skills along the way to adjust to the market needs. So those are the kind of things that we should put on the table. And then in terms of impact, you were talking about those Singaporeans who used to, study MIT scholarship. I guess you know that in most of the countries in Africa, and of course, governments are investing massively in education system. Sometimes the budget is, 20% to 40% of the budget goes into the education system. But I guess you know what? 40% of this budget goes into operating cost. 30% into scholarship. 20% in salaries. And only 10% investment. So if education is investment, you cannot afford to spend only 10% investing in education. And last thing, before I guess you move into the last question, people say that Africa will be 2 billion people by 2050. Yeah. So can you imagine how many classrooms you need to build every year? Millions of classrooms. And no country has that capacity. You cannot, build like 100,000 schools every year in the country. Impossible. So again, we should try to move a little bit away from the traditional way of teaching, thinking that you have to put all those kids into classrooms. No, you have no classrooms. And back to my point, as we don't have enough formal jobs on the markets, in some countries it's 10 to 15%, the formal jobs that we give to people. So most of the people work in the informal sector. And you know what? People who didn't pass the elementary school or first grade or whatever you want, who move into the informal sector, 90% of the people that work in the informal sector are trained on the job side, So there's no formal training to those people where we're requesting technical skills. So meaning you leave people on the road, they walk on the road, on the streets, they learn on the streets with no specific skills. So why do you want to put those people back into classrooms that they cannot build? So my point is that we should start thinking differently. This is what I call outside schools. And I can tell you, if I go on the street of Lomé, Douala, or even Johannesburg or Nairobi, and I stand in the middle of the streets, I'm like, guys, you guys who repair cars on the street, come over here. Let me explain to you in a couple of figures how you can repair a car. It's gonna be successful. Successful because people live on the street, basically work on the street. So why you want to put those people in classroom? You cannot build. So let's think differently. Let's bring expertise, skills to people where they are and make sure it's practical. They can learn from it and be on the job overnight or go back to the job with some basic skills. So the whole thing is, how do you make sure you bring those basic skills to people who have a minimum level of education, who can understand quickly, who can learn quickly, who can adjust quickly, who can adapt? South Africa, that's the problem, for instance. Back in the days, this country was, massive producer. Industry was massive in South Africa. You know, they produce cars, everything. And the factories, what type of people do you need? Low labor people, you know, low skills people. Exactly, you know, you come, you fix the thing. That's it. Now they move from a low skills requirement labor to a little bit higher, moving to high value economy. And people who don't have the skills to adjust into this economy say you cannot provide jobs to those people. That's why there was a report from ILO 7 years back saying that...
The International Labour Organization.
Exactly. 1.5 million young South Africans were looking for jobs on the markets. And you had 800,000 jobs available who cannot find anybody to fill those jobs because the discrepancy between what the market is requesting and what you're producing, a huge gap. So it won't happen. And this tsunami is about to come. We need to fix this thing.
But then let me stop you there because in January 2013, McKinsey published this incredible report which is called Education to Employment. You should download it, it's free. Just type Education to Employment McKinsey, and you'll read the report. And they studied a few countries, including Morocco, and not just South Africa. And they all have the same problem. UK, United States, they all have the same problem. They're training people for jobs that don't exist. And so there's a shortage of skills because people don't get the kind of education that the new economy actually needs. And so I want to switch maybe to Singapore again one last time before we talk about Africa and the global South. I want to switch to Singapore, and I want to actually speak to Najat about this because le modèle singapourien, c'est le modèle asiatique.
The Asian model is not the panacea, the cure-all that we are describing on the media in view of the excellent classing or ranking of the Asian countries in the PISA. What are, in your opinion, the flaws and the shortfalls with this Asian model, which is considered to be, rightly so, the best top-notch the world over? Fact is, for me, PISA is somewhat like, in the economic world, the GDP. Fact is, at a certain time, we deemed or considered that the GDP was the reference indicator to measuring, to assessing the health of economies. Whereas, in reality, hasn't been always the case. You know, the GDP is born. It was during the United States economic crisis at the beginning of the 30s. We needed something to measure or to gauge the magnitude of this economic crisis, and whereby this indicator of GDP has been created. And post-Second World War, we decided this indicator will become a reference indicator to comparing or benchmarking the world economies and see where they stand. In fact, is this indicator, the GDP. Everyone has started a chase to the GDP, and it led to a growth model. In reality, has not accounted for other as important challenges as the economic question that are the societal challenges, the ecological challenges, the well-being, the happiness stakes and challenges. So much so that today, rightfully, we're asking whether to continue with the GDP or ponder on another indicator because it has really brought us back against the wall. PISA, for me, is the same thing. We did create PISA at a certain time, saying and thinking it's going to allow us to assess all of the countries as to whether the children know how to, their capacities to write, to numerical and alphanumerical and also scientific capabilities. And we've also added the social inequalities. But now, these four seemingly very important points, do they say everything about the analysis, the country that we are analyzing? Does it say everything? My answer is no. I have nothing against Asia. I'm keen to say it because in the last PISA we have seen that Asian countries and China that come really at the highest rank. Is it our conclusion to say we want the same system as the China system or Chinese one? Because behind an educational system, there's a whole political, economic, democratic system, or not a cultural system. So what I am saying and what I wrote on the topic is say, let's beware. Let's beware not to bake this indicator, the alpha and omega, that would cause us to stray from what we're looking for our children and students. And maybe there's a local dimension in education. We should not do likewise in the US and Morocco. I'm talking about the critical spirit. In France, we are really, in France, there are a lot of countries also, but our countries where we have worked on the topic, and we have given it more importance. I heard what my colleague was saying a moment ago, and the vocational training and a technical training and adapt education to the needs of the economy. It is a noble intention, indeed, but we can also consider that education does not only need to adapt to the needs of the economy, because if we only adapt to the needs of the economy, what would happen? We will not be making any philosophy, no ethics, whereas we haven't talked about that topic. But we are now going towards a more and more automated labor market, and like us to talk about it. We already know, you've talked about the McKinsey report. We know that the minimis, or at least 70% of the jobs are going to be impacted by the task automation. We also know that in 10 years from now, and everything having to do with repetitive tasks, be they manual work, train, driver, pilot, accounting, human resources, all going to come in the hands of machines. I'm asking now, what are the competencies and the skills that we have to develop for tomorrow for men to master in the heart of the machine, and the machine does not go snafu? And the philosophy question is very important. Does PISA master and evaluate the capacity of countries to develop in the philosophy and ethics? The answer is no. Many microphones, sir. Thank you. But the question of ethics, it is very early fit in the school system. But once again, it's not a criticism against those who do PISA today, because they're of good quality. That's not a problem. It's us, how really leave ourselves to be blinded by a single sole indicator. And after that, we apply our policies to run after this indicator, and it becomes a little too belated or too late to change path. Whereas maybe it is easier to change indicator. This is the same question of the GDP as we on PISA, and after that we will change topic because we've talked about PISA as usual. But the Scandinavian countries are very well ranked. Finland, for instance, and Scandinavian countries are well ranked because they massively invest in the training of teachers, and they're always well ranked, which is better than other OECD countries. Obi, je vous passe la parole maintenant.
Is the biggest country in Africa. We always talk about Nigeria. Every panel I'm on, it's always going to be about Nigeria when it comes to Africa. And I think it's important for you to talk about some of the solutions that you see to this education quandary that we're discussing. Maybe you can start with specific things that you think we can do in Nigeria that perhaps could be exported to other low-income countries in Africa.
I think that it is important to validate the point that my co-panelists made. When I became Minister of Education, I needed to find a global benchmark that would support the way that we were thinking about the problems of education. So the first thing that we did was to say, what kind of philosophy of education are we going to work on? And we decided that it would be education that builds character, aptitude, and enables the graduates of our school system meet their needs and the needs of the society. So we actually called our education reform, We Can. And this
you
was
mean,
way
yes,
beyond,
we can.
It was way before Obama.
Okay.
It was way before Obama. But we called it We
He
Can.
copied you, maybe.
I don't know. I would be earning so much if I registered. So we called it We Can. And it meant we educate for character, aptitude, and our needs. And by designing our education from that philosophical premise, we decided to look for the country that most reflected what we were trying to do. It was Singapore. And so one of the key things that we did in our reform was that we decided that the private sector is critical to becoming a globally competitive economy. And if the private sector is key to being a globally competitive economy, we needed the private sector to be in the room in policy making for education. So we gave private sector a seat in policy making for education. The second thing we did was that we looked at the evidence that was clearer about the impact of the quality of teacher to learning outcomes. And so we did a survey of existing teacher stock that we had, and it showed clearly that the quality of teachers in our classrooms were definitely not going to give us the kind of learning outcomes that the children needed in order to be functional members of society. So we designed new programs, very fast-track programs, to adapt the skills of the teachers to the new levels of learning that the children needed. The third thing we did was that we looked at the curriculum, and we realized that the curriculum was designed with the British educational model and mindset. It was to train them to get work in the public service. It wasn't going to help us, because already at that time, we were having more than 2 million of our children coming out of school and finding no jobs. And so what were we going to do with curriculum? We decided that the gaps were critical thinking, entrepreneurship, technology. So we had to begin to adjust our curriculum at all the levels to reflect this. Then we sort of had this foresight that technology was going to be big. And when I looked at the fact that the economy was not fast expanding as it could, but I could see clearly that technology had the capacity to be exponential in its opportunities for children. So we decided to enter into a relationship with Microsoft, Cisco, Oracle, and we asked them to establish academies in the country. Now, if you looked at the kind of reforms that we carried out, it was reforms modeled after some of the things I learned by looking at what Singapore was doing or had in fact done already. But guess what? A lot of those reforms, by the way, what you said about technical education, and I'm talking to you, what you said about technical education.
Gregory, Minister Gregory, yeah.
Yes, you know,
yes, vocational,
innovation.
technical.
We added a new level of certification in our country. Yeah. We call it Innovation Enterprise Institutions and Vocational Enterprise Institutions. We designed this to be programs that the private sector in industry actually ran, and ours was to accredit, to give them the accreditation and to work with the curriculum to give it the quality and content. But they were designing what kind of skills they needed out of the graduates of those programs to supply labor to industry. So all of these things that we did, what was the tragedy? And that will get you back to where I started from. The tragedy was that as soon as I left as Minister of Education, the new Minister of Education is appointed. What do you think the new Minister of Education does?
Get rid of everything you did. Same as you.
So there's a political context within which people who care about education work. And if that political context is so unstable like the water, it is a disservice to the children of the poor.
Yeah, but then let me stop you there, because your president, your former president, Olusegun Obasanjo, was on stage, and he said, and a lot of us laughed when he said he was BBC, right? He was born before computer. But then he pulled out his cell phone, and so there's no denying that any minister of education in Nigeria now would have to understand that this digital technology is a huge opportunity in a country that is producing so many children.
But it goes beyond the digital. You see, the fundamentals are important. And for you to be able to solve any problem, you've got to go to the, this whole cause and correlation. We have to master it. When you look at what data is telling us about our continent, look, just imagine the fact that we are a continent still growing at 3-4%. We're not even scratching the surface that gets you to the inflection point where you begin to tackle poverty big time, right?
Yes.
Now, for you to be able to expand growth to that level and to make it broad, you need a level of productivity and competitiveness that can only come through a deliberate attention to the issues of education. And to think of education not merely as something you do, but it becomes the core, the heart of your economic strategy. In most of our countries, that hardly happens. A minister of education is appointed, and it's just like you're a minister of education. And then the people running the economy are busy running the economy. But the model that we must have is where education is the new economy. As a matter of fact, what I say is that human capital is the new. I said in my thinking that education is the new oil for a country like ours. Oil is soon going to deplete anyway, and even if it didn't deplete, the world is going to kiss it goodbye and perhaps leave us to drink it. And then you look at human capital. Human capital has to be seen as the new economy. And for Africa, I've been in Europe recently, and all the time that Europeans gather, they are discussing migration policy. Suddenly, Europe's relationship with Africa has reduced to migration policy. What a shame. You know, what a real shame. Because if Africa got its demographic opportunity right and really positioned itself as a talent hub, ultimately, as the demographic shifts happen in Europe, we wouldn't need to, their own policy, nobody would tell them to drop it, because they would be looking for the talents that are skilled to be at the heart of the next level of structural economic change that Europe also needs to embrace.
And so I want to stop you there because I know we have a hard stop in 15 minutes, and I want to get as many questions from the audience as possible. But, you know, and what you're saying about, you know, Europe and everything, and I want you, Didier, to speak about this World Bank Centers of Excellence that you kind of really feel has been really interesting from an education perspective. And again, I'm sorry I have to mention this example because we're always mentioning examples of white people coming to save us in Africa. This is not what we're talking about. But you felt that there was something really interesting with these centers of excellence. And can you tell us maybe in 2-3 minutes what it is before we open it up to the public?
Yeah, no, definitely. what my sister Obi was saying that, you know, human capital should be the heart of our whole strategies and the heart of the infrastructure. This is the basic one. And to come back to technical skills, because it's tough for like private sector to build a technical university or technical training center, because you have to equip it, you know, put a laboratory. It's quite expensive. So the World Bank and some government in Africa, and currently we're supporting 15 countries, decided that some of the technical universities in Africa willing to grow faster in terms of equipment, industrial relationship, could be part of this program and build African centers of excellence, but existing centers. And the whole idea is to make sure we bring private sector on board, we revise the curricula to make sure they match the requirement of the industries. Of course, gender is part of the element of those centers. You know, they have to train as much as women as they can. And of course, the job access to market of those people that are trained in those centers should be high enough to make sure what they are doing in those universities makes sense for the markets. And so we have 25 universities running the program in West and Central Africa, and reaching out to East Africa as ACE2, African Centers of Excellence 2. So I think it's a way to engage private sector, public sector, and DFIs. Instead of talking about
DFIs, maybe you want to qualify.
Yeah, the development financial institutions, where Sister Obi knows very well.
Yes.
So instead of talking about migration, we can probably talk about education, about building skills, engaging private sector with public sector, and engaging industries, our universities. So far, it's quite a successful program, and other universities will engage.
Okay, thank you. So now I want to basically just tell you about a little cloud program that we have on the SpotMe, and we have a question before this panel, which is, what does the classroom of the future need more of? And I'm hoping that some of you can actually answer this question. And then from there, I want to take a few questions from the audience, maybe 2 or 3 in the 16 minutes. Well, I stole 5 minutes from you, sorry. In the 16 minutes that we have left, please introduce yourself before you ask the question, in French or English.
Yeah, my name is Marcus Freitas, and I'm from Brazil. And I was listening to the panel and the discussion, and there are 2 things that I'd like to say that I was thinking about. I live in China now, so I understand why China does so well, for 3 reasons. 1, there is still a lot of respect for professors and teachers, something that we have lost. And I can always tell that example, always with the authority, the second person that sits close to the authority is the professor, no one else. So we have lost that because we are thinking about critical thinking, and I think we need to go back to restoring the figure and the importance of the professor. Second thing is that most of the politicians in China send their children to public schools. And in my country, if you make $1,000, you're thinking about sending your child to a private school. So there is no pressure on the private schools.
In this country as well, Morocco as well.
So that's the problem. If your politicians and your middle class, upper middle class, is sending their children to private schools and not public schools, your public schools are going to deteriorate anyway.
Let's ask, are there any politicians in the room who send their children to...
Well, we can ask the panel.
Yeah, let's ask here.
Yeah, but that's an interesting thing for you to remember. That's the challenge that we have. And third is that, we talk a lot about critical thinking, but if you look into Singapore and China, what they're doing is that they are creating the future, right? They're creating the future, creating jobs for the future. And I'll just give you an example. I went to China Petroleum University, 15,000 students learning about everything related to the petroleum. I go to Brazil and we don't find that. So that kind of specialized knowledge is really what is going to create a cutting edge for them in the future. So I think, why we're still thinking about, that's the discussion that I see in my country, we're talking about all these things about education, ideology, non-ideology, we're just wasting time. So how do we secure that our children, or your grandchildren, will have a country that is decent and they'll have jobs? Because that's what it comes to the end.
That's a great and very long question.
Thank you. Sorry for that.
And so maybe, who wants to volunteer for that question?
I think that the points that he made are very clear. The only thing that I would say is that ultimately education is local, but it is designed in a way to ensure that people are consistent with the values and the kinds of anchors on which their institutions will be built. But they must have a mind of being competitive. And that competitiveness therefore means that at every turn in the society, when structurally things change, education administrators must be knowledgeable enough to anticipate those changes. And even if they fell behind the changes, they must have the kind of political context that enables them to quickly catch up and overtake on that context. The second thing is, you talked about the professor sitting by the authorities. The truth is that the whole world has become anti-intellectual. In many ways, part of what we're struggling with is a society where it is perfectly okay to be enamored of ignorance. And that is dangerous for us, particularly on our continent, because the basic foundation on which you can even build the capacity to take a technical problem and solve it is absent for the large number of children that are still out of school, or for the 3 out of every 5 that are in school but are not learning. We have very serious situation. So my prognosis on this is that if we do not see education as the heart of everything about our development, we're not going to make any progress. So we're stuck in low equilibrium growth. We're stuck in a situation where our population is going to continue to grow. Instead of taking the benefit of that growth, it's going to be a demographic disaster for us. We need to become the what do you call it? The reform constituency for education for our continent. We need a strong reform constituency for education. It doesn't exist. There are constituencies for different kinds of things on the continent, but where is the strong constituency for education? And yet, this is what will determine whether the era of disruptive technology will worsen our condition on the continent. It's a question seeking for answers, but that answer would come when we have the people with political courage to be able to take on the political context within which these priorities of making sure that through education we can offer each child on this continent the opportunity of a lifetime. Because after all, the difference between the person who is well and okay and the one who is not is access to opportunity. And the best opportunity you can access is education.
Thank you. I think we had a question.
I'm sorry,
Yeah.
just one word. There were some things I agreed and other things I didn't. But I just would like to come back to the question of respect to teachers, because I think that is a real topic. And it's true that in our societies, teachers are suffering to be less and less respected. But I would like to say something, because there is a mistake that is often done on this topic. This lack of respect doesn't come from the children, from the students. This lack of respect comes from the society, comes from the parents. The more well-educated they are, and the less they respect the teachers, because it's like, okay, I already know you don't have anything to teach me, okay? So from the parents, from the media, from the politicians. So we all have to ask ourselves what is our part of responsibility, but it's not the question of the students or the children. So I think it's a good question, but don't mistake in the way you raise it.
I think there was a question here.
Excusez-moi, Mohammed El-Yacoubi.
Mohammed El-Yacoubi. I'm a university consultant. I'm also the chair of the Professional Organization of Accountants in Morocco. I have a question based on 3 main items. Could you please summarize your question, because we have lots of hands hanging. The first question is about transition on education and training in Africa. Why are we lagging behind? Why aren't we able to design a proper education that can be up to the challenges of globalization? Why aren't we autonomous? And I don't understand why the pre-scholar stage is not functioning. Why are we waiting children to have 6-7 years before sending them to school? This pre-scholar period is very important for children, and unfortunately we depend on archaic education, Quranic schools, religious schools in the first 2-3 years, but this is not education. I'm sorry. We need a real pre-scholar, let's say, structure. Second important thing, digitalization. Once again, a few countries have succeeded, but their number is too limited, only 4 or 5 in Africa. I'm talking about Africa, but I could talk about also Latin America or Asian countries. They're also suffering from this huge problem. Why aren't we able to ensure digital transition using the ITC, for education, but also in order to improve public services in general. And here I'd like to talk about the following. We have economies where tertiary services are predominant. Why? Not because you have lots of private services, but because we have a very strong public administration. And our countries, they're not able actually to foster the private sector. Hence my question, how can digitalization help us fight against the problems that we have, problems such as corruption? Digital tools can, I think, reduce corruption in the relationship that you have with the public service, because if you use a machine, you can mitigate all the corruption effects, in my view. What kind of advice can we give to African countries, and also to Morocco? How can we put ethics when the state provide public services to taxpayers, to citizens, and to businesses in general? Who would like to answer to this very complex matter about pre-scholar, about digital transition, and how to fight against corruption? Well, why the digital era is not succeeding in all countries. Actually, I'm part of a club of former ministers of education throughout the world. We've been looking at experiences in different regions. In order to answer your question, actually, the digital tools that have been tested in several number of countries very often have not been assessed by independent studies. So there's a lack of independent studies that can provide the evidence that this tool works, that this tool doesn't work. Since it does not exist, the malfunctioning tools are still there in the market. Secondly, whenever a player, educational, let's say a player launches a new digital tool, it's very complicated to, let's say, to extend the experiments. The experiments are too fragmented, too limited, so they do not reflect what can be actually done at the general level. And most of those experiments made by startups are actually startups that do not work. The real, players, the teachers, the students. I think there's only one country. I have looked at the European continent. The only country where I have found something very efficient is Finland. There are teachers throughout their educational career. They are able to step out to work in a digital startup, maintain their status, and the outcome is that this teacher, with their knowledge, they can enrich the digital tools, and that's how they can become more efficient. One last question. We have 3 minutes left. Last question. Morning, I'm Fatim Zahra from Morocco. The world has been changing constantly since 1920 to 2020. Everything has changed except education. If you get into a classroom, nothing has changed substantially. We're thinking of new solutions to the education, but those who do so are, most of the cases, politicians. So my question is the following. There are lots of people changing the world, all those working in the technologies, organizations. They can come up with disruptive solutions. They can actually create things that have a large-scale impact. Now, if during 1 year or 2, instead of thinking of how we can change education, why not making sure that those politicians work in a startup and see how it works? How can we move then from a very limited impact to a very large impact? Because actually there are lots of very small initiatives, but that can't be scaled up at the African level. So how can we change the mindset of those who make the decisions and not just continue thinking of how to change our own mindset or how to change the education?
how can we somehow educate also those who make the decisions? And this is where I think the main issue is. I mean, this has to do with the digital matter. The African University, Digital University was a very good idea, but it was not successful. But there is a cultural dimension indeed. Some parents in Africa, French-speaking Africa, when you tell them your kid is going to study at home with a tablet, they will tell you no. Studying means going to school. I won't enable my kid to study remotely. This is a social and cultural dimension. There's also a learning dimension. Of course, there are lots of digital solutions, but they're not customized. You know, you can't just, copy the pages of a book and put them in a tablet. There's a learning curve of the digital tools. And of course, public authorities are completely disconnected. If you go to university, books of economy are books of 40 years ago. We're not talking about Airbnb, we're not talking about GAFA, we're not talking about digitalization. So students are learning things from 40 years ago, as if you would get into a school classroom in 1920. And even the teachers, I can tell you this. We went to a conference and the president said, we have teachers at the university teaching, master's classes, but they only have a level A grade. How can you teach something to students, master students? So there's a disconnection between the skills of the teachers in some countries and the reality and the needs of the students. And once again, there are going to be so many young Africans in the market. You have to think in terms of digital tools, even though the access to internet is not that developed. But just think of the impact if you delocalize the knowledge, if you make it available in a very practical manner. That's how you can fight against the problems we have in the educational era. It's also a matter of transmission. Mr. Azoulay, do you have a last word on this to conclude? Because it's a major topic. The transmission. There were lots of things, indeed, very interesting things, but I think he has indeed something to say. Give him the microphone. I may be just a little bit provocative. It has been a very passionate panel. I listened to what Najat said about the GDP and this new polarization based on PISA and Shanghai, etc. Think of parameters, think of the inputs of the PISA classification, and think of our challenges in all nations, in all countries, archaism, regression, and so on and so forth. There is no criteria whatsoever that would include that very important thing, the best examples. The problem is that the best examples are not providing any solutions. And I think also Najat said something, and the gentleman next to her, the ability of finding jobs, but not according to the definitions that we are familiar with. And at the same time, there are so many things to do. Think of how culture is marginalized in all those programs. In the approach that you have developed, why not promoting the school of life, the school of tradition, the school of family? I think we would in a better position in the face of the future challenges. I can tell you stories about my own city where I was born. Those kids who were raised in a society where thinking is important, you can produce different types of individuals. But unfortunately, in all the thinking, in all the reflections that we have, these aspects are not taken into account. While there are very clear evidence that responses are there, but nor Pisa nor Shanghai are actually provide. Thank you very much, Mr. Azulai, for your explanations on transmission.
As to what the future classroom actually needs more of, I don't know if anybody actually went through with that exercise. Please, can you show it to us in the world of diversity, critical thinking, languages, empathy, leadership, economic values? With that being said, I want to thank our wonderful panel, Ms. Obi Ezekwesili. Please, a round of applause. Ms. Najat Vallaud-Belkacem, Mr. Didier Akwete, Mr. Gregory Nguyen Hong. Thank you so much. It's the Education Quandary. Wonderful.
Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes our last plenary for the day. We invite you now to join us at your assigned breakout dinners. Buses will be heading to your dinner venues promptly. Please.
Well, I've been looking forward to this edition of the Atlantic Dialogues for the last 12 months, having been initiated into it last year. Why am I looking forward to it? I met some extremely interesting people last year, which I was hoping to hook up with again. It's an ideal place for networking, receiving new ideas, discussing new ideas, and then coming up with something completely different. Perhaps the major change for my field, migration, over the last 12 months has been the new Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement that President Obasanjo just referred to in his opening statement.
It's great to be back here in Marrakech at the Atlantic Dialogues Conference. I was actually here last year moderating a panel on culture, and this year I'm going to be moderating a panel on education. What I really love about this conference, it's a real gathering of thought leaders from the global south, but it's really interesting in the way that we are able to intersect with what's happening in Europe, what's happening in Asia, what's happening in North America, and the center of gravity is definitely in Africa, which is so rare. You go to so many conferences and Africa is usually just an afterthought, but the way that this is organized, everybody has really a voice, and it's really, really shared between different countries and different perspectives, and that makes it a unique conference, and I can't wait to come back.
Hi, my name is Chika Owazie, and it's such a pleasure to be back at the 2019 Atlantic Dialogues. I was an Adele alumni in 2017, and it's really great just to see another set of emerging leaders talking about gender, talking about diversity, and talking about the turmoil across the Atlantic. And so I feel like this is one of the places where you can actually come and see a diverse audience, people from public and private coming together to really share about how they can move the agenda forward.
Je suis une fellow, c'est-à-dire c'est pas la première fois que je viens, mais c'est toujours avec plaisir que je reviens parce que c'est des moments d'échange intenses entre des experts qui viennent d'horizons différents, de régions différentes, l'Amérique latine, l'Afrique, l'Europe et même l'Asie, sur des questions qui sont d'intérêt commun. Nous avons beaucoup discuté aujourd'hui, le thème de ce dialogue est autour du Sud en période de tourmente. Mais j'insiste pour dire que nous ne sommes pas tous dans la tourmente. Et la tourmente, c'est une situation qui s'est posée tout au long de l'histoire humaine. Et je pense que nous avons aujourd'hui beaucoup de raisons d'espérer un monde nouveau pour nos jeunes, pour nos femmes, tout en prenant en charge les défis, parce qu'il y a des défis en Afrique, il y a le défi sécuritaire, le défi du terrorisme, mais en même temps, il y a d'immenses opportunités, il y a une classe moyenne africaine très très importante qui se développe, des revenus qui augmentent, et tout cela voilà, fait que nous avons des raisons d'être optimistes. Et nous l'entendrons tout au long de ces 3 jours d'experts qui viennent de différents secteurs. Et évidemment, il faut qu'on puisse créer de la richesse. C'est pour ça que le secteur privé doit être intéressé par ce type de discussion. Le secteur privé a également des responsabilités, une responsabilité sociétale, il faut le savoir. Le secteur privé doit également prendre en considération la préservation de l'environnement dans voilà, les choix de production qui sont faits. Et tout cela voilà, est discuté. C'est des moments intellectuels, d'échange, de fraternité très très importants. Et je voudrais toujours saluer les organisateurs de ce forum auquel on participe depuis plusieurs années, toujours avec un plaisir renouvelé.
Monsieur Bassou, bonjour. Vous êtes Senior Fellow pour le Policy Center for the New South et vous êtes spécialiste des questions de sécurité dans le Sahel, entre autres. Je voulais vous poser une première question sur le thème de la conférence, The South in a Time of Turmoil, le Sud en période de tourmente. Qu'est-ce que vous inspire ce thème?
D'abord, il m'inspire, c'est-à-dire un Sud qui prend conscience qu'il est dans un environnement qui est l'environnement du monde. Et si le temps dans le monde est à la tourmente, comment le Sud pourrait-il si vous voulez, réagir à tout ça, d'autant plus que le Sud a toujours été l'objet des narratifs. Il n'a jamais été le sujet dans le narratif. Et donc cette manière de dire qu'est-ce que c'est que ce Sud dans la tourmente, c'est une manière de lui donner la parole, pour qu'il s'exprime, pour qu'il dise lui-même ce qu'il sent et ne plus être toujours rien que le complément d'objet.
C'est vrai. D'ailleurs, il y a deux chapitres du rapport Atlantic Currents qui correspond au thème de la conférence et qui est en train d'être présenté au moment où nous parlons, qui porte sur l'état du monde post-américain et qui pose la question de l'avenir de l'Europe carrément. Je trouve que c'est très intéressant ce point de vue du Sud sur des enjeux du Nord. Et il y a une inquiétude au Sud sur l'avenir de l'Europe, ce dont on n'entend jamais parler en Europe, et c'est d'une originalité totale.
Si vous prenez par exemple ce Sud, si on le fait correspondre à l'Afrique, par exemple, l'Afrique est très attachée aux pays européens. Il y a des relations, je préfère dire historiques, pas de colonisation, mais des relations historiques. Et ces relations ont fait que ces pays du Nord dépendent un peu de ce qui se passe au Nord. Or, le nouvel ordre ou désordre mondial met un peu l'Europe dans une situation qui n'est pas très enviable. L'Europe, au lendemain de la chute du mur de Berlin, croyait que c'était fini, que ce n'était plus que le monde capitaliste, donc on va s'occuper beaucoup plus de bien-être que de sécurité ou que de menaces. Et déjà, au début du XXIe siècle, il s'est rendu compte que c'était le contraire qui allait se passer. Et donc, puisque cette Europe est dans la tourmente, et puisque ces pays du Sud, notamment en Afrique, dépendent de cette Europe, ils sont également dans la tourmente. Donc, de deux choses l'une, où l'Europe comprend qu'il faut s'entraider avec ce Sud, et que ce Sud est utile dans cette lutte, et les deux peuvent s'en sortir, ou on continue dans les anciennes perceptions, le Sud qui perçoit le Nord comme un colonisateur, le colonisateur qui perçoit le Sud comme une source de menace. Et à ce moment-là, je crois que les deux vont être un peu dans l'embarras. Oui. Ils ne pourront pas s'en sortir tous les deux. Aujourd'hui, l'Europe a besoin du Sud. Le Sud a besoin de l'Europe. D'autant plus que pour ne pas être écrasé par les deux grands qui sont en train de se rivaliser aujourd'hui, la Chine et les États-Unis.
Le débat sur la migration est récurrent en Europe et évidemment l'Afrique a un autre point de vue sur sa propre migration. Est-ce qu'il vous semble que les termes du débat restent parfaitement erronés tels qu'ils se posent en Europe? Oui,
d'abord, il y a deux dimensions. il y a un problème europo-européen, c'est-à-dire qui se passe entre les Européens. C'est les Européens qui, entre eux, ne savent pas comment réagir face à cette migration. L'autre dimension, c'est la dimension Afrique-Europe. Et dans cette dimension Afrique-Europe, je crois qu'il y a un peu une exagération de la question. Ce n'est pas aussi menaçant que ça. Bon, il y a eu ce flux de 2015, et ce flux de 2015, d'ailleurs, où les Africains n'étaient pas, qui n'était pas dû aux Africains, qui a créé un traumatisme dont sont victimes les Africains aujourd'hui. Parce que si vous prenez, je ne fais que répéter les chiffres, c'est-à-dire que 80% de la migration africaine se fait à l'intérieur de l'Afrique, ce ne sont que 12% d'Africains qui vont en Europe, les autres ils vont dans... Donc 12% d'Africains, c'est quoi? Si toute l'Europe n'abrite que 9 millions, je crois, d'Africains, 5 pays africains abritent 9 millions de réfugiés africains. Donc, ce problème de migration, je crois qu'il est un peu exagéré, et on ne le prend pas du bon côté.
En revanche, la question de la sécurité dans le Sahel, qui pousse quand même des populations à se déplacer et à migrer, comme on le voit aujourd'hui au Burkina Faso, reste une question centrale. Est-ce que cette question sera abordée pendant la conférence? Est-ce que vous allez en parler?
Oui, déjà, la présentation d'Atlantic Current, j'ai entendu Redalia Mouri déjà parler de cette question du Sahel, qui peut-être aujourd'hui... il est au point le plus difficile que l'on peut croire. Parce que la question, comment s'en sortir? Est-ce qu'il faut s'en sortir par l'aspect sécuritaire, c'est-à-dire par l'action sécuritaire? Je crois que ça démontre qu'on ne peut pas. 2013, les gens n'étaient qu'au nord du Mali. Aujourd'hui, ils sont déjà aux confins du Bénin, donc aux confins du Burkina pour atteindre le Bénin. Donc, comment s'en sortir? Et je crois qu'on s'est mal pris au début. Dès le début, on s'est mal pris. On a cru qu'en mettant des moyens militaires, qu'en mettant des moyens sécuritaires, on pourrait venir à bout de ce fléau. Et on n'a pas compris que dans tous les conflits contre-insurrectionnels, c'est la population qui compte. Je crois que jusqu'à aujourd'hui, on n'a pas compris qu'il faut gagner les cœurs, qu'il faut gagner les populations. Et tant qu'on n'arrive pas à gagner les populations, on ne gagnera pas cette guerre.
Cette guerre, qui est aussi une guerre du développement, c'est-à-dire que les problèmes sécuritaires dans le Sahel dérivent d'un ressentiment, d'un sentiment d'avoir été négligé pendant longtemps par le pouvoir central, d'une difficulté d'accès aux services sociaux de base, etc. Est-ce que une vision claire du développement comme arme, comme riposte à une situation sécuritaire fait défaut?
Je crois que la question du développement renvoie à une question de gouvernance. Si vous prenez le G5 Sahel, par exemple, les 5 pays. Dans ces 5 pays, vous allez trouver des pays millionnaires en kilomètres carrés, avec des moyens très faibles, et avec un État qui n'arrive pas à toucher tout le territoire. Donc moi, la population, l'État ne me donne rien. Pas d'école, pas de santé, pas de travail, et l'État n'a pas les moyens de me contrôler. Je deviens une zone grise. Je me mets à la merci des mafias, je me mets à la merci des groupes terroristes, parce que l'État n'y est pas. Ouais. Comment est-ce qu'on peut imaginer qu'un État avec les moyens du Mali ou les moyens du Niger ou les moyens du Tchad pouvoir contrôler tout ce territoire? Il y a un problème c'est disproportionnel entre les moyens du contrôle et les moyens de gouvernance et le territoire et la population.
Quelle serait la solution selon vous?
La solution serait d'appeler le grand absent de ce débat qui est l'Union africaine. Et je crois qu'il faudrait prendre tous les chefs d'État africains, tous les États africains en face et leur dire: que pouvez-vous faire pour sauver la situation au Sahel? Que pouvez-vous donner? Des hommes, du matériel, de l'argent? Qu'est-ce que vous pouvez donner? Et cette solidarité africaine ne s'exprime pas aujourd'hui face au Sahel. Ils sont 5 pays et puis la France. Et la France aussi est seule. Il n'y a pas de solidarité européenne ni internationale avec la France aussi. Donc c'est cette question. Ni la communauté internationale, ni la communauté africaine ne s'intéressent à cette question de la manière dont il faut qu'ils s'y intéressent.
On a vu des casques blancs de l'ECOMOG intervenir dans les guerres civiles au Libéria et en Sierra Leone. Est-ce que cette force panafricaine fait défaut aujourd'hui? 1 minute.
Oui, cette force africaine fait défaut. On nous parle de stand-by forces, des forces africaines en attente. Ils sont où? Depuis leur création, ça fait plus de 10 ans. Ils sont où? Et pour la question du Sahel, où est le bataillon de l'Afrique de l'Ouest? Mais on ne les voit pas. Maintenant, s'il faut à chaque problème créer une force ad hoc, on ne s'en sortira jamais.
D'accord. Merci beaucoup, Monsieur Bassou.
Merci.
Bonne conférence.
Diálogos do Atlântico, The Atlantic Dialogues, é um evento anual que vem ocorrendo desde 2012. Esse, portanto, terá o 9º evento. E é um evento fantástico, porque ele reúne lideranças do setor privado, autoridades governamentais, pessoas de ONGs, brilhantes jovens, líderes emergentes, e num ambiente bem descontraído se discutem e se debatem de maneira interativa temas ricos da atualidade. Um traço marcante é que essas pessoas que participam, elas vêm de todo o Atlântico, então tem-se pessoas da África, pessoas da Europa, pessoas da América do Norte, da América Central, da América do Sul. O Brasil tem sempre uma participação importante. E os temas são os temas da atualidade que interessam a todos. Por exemplo, esse ano, o tema maior é o Sul em tempos de turbulência. E vocês podem entender a importância do tema no nosso contexto atual. Os debates são sobre temas econômicos, políticos, de relações internacionais, de segurança, cultura e assim por diante. É um evento fantástico, eu participei já de quase todos. Estou muito contente que poderei mais uma vez esse ano estar lá presente.
I have a long experience with ASI because I'm from the beginning on it. And it was a very nice experience because we could put together people that came from the Americas, Europe, and Africa. And that was fantastic to have this kind of a real Atlantic dialogue. For the first time, we had a kind of Atlantic dialogue that was the whole Atlantic, and not only North American Atlantic, but also trying to put together also the South Americans and the Africans. And that made us think differently. And that was very, very nice. It's a very diverse people came in. And so it was a kind of way of talking freely in a very good ambiance. And it's very creative. It's very, very creative.
The Atlantic Dialogues Conference is a very important time for the Policy Center for the New South. It's a time where the Policy Center staff comes together to organize a high-level conference, and it's really the fruit of team effort. My experience at the Atlantic Dialogues Conference started in 2014, where I participated as a volunteer. I then joined the Policy Center staff in 2015 as permanent staff, and I have been very fortunate over the years to play different roles. Today, I am the program coordinator for the Atlantic Dialogues Emerging Leaders Program that happens 2 days prior to the conference. And we try to contribute to youth empowerment and intergenerational dialogue during the conference and beyond.
طبعا كنت قد شاهدت الكثير من القمم ومن الحضور، ولكن كانت على المستوى الحكومي. أول مرة يمكن أن نرى أن مؤسسة غير حكومية تنظم مؤتمرا أو لقاء بهذا الحجم. هذا فيما يخص يعني التنظيم والحضور. أما فيما يخص الموضوعات، ما يخص الموضوعات هي لقاءات أطلسية بكل معنى الكلمة. كذلك تستجيب لطموحها، هذا الطموح اللي هو أن تمتد أهمية المحيط الأطلسي وأن لا يبقى مقتصرا فقط على الشمال، فهو كذلك ينزل إلى الجنوب. نرى هنا لقاء بين ناس من ضفتي الأطلسي، ضفته الغربية وضفته الشرقية، وكذلك من شماله ومن جنوبه. المواضيع التي كانت تطرح هي كذلك مواضيع التي يمكن أن نستنبط منها ما يمكن أن يكون نافعا أو دروسا في الحالة التي يعيشها العالم في يومنا هذا. هذه حالة تردد سياسي، والحالة أكاد أقول الفوضوية التي يعيشها العالم، فيمكن أن نستنبط الكثير من الدروس من تدخلات هؤلاء الشخصيات الذين عايشوا العالم لا في صفته القديمة أي أثناء الحرب الباردة، ولا هؤلاء الذين يفكرون الآن في حلول أو في المنظار الذي يمكن أن ينظر به العالم في وقته الحالي.
Atlantic Dialogue, c'est une conférence, quand on y participe, on comprend mieux l'essence même du nom de cette conférence. C'est une sorte d'arbre à palabres où des positions, des visions qui ont pu sembler divergentes convergent vers l'objectif commun qui est d'arriver au vivre ensemble dans l'espace atlantique et au-delà. Atlantic Dialogue également puise dans les ressources culturelles, sociales du bassin atlantique pour offrir des solutions au monde, solutions de développement et d'amitié entre les peuples.
The Emerging Leaders Program is one of the most interesting and wonderful programs I've been part of. Not only are you able to meet people from all over the world, especially young leaders from Africa, from Europe, from South America, from America, but you're also able to learn on the most important topics of our day. You're able to hone your leadership skills and learn how to have a more profound impact. The Atlantic Dialogues has also become one of the most important meeting points of all the international affairs players. Join it.
What came across us is really a huge gap in perception and indeed in vision. And I have to say it as such, between North and South when it comes to the Atlantic and the potential and the vision.
How do we reset the policy agenda in this wider Atlantic community so it reflects the interests of these new powers and the common goals of all nations that border the Atlantic?
Today about the empowerment that there is right across so many areas, so many communities. What value are national borders now, whether in Africa or in North and South America or elsewhere?
So now when you are going home after this beautiful conference, you have two choices. Either you close the book, you say that it was really nice to be here, got a new friends, new perspectives, new ideas, but you know the world is still bad out there, you know? What can I do? Or you change the page to a new page.
And being here, I learn from all of you. You are some of the most creative and smartest people in the world dealing with issues around the Atlantic Basin.
Connecting with communities at the grassroots level, trying to bring the knowledge of expertise and science, which we believe in, to local communities, all stakeholders to build together better policies by involving the populations.
Africa is young. The rest of the world is aging.
But we're ready to take on that challenge because we're ready to change Africa. We're ready to make sure that the millions of people of Africa will have the same opportunities.
The potential of Africa with a very young population that is now being educated and is in fact really ready to play their role.
I think to always expect the worst and hope for the best.